Got some developing news out of Mumbai, India right now. This just coming to us. Apparently, gunmen had targeted some luxury hotels, also a popular tourist attraction, and a crowded train station. In at least 7 attacks, we're told, there in India's financial capital. We're just now getting a video in of where, actually, this was a photographer that was there on the scene. Not quite sure why he was fleeing at that point or if he was going toward where those attackers were. IBN is reporting that 10 are dead. We have confirmed 2 people are dead. Apparently, the police were battling it out with the gunmen. Don't know if that is still the situation or not. The police commissioner coming forward calling them terrorists, saying that they were using automatic weapons, and in some places grenades had been lobbed. We're seeing actually a report is coming through one of our sister networks here from the Oberoi Hotel. Apparently the gunmen opened fire on 2 of those city's best-known luxury hotels. The Taj Mahal is one, the Oberoi is another one. It's not immediately clear what the motive was for these attacks, but we are following this story now. We'll bring you as much information as possible. Breaking news this hour also out of India. Mass shootings in Mumbai, attacks on at least 2 hotels and a railway station. 2 people now confirmed dead, possibly many more. CNN's Andrew Stevens is there. We've got him on the phone. Andrew, what do you know?
We're watching at the moment the local media reports. Everything is shut down pretty much in Mumbai now. The police are advising everybody to stay off the streets. And the situation is still very fluid. This has not been contained yet. Now, what I can tell you at this stage, and a lot of this is still unconfirmed, but there have been attacks in the last 90 minutes on 2 hotels, the Taj Palace and the Oberoi Hotel. These are both 5-star hotels, both very popular with Western tourists and Western businessmen. The central train station has also been attacked. A hospital in South Mumbai, these attacks all coming in an area known as South Mumbai, which is one of the wealthier parts of the city. It is where the better hotels are. So all these in the same area, it certainly feels like a coordinated attack. As I said, an attack on a hospital, attack on a very well-known restaurant, again, which is popular with Western tourists. And also there's been reports there may have been a bomb around nearby the domestic airport.
But
the local...
At this point, no, that's okay, Andrew. So no one's claiming responsibility at this point.
Certainly not at this stage. This is still very much ongoing. We just don't know how far this is going to spread. There are new reports coming in every few minutes of some other target that has been attacked. What I can tell you is I spoke to an Indian man who was in the Oberoi Hotel, and he said he heard what sounded like 4 explosions while he was there. He spoke to a man who had seen gunmen driving into up the main entrance, going into the lobby and opening fire. We have no idea at this stage who may be behind this, and it's just, at the moment, we just don't know the extent, the scale of the attacks, just how widespread this is. We understand the Oberoi Hotel is still an ongoing situation. There's a gunman still believed to be in the hotel. There's also a gunman still believed to be in the central railway station. So at this stage, it's very much just watching this develop at the moment, Karen.
All right, we'll track it with you. Appreciate it, Andrew Stevens. And once again, we've been able to confirm 2 people dead. Our sister network, IBN, is reporting 10 people dead, actually 11 people dead now. So we'll keep following up on that story. Breaking news this hour out of India. Mass shootings in Mumbai, attacks on at least 2 hotels and a railway station. 2 people confirmed dead, possibly more. Our sister network, IBN, is reporting 18 people are dead. We've been able to confirm 2 dead, dozens of people wounded, we're told as well. Apparently, these gunmen targeted a number of luxury hotels, a popular tourist attraction in the financial district, also a crowded train station. 7 attacks so far in total. Police were apparently battling with the gunmen. We don't know if they were able to take out all those gunmen, if that is still taking place at this point. Apparently the gunmen have automatic weapons. In some places they tossed grenades into these areas. two of the hotels, luxury hotels, we are seeing that have been attacked, the Taj Mahal and also the Oberoi Hotel there in Mumbai. Not immediately clear on the motive for these attacks, but we are following this, getting in as much information as possible. We'll continue to bring it to you as I get updated. We want to update you once again on what's happening in Mumbai, India right now. We've been able to confirm at least 2 people dead. IBN, our sister network, reporting 18 people dead. Apparently, gunmen targeted some luxury hotels, a popular tourist attraction in the financial district, also a crowded train station. Dozens of people wounded. Police were still battling the gunmen within the last hour. Don't know if that's still going on or not. They've got automatic weapons. In some places, they just lobbed the grenades there in some of the areas that have been attacked. 7 attacks in all. Andrew Stevens on the phone with us to bring us up to date. What do you know, Andrew?
Kira, it doesn't look yet this situation is contained. So at this stage, we don't know the scale of these attacks. Just in the last few minutes, the local media has been reporting that police says there has been firing from the JW Marriott Hotel. These are all obviously very well-known hotel chains, the JW Marriott in North Mumbai. Most of the attacks, or all the attacks that we know about so far, except for this one, have been centred in the south of the city. This has now gone to the north. A couple of things that I need to tell you as well. Again, according to local media, the chief secretary of the Maharashtra state, where Mumbai is in the state of Maharashtra, is now saying that he understands that there are 40 people dead. Commandos have been called in. The military has been called in, both the army and the navy. To what extent, we're not aware at this stage, but it obviously it's a significant move bringing in the military in this. And just on the Taj Hotel, this was one of the first targets that we became aware of. The Taj Hotel, the Taj Palace Hotel, is a very well-known landmark for anyone who's visited Mumbai. It is a grand old building right on the seafront in southern Mumbai, next to the probably the most famous landmark in the city, the India Gate. In the last 15 minutes, there have been reports of an explosion inside that hotel. We have someone inside the hotel. We have spoken to them since that explosion. They said they did feel an explosion. They are okay. They looked out, they looked into the pool, and there was a significant amount of debris in the pool, which tended to suggest it was on one of the lower floors. He did say he was okay, but there has been an explosion there. We also watched an eyewitness, a man who said he was an eyewitness in the Taj Hotel, and he saw about 15 hostages being taken. He said half of those hostages had British or US passports. And now, obviously, I cannot confirm that, but this is what he claimed. He said 2 gunmen came into the lobby where there were tourists and guests staying. They asked for people with US or British passports. He said they rounded up some 15 people. Half of them he understands to have had British or US passports. Again, I cannot confirm this. This is from an eyewitness being quoted on local television here. We watched that interview. We're obviously tracking down as fast as we can to try and confirm if there is a hostage situation in that hotel. And just to update you with what else we know, at this stage, we understand there is still a gunman in the Oberoi Hotel, which is another very well-known chain, one of the 5-star hotels here in India and in Mumbai, indeed. And also there has been shooting, and we believe there is still a situation at a big hospital, the Karma Hospital, which is also in South Mumbai. So this is very fluid at this stage. We don't know the scale, and we're watching to see that the police have warned everybody or ordered this city to stay indoors. We're talking about a city of 19 million people here. Police are at crossroads, checking those motorists who are out, sending them home. So this city is in virtual lockdown now, and there is still this ongoing reports of increasing numbers of attacks on very well-known targets in this city, Kara.
All right, Andrew Stevens there on the ground in Mumbai, India. We are following these attacks and the wounded, those killed out of Mumbai. We'll be working more information, trying to confirm those numbers, and police still battling some of the gunmen, according to Andrew Stevens. We'll have more after the break. And we are following that breaking news out of Mumbai, India right now. Mass shootings there, attacks on at least 2 hotels and a railway station. 2 people confirmed dead, many more. We actually just heard, excuse me, from the police commissioner, A.N. Roy. This is what he had to say.
Well, the situation, absolutely, I mean, it's a grave situation, but we need the cooperation from the people. They should keep calm and be at their home only. And police have taken the position now, and we have asked for more force from Delhi. Also, we have alerted the military to come in. And police are fighting, and they are trying to get hold of those terrorists.
Right, Mr. Deshmukh, it's been gone on for now more than 2 hours, but the situation looks nowhere close to normal. It doesn't seem whether the police has been able to get that situation back to normal. What are your police officers telling you? Is this really the same group that's going from location to location? What are the details that you have, sir?
No, because you see, I'm just rushing to Mumbai. I'm in Kerala. I came
Yes,
for
sir.
the government function.
Yes.
Whatever information I'm getting on telephone. I will just rushing back to Mumbai immediately. Prime Minister and Congress President, they just called me on my mobile. And I just apprised them about this grave situation in Mumbai. And they're all concerned, and they said me that whatever help they need, they will immediately provide. And some special force, that commandos and all, we are asked for. And they will be reaching Mumbai by any time by plane from Mumbai.
Right. Mr. Deshmukh, one question. We do believe the Army and the CRPF, the paramilitary, as well as some officers of the Navy are now being pressed into action. Are you now going to get the Army onto the streets to assist the police?
We are just told them to be on alert. Whenever we require, we'll immediately call them.
Okay, what are your police officers telling you, sir? Exactly how many locations are under a terror threat currently, or in how many locations?
The report which I received, there are about 5 to 7 places.
Okay.
And they are all on the job. First of all, we have to rescue the people. Those who are injured are to be admitted in the hospital, and we have called all the doctors. And everybody is on the job.
Mr. Deshmukh, what's the briefing that you've received from your police officials as far as those 2 hotels are concerned, where we believe terrorists are inside and are still continuing to fire indiscriminately?
Yeah, they are inside, and the encounter is going on.
More updates on the Mumbai story coming up. Give a shout out to them as well. And I apologize, guys. We got to get to that latest out of Mumbai, India. The violence taking place there now. Possibly 55 people dead, more than 7 attacks. TJ Holmes takes it from here.
This is CNN Breaking News.
All right, and as Kira just said, the latest on what we've been watching in India right now. The number now, according to IBN, at least 55 killed in attacks that have been happening there. Several attacks, at least 7 different locations have been attacked there. IBN reporting also that 200 people have been injured. Now, the places that have been attacked that we know of, at least 2 luxury hotels, a crowded train station, a restaurant that's a landmark there, a police headquarters. But these attacks may still be going on. What we understand from authorities there, some of these attackers have been lobbing grenades, have been firing rifles and weapons and bullets. So 55 now is the word about how many have been killed. Jim Clancy is with me here from our CNN International to help us out on this story. And Jim, we talked about these locations where this is happening. One of these luxury hotels you have actually stayed at. Describe this hotel, the security around it, and I guess just the point of these being actually very much strategic locales that are being attacked.
Well, certainly, this is obviously, we are looking at 7 attacks. We are looking, and maybe more. We're looking at a very coordinated operation taking place at roughly the same time, unfolding right now. We don't know all the details. I think that's number one.
Okay.
We don't know what's happened, but you're right. I've been to that hotel. I visited the Oberoi. I visited the Taj Mahal. They have good security in place, but imagine this. Gunmen arrive, and they arrive with suitcases loaded with weapons and ammunition and hand grenades, and then they pull out small arms when they arrive at the security that is supposed to check those bags. That may be the way that they got into these hotels. Once inside, we're hearing accounts of all kinds of carnage in there, blood-stained floors, shoes abandoned by visitors who just simply ran out of them.
And explain the importance of these places. We talk about the police headquarters, these hotels in particular, this restaurant as well, the police station. Why these places?
Well, we don't know who's behind the attack, but we know the government's the target. And they pick these high-profile locations to reach out to the Indian people, to get publicity there. But when they hit the international travelers, and that's what we're talking about with the Taj Mahal and the Oberoi Hotel, when they go after this, there was a delegation of European lawmakers at the Taj Mahal. And this makes headlines then around the world. It makes you and I talk about it, and it increases the pressure on the Indian government.
All right, I'm told now we have with us a witness on the line from Mumbai who was actually at one of these hotels. I did not catch your name. If you can, say your name to me at the top and top here, and also tell me what you saw and where you were when all this went down.
It's Gautam Patel. I was in the Trident Hotel on the 11th floor when I heard two large sounds seemed like it was coming from within the hotel, and it sounded loud enough to suspect it was a bomb or some bomb blast. And then I looked on the left, from the window on the left of my hotel room, and I could see one of the restaurants in the neighboring hotel called the Oberoi. The restaurant was in flames, and I knew something was wrong. So left the room, went down the fire exit to the basement of the hotel, and I was escorted by some hotel staff to a large banquet room where I think there were about 150, 200 people, and the lights were out. And we were told to stay there until we had any further instructions. I was there for about an hour, and at that point we also heard a couple of other bomb blasts of the same magnitude, and I believe some machine gun fire. And then maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, we were told to assemble in groups of 10 people, and then we were going to exit the building, escorted to, and we were told to run across the street, clear of the hotel, to a neighboring cinema. We were standing outside the cinema, and by that point, I didn't see any police or anything around. So I called my driver and told him to meet me at a particular spot, and then drove home.
So where are you? You said you're home now. Did things seem to be, I guess, calming down at the point? You were at this hotel for so long, like you said, for an hour and several other minutes later, and you heard bomb blast still going on. Is there chaos around still? Is there panic? And people still worried that these attacks might still be ongoing?
From what I've heard on the news, there was a recurring bomb blast about literally 15 minutes ago at the same hotel. So I think it's recurring, and there are other parts of the hotel that are on fire right now. So yeah, I'm quite sure it's recurring.
And you were not able to see, like you said, you heard things, but did you see anything as far as any attackers?
No, did not see anything.
All right. Again, Mr. Patel on the line with us, a witness for us from Mumbai. We appreciate you. Jim Clancy, again, here still with us. And what is the government doing now? This could still be going on. I guess we're waiting to get more word, and we might still keep getting more reports of something else being attacked. What is the government doing right now?
Well, they're putting the army on the streets. That's what they're doing. They're going after the people that have taken over these hotels. As we look at the situation, and again, we don't know the full extent of it. There could still be hostages. They are still holding some parts of these hotels where there's so many international travelers and important business people that are there at those locations. This is a very dramatic move by the militants. The government has to respond as best it can right now.
And you said by the militants. There's sometimes the automatic speculation and assumption about who is going to get the blame, but is there anything out there just yet? Nobody taking responsibility just yet? What will the word be and the speculation be about who could possibly be responsible?
Well, as we look at the scenes that have unfolded here, it's pretty clear that this is going to go back probably to Islamic militants. The government is going to quickly point a finger at Pakistani militants in all of this. It's going to require all of us to take some time to really examine what has happened here. There's no doubt about the coordination. This is the kind of attack that takes months and months to plan. So you're going to see it point to Pakistan to begin with, but that has yet to be confirmed, like you say. There's been no claim of responsibility, but in this case, when people are looking at this, believe me, past is prologue.
And you talk about this takes so many months possibly of coordination, but they seem so, in some ways, erratic, like it's grenades and just firing. It seems like very simple ways of attacking some of it, but some bombings as well. But does that still require a high level of sophistication almost?
Certainly, everything from acquiring the weapons and getting them in place, getting the people that are going to carry these out. These are essentially suicide attacks. I doubt that the people inside those hotels, inside those restaurants that have carried out these attacks really expected to survive, TJ, in all of this. And at the same time, we know that they are committed to this cause. That all had to be put together. It cost money. There had to be transportation. Wow. They had to arrange all of this and pick their targets.
What do we know about the government's track record in tracking down those who have been responsible for attacks in the past?
Well, the government would be the first to tell you it has a good record at that. And if you look at the record, there is one. But these attacks have been going on since 1993, when a similar wave of bombings cost more than 250 lives. India is no stranger to all of this. But again and again, the government has been saying it's putting better security in place. And these hotels, I can tell you, TJ, they knew they were targets. Yeah. These places knew they were targets, prime targets, and they had their own security as well. There was Indian security at these hotels, outside, in the parking lot, at the entranceway, in the lobby, and still these people came in, and according to one eyewitness, were simply spraying the lobby with AK-47 fire.
Yeah, we want to remind our viewers, many of you may have just been joining us here, what we've been watching here the last couple of hours in India, attacks that have happened, at least 7 different spots in Mumbai, targeted mainly in southern Mumbai, but we know of 2 luxury hotels, a crowded train station there as well, a restaurant, a police headquarters, at least 55 dead, according to IBN, our sister network over there, and also 200 injured. Andrew Stevens, one of our reporters on the ground there for us, on the phone for us now. You set the scene. Tell us where you are, and tell us, do the authorities think these are still going on? Any evidence that they are continuing?
At this stage, it does appear that they are continuing in the Taj Hotel, the Taj Palace Hotel, and the Oberoi Hotel as well. There's also been reports coming in from one of the hospitals, one of the big hospitals in South Mumbai, where most of these attacks are taking place, is that there still may be an ongoing situation there. It is a very fluid situation, TJ. It's very difficult to confirm exactly what is happening. This is a vast, sprawling city. Just to give you the background, we are over here reporting. We were coming back from an assignment, and we are actually staying at the Taj Palace Hotel. We got to the palace. My producer got to the palace ahead of me. He found out there was an incident going on. The police had closed the area around. We couldn't get any closer. He advised us to go to the Oberoi Hotel. I got to the Oberoi Hotel just as 2 or 3 dozen people came running out in panic, and it appeared that there were gunmen in the lobby there. That's the background to it. Now, since then, this happened only about 2 hours ago. As you've just been reporting, there have been these explosions, gunfights, all across these at least 7 areas. We're now hearing that, and there has been firing heard in another hotel, the Ramada Hotel, which is in the north of the city. So at this stage, it does appear that this is ongoing. We don't yet know the scale of this situation. I just heard from, listened to an interview with a police spokesman who said that, who described this as terrorist attacks, confirming the targets that I just spoke to you about. At this stage, 4 or 5 people were dead in the Taj Palace Hotel. 4 or 5 people were dead in the Oberoi Hotel. I can't give you any more than that, but if anybody has been to Mumbai, they will certainly know the Taj Palace Hotel. It's a magnificent old building right on the waterfront in South Mumbai, which is a business district. It's a very luxury part of this city. This hotel is right next to the gateway of India. It's a very popular hotel with tourists and businessmen. We're also hearing that there could actually be a hostage situation in that hotel. There have been explosions heard in this hotel only in the last 10, 15 or 20 minutes. We've been hearing reports on local media. There has been explosions in the hotel. An eyewitness was interviewed on local television speaking in English, who said that he was in the Taj Hotel. He saw 2 gunmen coming down and taking about 15 hostages. He said those gunmen were asking for people with US or British passports. He said he thought about half had British or US passports. Now, TJ, I need to make it quite clear, CNN cannot confirm this at the moment. We're watching this. It's a very difficult city. It's virtually impossible to get around this city at the moment. I'm about half an hour away by car from where these attacks have been taking place. The city pretty much is in lockdown. Police are telling people to stay indoors. There are checkpoints now on the main road. So this is the situation at the moment.
And Andrew, do we know if anything and what is possibly being done to possibly protect other areas that are potential targets around the city?
Well, the government, the local state government, says it has ordered commandos into the city. It says that the Navy and the Army in this city, and there's a big naval base, particularly in Mumbai, have been put on alert. There are police flooding the streets of the city. Just on security, it was interesting. The Taj Palace was on absolutely high-grade security rating for the last couple of months in the wake of a bombing in Islamabad of the JW Marriott. The hotel here, which is also a luxury hotel, went on full alert. It only took that heavy security down last week, and it reverted back to a more normal security situation. That's where we were staying. It was quite easy for us to come in and out. People would check your bags. You go through a scanner, but it certainly wasn't difficult. It wouldn't have been difficult to get into that hotel. But obviously, in the wake of what's happened in the last 2 or 3 hours, there are, as I said, there are police flooding out across the city. There's also commandos who we're being told are being sent down from the capital, Delhi.
All right, Andrew Stevens, you stand by there for us as well. Jim Clancy here with me as well from CNN International. Again, a city you spent time in, a particular hotel that's still under siege, we understand, place you stayed in. What did you pick up listening to on-the-ground report there from Andrew Stevens? A few things he pointed out. These might be ongoing situations, not just a place was attacked and the attackers moved on. These might be hostage situations we have going on, and still issues happening still at the 2 hotels. And I'm getting word now that we have gotten word that IBN, our sister network, is telling us, in fact, there are 2 hostage situations going on at 2 different hotels there. So what else did you pick up? The Ramada he mentioned, another place that's possibly under attack. This sounds like a city under siege.
It is a city under siege. It's a democracy under siege. India, the largest democracy in the world. And militants have hit hard here. Again, they're hitting at the federal government. They're going after the government of India. And they're doing it by hitting some of these international targets because this is going to get them worldwide publicity for these attacks, get them more recognition. These are likely suicide commandos that are carrying this kind of a thing out right now. All of it, who the perpetrators are, we have to wait and find out. It is the response of the Indian authorities at the state level, the police, and as we heard, the Navy there. Others, as Andrew was telling us, it's just an unfolding situation that we don't yet know the true dimensions of.
What has been the track record as well of, like we talked about, these things go back to really 1993. There have been several, I guess, big attacks, if you will. Back in 1993, that was 257 plus, I believe, that were killed in that attack. And there have been several others where, I guess, major attacks. But what about the smaller scale things that happen in between those big ones? Are there still, I mean, the government does do pretty well about tracking down these terrorists before?
They've got good counterterrorism.
Yes.
They've got good police services. They will get to the bottom of this. But, you know, obviously what they would like to do is be able to prevent it. In this case, they obviously haven't been able to do it. Andrew Stevens pointed out they had only just taken down the increased security here. And as he also pointed out, if someone's determined to get into one of these locations and they come that well armed, 3 or 4 attackers armed with automatic weapons, there's almost no keeping them out. But right now, you can bet that that security is going to be reevaluated, and it may well be changed.
All right. Andrew Stevens, you still on the line with us there. I believe you are a reporter there in Mumbai, like you said, just a little outside of where these attacks happened. And again, reminding our viewers of what we're watching here. IBN telling us that at least 55 people are dead, another 200 plus injured, and we know of at least 2 hostage situations that are going on right now at 2 different hotels there. Terrorists have attacked at least 7 different locales, 2 luxury hotels, very well-known hotels there, a train station, a restaurant, a police headquarters. A lot of this happening in southern Mumbai. But right now, as Jim Clancy sitting next to me saying, this is a city right now under siege because these attacks didn't just happen and they ended. It appears that this is an ongoing situation right now, and these attacks continue. Again, 2 hostage situations that we know of going on at 2 separate hotels right now. We heard our Andrew Stevens that was on the phone, our reporter, saying well, some of these terrorists were going in asking for those who had British and American passports with them. So it appears that maybe some people are being targeted, some foreigners in particular being targeted. Now, there is a chief of police in Mumbai that we are hearing from right now, spoke about what's happening there, that situation. Let's take a quick listen to him.
The situation, absolutely, I mean, it's a grave situation, but we need the cooperation from the people. They should keep calm and be at their home only. And police have taken the position now, and we have asked for more force from Delhi. Also, we have alerted the military to come in, and police are fighting, and they are trying to get hold of those terrorists.
Right, Mr. Deshmukh, it's been gone on for now more than 2 hours, but the situation looks nowhere close to normal. It doesn't seem whether the police has been able to get that situation back to normal. What are your police officers telling you? Is this really the same group that's going from location to location? What are the details that you have, sir?
No, because you see, I'm just rushing to Mumbai. I'm in Kerala. I came
Yes,
for
sir.
the government function.
Yes.
Whatever information I'm getting on telephone. I will just rushing back to Mumbai immediately. Prime Minister and Congress President, they just called me on my mobile. And I just apprised them about this grave situation in Mumbai. And they're all concerned, and they said me that whatever help they need, they will immediately provide. And some special force, that commandos and all, we are asked for, and they will be reaching Mumbai by any time by plane from Mumbai.
Right. Mr. Deshmukh, one question. We do believe the Army and the CRPF, the paramilitary, as well as some officers of the Navy are now being pressed into action. Are you now going to get the Army onto the streets to assist the police?
We are just told them to be on alert. Whenever we require, we'll immediately call them.
Okay, what are your police officers telling you, sir? Exactly how many locations are under a terror threat currently, or in how many locations?
The report which I received, there are about 5 to 7 places.
Okay.
And they are all on the job. First of all, we have to rescue the people. Those who are injured are to be admitted in the hospital, and we have called all the doctors, and everybody is on the job.
Mr. Deshmukh, what's the briefing that you've received from your police officials as far as those 2 hotels are concerned, where we believe terrorists are inside and are still continuing to fire indiscriminately?
Yeah, they are inside, and the encounter is going on.
Okay. Mr. Deshmukh, just one final question. I'm sure a lot of people who have loved ones in Mumbai, or perhaps are switched on to their cell phone sets in Mumbai, are currently watching you. What would you like to say to them? Because these are really panic-stricken scenes that we are seeing, where the average Mumbaiker is really ducking, doesn't know where the next bullet is going to come from.
That is true, but you see, the situation is definitely it's a very serious situation, and we all are trying to control the situation. I can appeal to the people of Mumbai, please, as you have shown all the time, the spirit of Mumbai, and you have to be very cooperative, and you must inform the police if you find something suspicious or suspicious persons nearby, so that immediate action could be taken.
I understand the fact that you are currently on your way from Kerala to Maharashtra, but as far as the Joint Commissioner of Police, etc. are concerned, are they currently in a meeting? What's really happening on that front? If you could just give us a quick update on that.
I'm in touch with them, and I will come back to you.
All right, and again, the situation we continue to watch in Mumbai, in India today, where there have been terrorist attacks that are ongoing. We understand at least 7 different locales have been attacked today. According to government sources now, the number of dead is up to 78, and government sources also as well saying a couple of hundred at least have been injured as well. We will continue to follow this breaking news story. We have all reporters there on the ground. We will continue to follow this here at CNN and bring you the very latest as we get it.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And hello again, everyone. The breaking news story we're watching out of Mumbai in India, where at least 78 are dead, according to government sources right now, after a series of attacks. At least 7 different locations in India, in Mumbai specifically, have been attacked, most of them in the southern part of that city. Again, some 200, we understand, have been injured. But the thing is now that the attacks appear to be ongoing. They don't seem to have been one-time attacks in different places. It seems that the terrorists are moving around and possibly attacking different locations and new locations, but also some of the ones that have already been attacked are still under siege. We understand that a couple of hostage situations are going on at a couple of the hotels, the best-known hotels and resorts there in the city of Mumbai. The Taj and also the Oberoi have been attacked, but also hostage situations are happening there. We heard from one of our reporters on the ground that, in fact, we report that the terrorists were actually asking for British passports and also American passports. Anyone holding those, they wanted to identify those people. So it really is a city under siege, as I've been sitting here talking to my colleague Jim Clancy from CNN International, a man who has been to this city and spent some time in the city, and also specifically this hotel, the Oberoi, that is now under siege, as we say. And we talk about this, these hotels know they are targets. The government tries to help with the security there. The hotels themselves try as well with their own security. But sometimes in this situation, as we see, it's not enough.
No, it's not. It's the early morning hours now in Mumbai, the commercial capital of India, a teeming city of millions of people. And these attacks, for the most part, are taking place in what's called the southern area of the city. It's like a finger, a peninsula. You can think of Florida. There's a huge bay that separates it from the neighboring mainland. And this is an area of very high-priced real estate, if we can say that. A lot of office towers and a lot of luxury hotels. This is where the terrorists chose to hit as they carried this out. And it is far from over. This is what's most concerning. It's a night, an overnight of terror for the people in the city of Mumbai and for the government of India right now, and they do not know when it's going to end. And one can only, hazard a guess. What's it like for the people that may be held hostage this hour?
And we don't know, I want to reiterate here, don't know how many may be held hostage, but we do have word that the hostage situations are happening at 2 of those hotels. And again, a very fluid situation, and a situation now we've seen the numbers continue to change. It went from 16 killed, 18 killed, 40 killed, 78 killed is what we're up to now, according to government sources, and also that some 200 have been injured. We're looking at these pictures that have been coming into us for a little while now, and you can see the scene there. It is chaos. And we heard one of the CNN anchors, actually, who was interviewing the police chief of Mumbai, saying people don't know where the next bullet is going to come from there in Mumbai right now. But again, some of these pictures, many of them are hard to watch. People there trying to, as you see here, trying to get injured, trying to get help to those people right now. And Jim, again, these locations specifically, why would you want to go after this landmark restaurant? Why would you want to go after these 2 hotels in particular we've already talked a lot about? Why would you want to go after the police headquarters?
Because you can put more pressure on the government of India by going after international targets. You can discourage visitors from coming to the country and put economic pressure on India. Look at India, like every other country, is facing hard economic times. You could also be specifically targeting Westerners, and it's very disturbing, TJ, as you were outlining it there, to hear reports that they were asking for the passports, for those carrying passports of Britain or the United States to step forward. Were they really the targets here? Certainly the government's the target, but were they also going after some hostages in order to, extract some kind of a ransom?
What, and again, we talked about a few attacks we have seen here in the past several years, in the past 10, 15 plus years or so. Are these the ones, and again, we've talked about this a little bit earlier, I know already, but are these the ones that they go after? They want to get the attention. In between the big attacks, like the one in 1993, there was another one in 07 that killed 150 or so people. Are those the big, spectacular attacks that many of these militants, many of these terrorists want? Or are there smaller attacks in between that maybe don't get so much coverage here that still are meant to terrorize the people of that city?
Well, certainly there are smaller attacks that take place for perhaps individual reasons or for groups with limited capacity. This attack right now is really the biggest impression that I get from this. It's a major attack, there's no doubt about that. It was well organized, no doubt about that either. The most disturbing thing is it's not over. That hostage component to all of this, TJ, we're looking at the possibility that this won't be ended quickly. We may be talking about this hours, even days from now, as an ongoing situation. If they have hostages inside these hotels, the hotels are in some ways defensible for anyone who was able to get in there, and depending on how many people they got in. And we don't know the answers to those questions.
So if we're talking about, as you say there, this is a possibility, we could see this go on for some time. It seems like certainly right now this is an ongoing situation. If we see this, like you say, for the next few hours, next few days possibly, does this make this attack unique?
Well, I think it
what
would.
we are used to seeing.
Remember that they've attacked the Indian Parliament building, causing heavy casualties. They've done some pretty spectacular raids. That was eventually linked to Kashmir, I believe. This wouldn't appear to have that same reference point, if you will. We haven't had any claims of responsibility. It's only safe to wait the hours. I'm sure we're going to hear from the people that are behind this. There's no doubt that they want to claim responsibility for these attacks. They want to be identified as an organization that carried them out. There will be speculation about Al-Qaeda. There'll be speculation about Pakistani Islamists. There will be speculation about Kashmiri separatists and all of that. We're just going to have to wait, TJ, and see the outcome. My God, you look at these, these pictures are horrific. You know, the eyewitnesses saying that they just walked into the lobby of these hotels and opened up with automatic weapons.
And, you know, some of these pictures, to our audience here, we are seeing a lot of these ourselves, getting a lot of fresh video in and the fresh pictures. And again, a fluid situation here that continues. But the word, at least 78 have been killed in these attacks in Mumbai. At least 7 that we know of, different locations have been attacked. As we've been saying, 2 very popular luxury resorts there, a police headquarters, a crowded train station, also a restaurant have been attacked. And it's ongoing. As Jim Clancy, my colleague here from CNN International, has been saying, it appears to be an ongoing situation that will not stop. We do know that 2 hostage situations are going on at 2 of those particular hotels. The word is that many of these terrorists went in and started just shooting indiscriminately in these lobbies. You saw some of these pictures. There was blood all over the floor, smeared all over the floor, just chaos on the streets, and still in a couple of particular locations there. We do know that the government has mobilized, have put commandos, as our Andrew Stevens, on the ground reporter there, has gotten them out in force, trying to get this under control. But it is a city under siege, quite literally, as we've said, and 78 people killed in the attacks, at least another 200 injured. Those are the numbers we were getting from government sources so far. And Jim, bring you back in here. Is this a city, when you go to this city, is there evidence all around that they're always prepared and know that the next attack could be coming at any moment?
Oh, yeah, you're going to see heavier security than you see on any U.S. street for the most part. You're going to see guys armed with automatic weapons that are standing guard, especially around religious festivals and things that have in the past been targets. At these luxury hotels that we're talking about, there are people that are armed with automatic weapons that are there on sentry duty. Still, I think it would be easy to get over that. I do think at this time that the Indian government, no doubt, understands the severity of the problem and the impossibility of allowing this to go ahead for days. You can bet right now, we heard there from the police chief, or from others, I believe at IBN, that were telling us commandos have been put out on the streets. I think the Indian government is going to have to move swiftly to get the upper hand here, to get control of the situation. And sad to say, that poses a risk to the hostages that might be held in those hotels as well.
And we talked as well about, you know, it sounds like, it sounds erratic. It doesn't sound too organized when you hear that somebody walked in and just started shooting. It doesn't seem like, you know, that it
chaos,
would take,
yeah, the chaos is the strategy.
That is the part of it, as you were explaining there. You know, it's still that takes a whole lot of planning. This was quite coordinated.
That's, you know, they had the right weapons in place to hurl some hand grenades, to open fire with automatic weapons, to overpower the sentries and security guards that were in place. They had already analyzed that, no doubt. They're inside, and apparently, in at least a couple of locations, they are in control in some areas there. And our word is that they may have hostages. We have hostage situations here. Very concerning tonight. And, you know, you look at India, and yes, it's a city of the Orient, and it's, you know, beautifully colorful and everything. But remember, this is the biggest democracy in the world. More than 1 billion people here with very Western ideals. And it has been a target over the years. The Indian people have paid the price for their democracy.
All right, and I want to get now on the line, and I believe I have the name right. It's Sanjan Goher, someone on the line with us who is not in Mumbai, but we understand has friends who say they are being held right now at one of the hotels in Mumbai, who are being held hostage. Sanjan is with us from London on the line. Please explain to me how you come to know this information about your friends.
Well, I just correct you slightly that I do have friends in the Taj Hotel. They were escorted to a safe part of the hotel as soon as the gunmen entered that particular location. But they're being kept away from where certain individuals have been taken hostage. And it's a very worrying situation and an uncertain situation, because although India has been a victim of terrorism in the past, this type of attack and event has not been seen before. What was conveyed to me by my friends before they had to shut down their cell phones was that the gunmen were making a very clear statement of intent. They wanted to separate American and British citizens from other Europeans and basically use them as potential hostages. And what is, I believe, transpiring right now are two major counterterrorism operations in two hotels to try and ascertain just how big the situation is. Unfortunately, the whole of the city is currently being kept hostage. This isn't just happening in one part of Mumbai. This is happening in a number of different locations. Think about places like New York or Los Angeles. It's happening in the main centers. This is quite a big event, and certainly something that Indian counterterrorism agencies have not witnessed in the past.
And you say your friends, I understand. Thank you for making sure we got that straight at the top there. You say your friends, however, they are still in the hotel, but they are not under the control of any gunmen or any terrorists. I hear that correctly?
That's correct. They were in the bar when the gunmen entered the hotel. The security in the hotel was quite effective. They escorted as many people as they could to a safe location, a safe point where the gunmen couldn't actually enter. But what has happened, unfortunately, is that other people were caught up in the melee, and the gunmen are believed to still be there. In fact, when police tried to enter the location, grenades were actually thrown at them. And I do believe that so far the authorities have actually apprehended 2 terrorists and have killed 2 more. But it's believed there are many individuals that are involved in this particular type of operation. Certainly these individuals could not have approached these hotels without a car, without transportation. What often happens in hotels in the subcontinent is that there are checks done on their car at the boot in the back, but never are there checks done on the inside where the passengers are sitting. And these gunmen could have probably just taken their weapons on board with them without there being a proper security checks. And unfortunately, it's that type of gap and hole that can be exploited. And unfortunately, now we're seeing a situation where Westerners have been caught in the middle of this situation because India has become a major economic tourism destination. Mumbai is very much the economic hub. And unfortunately, as India becomes more successful economically and more important, you will see attacks like this take place.
All right, and stay with us, Jean, if you can. Again, a terrorism expert actually here on the line with us, talking to us about this from London, who actually has friends who are there and who are at one of those hotels. Well, we understand hostages are being held. However, his friends are not among those being held. Do have our Andrew Stevens, reporter who is there on the ground for us in India. Andrew, we talked to you just a short time ago. Do you have any update about the situation there that you can pass along to us? And also, just what do we know, and just what do you know just from looking outside as far as the chaos that is still going on in that whole area? I know you're a little ways away from where the attacks happened, but still, we understand that this is kind of branching out. All right, our Andrew Stevens, possibly not on the phone with us, our reporter there on the ground. We'll try to get him back up with us. Also, our Mike Brooks, security analyst, I believe have him with us right now as well. And Mike, you see things like this as far as trying to protect an area that some people, or a hotel or a building that people are just determined to attack. Do you get to a point where sometimes if you got just a determined terrorist out there, there's only so much you're going to be able to do?
Especially, absolutely, and you know, we heard just from Mr. Gohil. I mean, he's one of the premier experts in terrorism in the world right now, and I've worked with him on down at the University of Virginia in the Critical Incident Analysis Group, and he knows what he's speaking about. But when you have multiple attacks like this, TJ, you know, it's very, very difficult, especially at the late hour when you're looking at a hotel like this. There's a big vulnerability, just like there is at train stations. In fact, let me just point out, a lot of people have been asking me today since this happened, Mike, does this have anything to do with the terror threat in New York? I just want to make sure and to tell our viewers right now that it has nothing to do. They cannot link the threat here in New York City to the actions going on in Mumbai. So let me just, with that said.
But Mike, will some out there be trying to make sure there's not a link? Or do we have people working in the background to make sure this stuff has nothing to do, one has nothing to do with the other?
Oh, absolutely. And in fact, I just spoke with one of my federal law enforcement sources, and to make sure that was the case. And they say, no, right now they cannot make any link whatsoever. That would be kind of a quantum leap to say, yes, it's involved. But I can guarantee you the intelligence agencies out there, TJ, are looking and listening to hear anything at all to see if there's any chatter back and forth associated with Mumbai, but New York. But right now, I just want to say there is nothing right now linking the threat in New York to the actions in Mumbai. But I can tell you also, TJ, that the FBI, they have a legal attaché, which is basically the FBI liaison. They have an office there in Mumbai. And one of my FBI sources tells me that the Indian government doesn't usually ask the United States for help. So I'll be anxious to see whether or not, if there are Westerners and, U.S. citizens and Brits involved in this, whether or not they will ask for help. But one of the things also taking place right now, TJ, there in Mumbai, the U.S. State Department Bureau of Diplomatic Security, I can tell you one thing they're going to do right now, go through the entry papers of people who came into India from the United States to try to find out where they are and hopefully try to contact them to see if they're involved in this as possibly a victim or if they are safe. All right, Mike Brooks for us. You stand by. You're going to stay here with us with Jim Clancy here from CNN International with us here as well. Also, we're going to get a live report. Andrew Stevens there on the ground for us in Mumbai, in that area. He is there. We'll talk to him after the break as well. Also wanted to let you know about a statement we're just getting from the White House about what we're seeing. And it's a small, it's a two-line statement, but still from the White House saying, we condemn these attacks and the loss of innocent life. We continue to seek more information. That the initial statement from the White House, possibly going to get a bigger statement, more full statement in a little while from them. But again, want to remind you what we're watching. Mumbai, a series of attacks, an ongoing situation, a city under siege, at least 78 dead, 200 injured in this series of attacks. Stay here with us. We are continuing to monitor this situation. Be back right after a quick break.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And hello again, everybody. Letting you know the breaking situation we are keeping an eye on right now in Mumbai in India. A city that is under siege right now. A series of attacks today that have left some 78 people dead, another 200 injured. That according to government sources after a series of attacks in at least 7 different locations that we know of, including 2 very well-known luxury resorts there in Mumbai, also a police station, also a crowded train station, also another restaurant. But it's an ongoing situation right now. These weren't one-and-done attacks. It appears now that we have hostage situations that are going on in a couple of different hotels, the Taj and the Oberoi, these 2 luxury hotels there in town. We do not know how many hostages possibly have been taken, how many people are still being held right now. But we understand from a reporter on the ground that, in fact, these attackers were actually asking for people who held British or American passports. So it appears that maybe particular foreigners were targeted. We have our Andrew Stevens, I believe, still on the line with us. Our reporter there in Mumbai has been on the ground. And Andrew, you with us? I believe you are. Tell me the situation now. Does it any update from what we talked to you a little earlier? Have you been able to get any more information? And have you been able to just simply see, is the city essentially still in chaos?
The city is, apart from the affected areas which have been cordoned off, most of this city, from what I've been able to see around where we are, TJ, is pretty much indoors. I mean, the police have told people, directed people to stay indoors while this ongoing incident unravels. I mean, we just don't know where this is going to end. What you were saying there, I can't take it forward as far as numbers go, but I can confirm that listening to eyewitnesses on local television, it appears that some 15 or so hostages were taken at the Taj Hotel, and perhaps half of those may have had British or U.S. passports. I cannot confirm this. This was coming from an eyewitness there. It's obviously very difficult to confirm this at the moment. Well, what I can tell you is that apart from the hostages at the Taj Hotel, also getting reports that there are gunmen on the roof of that hotel who are lobbing grenades, hand grenades, at anti-terror forces which are gathered below. I'm just being passed a note by our producers to say that commandos have now arrived at the Oberoi Hotel. This is the second 5-star hotel in South Mumbai, where hostages have also been taken. We have no details yet on how many or what nationality, but what I can tell you is that local media is reporting now that commandos have arrived at the Oberoi Hotel. So, TJ, obviously an exceptionally fluid situation at the moment. We don't know how big, at what scale these attacks are going to end up being. Reports of gunfire heard at a hotel in northern Mumbai, the Ramada Hotel, another well-known chain. So this is still not over yet.
And that Ramada Hotel that you're mentioning there, that is a little ways away from where we have seen the rest of these attacks. Most of them, I do understand this right, have been in the southern part of that city?
That's right. That's what's worrying authorities at the moment. It appeared to be, these attacks appeared to be contained to the southern Mumbai area. Now let me just fill you in. The southern Mumbai area is a very wealthy commercial centre of the city of some 19 million people. It's where many of the big ritzy hotels are, also a lot of corporate headquarters down here, and some very wealthy individuals as well. In fact, the Taj Hotel, to anybody who's been to Mumbai, which is the commercial capital, would be easily recognised, because it's a huge Victorian-era building right on the waterfront next to the Gateway of India, which is probably the most famous landmark in Mumbai. So now we have reports of an attack. It would take about an hour to get to this hotel from the Taj, so in northern Mumbai. At the moment, that is an isolated report. We haven't heard reports from other parts of Mumbai outside that southern region, but at this stage we certainly can't say whether it's over or not. I just listened to an earlier interview you did with your security analyst talking about how gunmen could have got guns into a hotel like the Taj. We were actually staying, we are all, the CNN crew here, have checked into the Taj. We've been staying there for the last 3 days, and the only reason we were not there when the gunman arrived is we were coming back from an assignment. But you could drive the car virtually to the front door, and there was a fairly rudimentary scanning device and a guard giving a cursory look inside briefcases. So security certainly wasn't that high.
So, all right, our Andrew Stevens there making a point there about the security at these hotels. Jim Clancy here with me, a colleague from CNN International, the Oberoi hotel that you have spent some time in. What was security like when you were there?
Well, you know, the security was a bit better than that. There were people from time to time checking vehicles in the parking lot, and I think that's a fairly common practice, but perhaps not all the time. And we have heard reports that they had stood down some of the more intense security when we were listening to some of the people tell us what had been going on in Mumbai. Obviously, these hotels, these luxury hotels that were hubs for foreigners, international travelers, and business people, they well knew that they could be targets of terror. Did they let their guard down here? That's going to be something that's debated, I'm sure, in the hours, the days, the weeks ahead. But at this hour, you know, would it seem that what makes sense here is that any group of 3 or 4 people armed with automatic weapons could overpower any security that I ever saw at any of these hotels. They just weren't prepared for that. They had scanners to look to make sure they weren't bringing in a bomb. But these would appear to be people that were willing to risk or give their own lives in order to get into that hotel.
Is there any sense that maybe these hotels didn't want to, and maybe we know the answer to this, maybe we don't, they don't want to make those tourists who are coming over feel like they're staying in a place that's under siege, that's under some kind of military
you know,
lockdown?
it's pretty, you know, you're in the west of India here, you're in Mumbai, you know, a city, as we just heard, 19 million people, a teeming city. You know there's going to be some security. I don't know many international travelers that are going to resent seeing good security at their hotels. And I think that in all of these hotels, you had a sense that the security was adequate, certainly not adequate for this kind of an attack.
So this kind of an attack. And our Mike Brooks still standing by here with us. I'm going to get a question into you here in just a second, Mike. But first, I want to read a State Department statement that we just got a moment ago. And it says, I'm quoting here, "We strongly condemn the terrorist attacks that have taken place in Mumbai, India. Our sympathies go out to the family and friends of those killed and injured, and to the people of Mumbai. We are monitoring the situation very closely, and stand ready to support the Indian authorities as they deal with this horrific series of attacks. At this point, we are unaware of any American casualties." Again, that last line there, at this point, we are unaware of any American casualties. We did get the word that, in fact, from our Andrew Stevens, who's on the ground, one of our reporters who is there, talking about the reports he is seeing on local television. In fact, that 15 or so hostages are at the Taj Hotel, and that possibly half of them had U.S. or British passports. Again, this is according to a local news report that our reporter is seeing there, that possibly half of the hostages had U.S. or British passports who are being held right now at the Taj. We do know that the Oberoi, the other luxury hotel there's a hostage situation going on as well. Mike Brooks, this is all over the place. What do you, I mean, it's just so much happening. It seems like nothing really is getting under control, and there is no sense that this is about to stop anytime soon. And Jim Clancy even here mentioning we could see this thing go on for several more hours, certainly even a couple of more days, several more days. In what we're seeing here. Go ahead. You want to jump in?
No, absolutely, TJ. You know, and especially when you're dealing with a hostage situation like this, and you have with multiple locations. But you know, we talk about the security at the hotels, and what Jim and Andrew were talking about. Most of the time, security that you put in place at anywhere is usually intelligence-driven. So my question is, you know, did the Indian government have any intelligence that something like this was about to happen? That remains to be seen. I'm sure it's something that's going to be looked at, and that the U.S. officials there will be getting together with the Indian officials to find out whether or not there was any intelligence, maybe to drive a higher security profile. But right now, with the multiple locations you have with this incident, TJ, it's going to be very, very difficult because you have that command and control phase initially during a situation like this. And it sounds like right now that there's not too much command and not too much control whatsoever.
Not too much of either happening right now. Mike, you stand by with us. Thank you so much. I want to remind our viewers before we get a quick break in exactly what we are seeing and the latest that we know. 78 dead, 200 injured, according to government sources in India. After a series of attacks, 7 different locations at least have been attacked, and it appears that more are being attacked as we speak, trying to get confirmation on those, and this thing could be ongoing and ongoing. A terrorist situation, a city under siege in Mumbai, India. You're seeing some of these pictures, some of the latest that are coming into us of all that have been injured, all just some horrific scenes we have been watching. We will continue to monitor this situation. Stay here with CNN. A quick break. We are right back.
This is CNN Breaking News.
In our breaking story, a series of attacks we continue to watch in Mumbai, India. Happened just a little bit ago. It's coming up around the 3 o'clock in the morning hour, I do believe now, in Mumbai, India. So this is happening overnight. We understand that the city is pretty much indoors, according to our reporter there, after a series of attacks. At least 7 different locations attacked today. Some 78 people killed. 200 injured in these attacks. Those numbers could go up. We understand that this is an ongoing situation because we are learning of different places, new places, aside from the original 7 that we knew of, that are possibly being attacked now as well in different parts of the city. Most of these happen in the southern part of Mumbai. Now we understand that a hotel in the northern part of the city possibly under attack right now. 2 hostage situations still happening at 2 different hotels, the main resorts there, the Oberoi and the Taj Hotel, 2 hostage situations. According to our reporter there on the ground, listening to the local media reports, that possibly half of the citizens, or excuse me, half of the hostages at one of those hotels, the Taj, could be holding U.S. or British passports. Reportedly, some of these terrorists went in and started asking for people who were holding British or American passports. But the attacks happened through grenade attacks, also through gun attacks, gunmen walking into the lobbies of some of these hotels and just firing indiscriminately. You're seeing some of these pictures as we've been getting them over the past several hours and minutes, and they continue to come into us, and we continue to bring you the latest on this very scary situation. And Jim Clancy, my colleague, has been with me for the past hour from CNN International here, a city that you have spent some time in. Tell us about, once again, the southern part of this city. This is the hub of this city. This is a major sprawling democracy, as you talked about, but the significance of the southern part here is just it's a big financial hub.
It is. It's like going into the financial district of many large cities. You'll see tall, multi-story, glass-covered towers rising up, the office buildings for some of the major Indian and international firms there, and surrounding that on either side of what is a peninsula that makes up this part of Mumbai, you will see some of these luxury hotels looking out on it. And those hotels have known for some time that they could be targets. They have what I would consider to be better than normal security. Obviously, in this case, it wasn't up for it. And what we have is a city of 19 million people, not under lockdown, certainly, but certainly undergoing a night-long ordeal here with terror, coming to grips with this. And this isn't going to be like many of the bombings that they've seen in the past in different locations. Where it happens, suddenly it's over, and the police begin their investigation. As you've rightly noted here, TJ, this is an ongoing hostage situation that may include foreigners. We don't know that for sure at this time. We do know from reports that we got that they were looking for Americans, that they were looking for people carrying British passports as well. There was a member of the some members of the European Parliament there who were on a they were at the Taj Palace Hotel, the Taj Mahal Hotel. They were there on a visit. One of them recounted how, and they escaped to the basement. One of them recounted how suddenly he saw this guy next to him standing there and spraying the lobby with gunfire, and he was able to slip into the kitchen and slip away. We're going to hear more accounts like that, but right now we're still really in a fluid situation.
And as you mentioned there about possibly Americans and British citizens being held hostage, we do want to note that we got from the State Department that from a statement they are unaware of any American casualties in this thing. Again, the State Department says unaware of any American casualties. Mike Brooks, I want to get another quick question in to you here. What do you do? How do you stop somebody if they decide they just want to walk into the lobby of the place and start spraying it? These places have adequate and certainly better than adequate security, better than most, but still, how do you stop that?
TJ, just like Jim was saying, there is not that much, and what Andrew Stevens, our reporter on the ground there, was saying, there really is not much. And if you have a determined terrorist, it's going to be very, very difficult to stop that person from their initial actions, whether it be gunfire, whether it be explosives. If they have their mind set to it, they will go ahead and carry out this act. And that's one of the things that law enforcement officials here in the United States are always concerned about. These same kind of things.
These same kind of things. Mike Brooks, our security analyst, has been with us this past hour, again, watching this situation. Jim Clancy as well, a colleague from CNN International, has been with us as well during this story. But again, I will leave you with the headlines that we have been watching out of Mumbai, India. A series of attacks, at least 7 different locations attacked, 78 people killed, 200 injured at least, in an ongoing situation. These were not one and done as we speak. We will continue with our coverage here on CNN. Miles O'Brien sitting in today in the Situation Room. Miles.
PJ, happening now. Breaking news. Terror in India. Americans reportedly targeted in a series of attacks with guns and grenades. New details are coming in on the death toll, and we have reports of Western hostages. Plus, an uncomfortable question for Barack Obama. Is his growing economic team packed with Clinton-era retreads? This hour, the new additions and a testy exchange to tell you about. Wolf Blitzer's off today. I'm Miles O'Brien. You are in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we begin with the breaking news from India. A coordinated attack on multiple locations in the nation's financial capital, Mumbai, formerly known as Bombay. A state official now says 78 people have been killed. Attackers with automatic weapons and grenades targeted locations, including 2 luxury hotels frequented by Westerners, a popular restaurant, a railway station, and a hospital. There are reports coming in that the attackers demanded passports and were seeking out U.S. and British nationals. Mumbai police say gunmen are holding hotel customers hostage, perhaps as many as 15. So far, no claim of responsibility, but this is set in the context of Muslim terrorism in Mumbai and in India, which has been ongoing in recent years. CNN's Andrew Stevens is on the phone from Mumbai now. He is in the middle of this scene. This is a city that is paralyzed right now. Andrew, set the scene for us.
Miles, for the last 3 hours, this has been a city becoming increasingly in lockdown. We are still in the middle of an ongoing situation. We cannot say yet just how big the scale of this is. There have been, as you say, multiple attacks on multiple targets. At the moment, there is, as we understand it, a hostage situation in both of these 2 5-star hotels. The Taj Palace Hotel, which is probably the best-known hotel in Mumbai, and the Oberoi Hotel, which is only about 5 minutes drive away from the Taj. Now, what we've been hearing and what I have heard from an eyewitness was interviewed on local television here. He said he was in the Taj. He saw 2 gunmen coming down into the lobby where there were guests. They rounded up some 15 people, 15 hotel guests. He said they were asking anyone or whether anyone had British or American passports. He said several were taken by the hostages. He could not give numbers, and I just want to repeat, I cannot personally confirm this. We have not been told this by the authorities, but that's what is being told on air at the moment. So there is a hostage situation in both the Taj. We're also being told that there are gunmen on the roof of that hotel lobbing hand grenades at anti-terror specialist operatives on the ground. 5 minutes away at the Oberoi Hotel, there is also a hostage situation there. We have fewer details about that at the moment, but also reports coming in that there may have been firing in another hotel in another part of the city. So we don't know actually whether this is confined to this southern area of Mumbai where I am, or it's actually spreading out across the city at this stage. I spoke to an eyewitness in the Taj Hotel just about 5 minutes ago, Miles, and he said everything there had been dead quiet for the last hour or so. But he's been told he's sitting in a room, the lights are off, there's no television, there's no communications. He was just told by the front desk to stay put, and they will advise him.
All right, Andrew, let's try to sort through this as best we can. First of all, at this point, we're hearing reports of possibly 7 locations targeted. As you say, it's a fluid situation, probably still going on. Do those numbers jive with what you're hearing there on the ground?
Yes, that's right. 3 hotels, these 2 I mentioned, the Taj and the Oberoi, another hotel, the Ramada in the north of the city, the hospital, the Central Railway Station, which is a place where hundreds of thousands of people travel day and night, a very, very busy place. The Leopold's Cafe, which is a very popular tourist cafe, just very close to the Taj as well. And also, we're hearing reports from the domestic airport that there may have been an explosion there in or underneath a taxi. So around about 7 at this stage, Miles.
Okay, so including the airport, so is there some concern about additional activity, additional hostage-taking or attacks, and what do we know about that?
Well, because the situation hasn't been brought under control, there is a huge amount of concern about what could happen next. Obviously, the international airport is being, security is being ramped up, obviously, right across the city at the moment, the international airport particularly. That's what we are hearing. Also, the government says it has dispatched some 200 commandos, and just a few minutes ago, there were pictures showing commandos arriving around the Oberoi Hotel. The Navy, there's a very big naval base in Mumbai. Both the Navy and the Army have been put on alert, says the government, but not actually activated.
And Andrew, if you could help us understand, on a typical, it's now what, 2 or 3 in the morning there, on a typical day, midweek there, how many Westerners would there be in that city? How many British nationals? How many U.S.?
Difficult to say, Miles, but I have been staying in the Taj. CNN has had a crew in Mumbai all week on assignment, and we've been staying in the Taj. There would be, I would say, at least half of the guests there would be Westerners. I'm pretty sure it would be the same at the Oberoi. Mumbai is the commercial capital of India, and as you know, India is booming at the moment, so there is a lot of business, a lot of international business now happening in Mumbai. You get a lot of people flying in from all over the place doing deals here. The Taj and the Oberoi are probably the first 2. They're the top of the list for anyone coming in doing business here, wondering where to stay. They go to one of those two hotels. Also, there's a lot of companies in here, a lot of U.S. companies coming in here, a lot of European companies coming in here as well. So it's becoming increasingly sort of cosmopolitan. Certainly, I was here 10 years ago. It wasn't that big a Western population, but these days, much, much bigger.
All right. Andrew Stevens, please stand by there in Mumbai. As we continue our coverage there, we'll allow you to make a few phone calls for a few moments and get a sense as we see some pictures coming in from the various agencies there and our sister network, IBN, of a panic scene there as what appears to be a coordinated terrorist attack, which might very well still be going on right now. At least 7 locations in Mumbai on the western coast of India. And most ominously of all, it appears that they've specifically targeted Westerners, British and U.S. nationals at locations where they would be frequenting Mumbai. And as Andrew Stevens said, many Westerners in that city doing business in what is a boom time for India. Let's bring in Zain Verji, who covers the State Department for us, who's been on the phone with Foggy Bottom. Zain, what are you hearing?
Well, the State Department has issued a statement, and it's essentially condemning the attacks and offering sympathies to the people in Mumbai, as well as to friends and families of those that may have been killed or injured. The State Department is also saying that it's monitoring the situation. It supports the Indian authorities as they try and figure out and deal with this situation that's unfolding. The State Department has also said that they are unaware of any U.S. casualties, but are checking. We're also just learning 2 miles from CNN's sister network, IBN, that commandos have entered the Oberoi Hotel where the tourists were taken hostage. 9 suspects have been detained across Mumbai by police. Navy and police, the network is reporting, are trying to enter the Taj Hotel, and there are about 100 or so tourists stuck at the Taj Hotel. These are 2 luxury hotels in Mumbai. I've stayed at the Oberoi before. There's not really any extra security there, but I mean, it's there, but it may not have been beefed up to deal with a situation like this.
Let's be clear about this situation at the Oberoi. You say commandos are inside that hotel. Are we to presume that the hostage situation there is over?
It's unclear. This is a situation that's unfolding right now. This is also a city, Miles, that has experienced terrorist attacks in the past. Just a few years ago, about 190 people were killed in a series of commuter train bombings over rush hour. It's important to understand that that right now many in India will say it's Pakistan, it's Muslim militants, but there's also been cases where Hindu extremists also have been arrested in the past and may also be suspected here. I've been on the phone with Indian and Pakistani embassy officials. They said that they're talking to each other and trying to figure it out.
All right, so we won't jump to conclusions on that just yet. Zane, you get back on the phones and continue working your sources. Barbara Starr joining us now from the Pentagon with word on what they're hearing there. Barbara, I assume that there is, you know, if you will, a situation room there right now for this particular incident.
Absolutely, Miles. I can tell you that, you know, top senior officials here who were just beginning to pack up and go home for the Thanksgiving holiday, now their phones are ringing. A lot of questions being asked. Top officials in the National Command Center here in the Pentagon making phone calls, trying to find out what's going on. What they are emphasizing here, in the words of one source, is there's more we don't know than we do know. First reports very sketchy and not at all confirmed at this point. But what our sources are telling us, at this point, they do not believe any U.S. military personnel were visiting either of these hotels tonight at the time of these attacks. They don't believe there were any so-called official Americans involved at this point. What our sources are saying is, to the extent that it is the case that there are Americans potentially hurt, injured, captured, being held hostage, and none of that is absolutely confirmed. They believe those, in fact, would be American tourists visiting the area at this time. As all of my CNN colleagues are reporting, these are some of the hotels when we talk about official Americans, diplomats, military personnel, high-level government officials from Western countries. When they travel, these are some of the hotels they stay in. It's very similar to what we saw tragically a few months ago at the Marriott Hotel in Islamabad, Pakistan, another hotel known to be a place where official Americans stay. This is very well known around the world. So what the U.S. military is now looking at is to try and get the facts about what happened and who may have been behind this. I think everyone is commenting right now that this, by all accounts, is very well coordinated, very well planned. There was some organization behind this that they're trying to learn more about. Miles?
Well, and it seems quite clear on the face of it, Barbara, that if the goal was to focus, was to target Westerners, these were the targets.
Absolutely. Again, what people are saying is, you know, we may learn much more in the coming hours that could potentially change this story significantly. But based on what we know now, it certainly does appear Americans, possibly British citizens, other Westerners, very specifically targeted because it's so well understood that these are the types of hotels that visiting American tourists and visiting official Americans stay at. One other official commenting to me that what they will be looking for is to see if the Indian government pinpoints a possible perpetrator, and nobody has seen that just yet, Miles.
All right, Barbara Starr, obviously chaotic situation in Mumbai, and it's going to be a little bit of time before we can sort this out and get an indication as to who the suspects might be. But just to reiterate what's going on here at a celebrated hotel in Mumbai, the Taj Palace, there appears to be a hostage situation ongoing there involving some number of Westerners, British and U.S. nationals, we believe, in the midst of this coordinated terror attack on the financial center of the country of India, an attack that, as far as we know, could still be ongoing. So we're watching it very closely. Let's bring in Zain Verjee, who has some additional information for us. Zain.
Miles, this is from CNN's sister network again, IBN. They are reporting right now fresh firing at the Oberoi Hotel. They're also reporting that 3 policemen have been killed in attacks and 2 terrorists have been shot dead. Mumbai is one of the largest cities in the world, Miles. There's something like 16 million people live in this commercial capital. We're trying to figure out the situation as the scene is unfolding. Again, many in India tonight will remember a few years ago where there was really a slew of bombings like this across the country, some blaming Muslim militants, some blaming and arresting Hindu extremist suspects.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the Oberoi. As we understand it, near the Taj Palace, also frequented by Westerners. Once again, do we have the sense that this was part of a commando raid in an attempt to break up this hostage attempt? And is that still an ongoing firefight there between the commandos and the terrorists?
It appears to be some kind of firefight between both sides. We understand that the commandos, according to IBN there in India, that they have entered the Oberoi Hotel where these tourists were taken hostage, and there seems to be some fresh firing from that hotel. It's unclear who's firing on who or whether there is in fact an exchange of gunfire, but we understand that 3 policemen have been killed and 2 terrorists have been shot dead, and we'll bring more information as we get it, Miles.
All right, and just so you know, I think in the upper right corner of that screen there where that live bug is, I don't think that is actually live right now. This is a videotaped loop that we have playing right now. Just to clarify for you that we're taking in pictures as we get them from Mumbai. We'll get you the freshest pictures as soon as we get them. Let's go now to Washington. Kelly Arena, who covers the Justice Department, the FBI, for us. Kelly, in a situation like this, obviously fairly quick consultation with the authorities there in the way of helping out with any sort of investigation, but also, I imagine, a lot of concern about possible U.S. nationals, official U.S. representatives on the ground there in Mumbai. Do we know anything about this?
That's right, Miles. That is the first concern. I will tell you there is no FBI presence in Mumbai, so there's no first-hand information coming in. FBI does have employees in New Delhi, but until there's a request from Indian authorities, those officials will stay put. There's no information at this time that there were any official Americans killed at this point. I believe that Barbara Starr got similar information from her sources. No one is claiming responsibility for this attack yet, but this is a very different terror attack than we have seen in the past. Previous attacks, there were IEDs, improvised explosive devices that were used. The targets were softer, easier to access targets. This time, these militants struck harder targets and more of them in a very coordinated fashion. You know, they didn't leave bombs to blow up. These guys knew that they could be killed or captured in this
Kelly,
attack.
I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt you because we have some additional information coming in here. Zain Verjee, what do you have for us?
Miles, more from IBN. We're learning now that Mumbai's anti-terror chief has been killed. We're learning, too, that these attacks were coordinated. IBN also reporting that 2 terrorists are now still holed up in the Oberoi Hotel. There is a group that has claimed responsibility, apparently in an email. We'll share more details when we get them, but the name of this group is Deccan Mujahideen. We're learning, too, that there's been firing also at the Ramada Hotel in Juhu, as well as at Kama Hospital, which is a hospital for women and children. So a claim of responsibility by Deccan Mujahideen, as well as we're learning of more terrorists being killed and the anti-terror chief of Mumbai, also killed.
All right, let's go through that. First of all, let's underscore for our viewers the source here. IBN is our sister network in the country of India. The terror chief himself.
Yes.
Was he on the front lines of this? Do we know anything about the circumstances which led to his death?
It's not clear what the circumstances are right now, whether he may have been killed in the initial series of attacks or may have been killed in the exchange of fire or anywhere in between. It's just unclear, but we do have from IBN that he has been killed.
Okay, and just to clarify, of course, the anti-terror chief would be more correct in this case. Now, this group, Mujahideen, we presume them to be an Islamic group. This is set against a backdrop of an effort by Islamic groups in India to create an Islamic society, essentially. And the bombings that we've seen in recent years, while a little bit different, Kelly Arena was talking about how there were improvised explosive devices. I believe they used pressure cookers on the trains to create the bombs. This is a different kind of attack, a different feel to it than the other ones.
It does, absolutely. I mean, people in India watching this, experiencing it, will be thinking about a series of bombing attacks across the country. Back in, I think it was July 2007, something like 190 people were killed with commuter train attacks during rush hour. Police then had arrested suspected Hindu extremists in the attack. There's been a wave of more bombings across India. This group, Deccan Mujahideen, may be one of many Islamic militant groups. That's not been confirmed that it is in fact them, but in India it's clearly a target from many Pakistani Muslim militant groups. Kashmir has obviously been an issue between the two countries. Lashkar-e-Taiba operates in those areas, but we don't know if there's any Hindu extremist role in this. We're still trying to figure out its early stages, but there is a claim of responsibility in an email.
All right, let's move it now to Kathleen Koch at the White House. Obviously, the beginning of a holiday weekend here in the United States. Nevertheless, the White House obviously getting this information pretty much as we are as well. Kathleen, any comments so far?
Well, Miles, certainly the White House is watching these very disturbing series of attacks with great concern, unfolding as they are in a major city, in a country that is one of the United States' most important allies in Asia. And a comment came not long ago from Deputy Press Secretary Tony Fratto, who said, quote, "We condemn these attacks and the loss of innocent life. We continue to seek more information." And that's very much the story here at the White House. Miles, as you've heard, also at the Pentagon and State Department, U.S. officials are really trying to figure out just what has happened, who might be responsible. As Zane just reported, we have this claim of responsibility from the Deccan Mujahideen. Who is this group? And perhaps the largest question right now, who may they be holding? There are these reports, as we've heard throughout the afternoon, that Americans, that British citizens may have been targeted, and again, that these are hotels that they certainly frequented. So a great deal of concern here at the White House about this situation, because certainly this is a country, a very important ally for the United States, a nuclear ally. Well, the United States is India's largest trading partner, and certainly the U.S. is very interested in promoting stability in India. Back to you, Miles.
All right, Kathleen Koch at the White House. Thank you very much. CNN's Jim Clancy, one of our more seasoned international correspondents, joining us now from Atlanta. Jim has traveled extensively in the region. Jim, first of all, the group, Deccan Mujahideen, I know it's hard to keep up with all these groups, but do we know anything about it?
Never heard of them. It's safe to say this is an Islamic group, but, you know, you have to remember, all it takes is two guys and a telephone to claim responsibility for one of these things. In this case, a computer with access to email. That's all this is right now. We're going to have to wait and be patient here. My thoughts turn, it's 10 minutes to 3 in the morning in Mumbai. There are hostages being held there. They face two risks. One, again, by the people that are holding them. The second, by an Indian government and military that is desperate to see this business over with by the time people wake up a few hours from now all across India. They are going to try to take the situation back at the Oberoi and at the Taj Palace hotels there in South Mumbai. These people's lives, the people that are being held, are really in more danger this hour than probably at any other time, Miles.
All right, yeah, let's underscore that point. We're talking about an ongoing situation here. We're talking upwards of 9 sites that have been targeted, perhaps more, perhaps still undergoing. Jim, give us a sense, given the backstory here, and given the fact that this city, unfortunately, has been targeted by Islamic terrorists in the past, and many people have lost their lives, more than 200 people in the last significant bombing back in 2006. Give us a sense of the level of security that would be present in this city on a typical day.
On a typical day, you're going to have police in the streets that are going to have weaponry. I wouldn't say it's an overwhelming presence, but they are out on the streets. At these hotels, there are police. At least when I was staying at the Oberoi, visiting the Taj Palace, some of these hotels, going to some of these locations, it wasn't unusual at all to see police with automatic weapons that were standing outside the hotel. At certain times, our luggage was checked even before we came in. There are scanners at the entrance to these hotels. A lot of that is really aimed in order to make the international travelers, international politicians and diplomats, as Zane was telling us, the military, as we heard there from Barbara Starr, to make them feel a little bit more secure. But how effective could they be? You know, when you look at a situation where 3 or 4 men armed with automatic weapons suddenly present themselves at the front entrance. Tonight,
well, and of course, add to that mix, Jim, the possibility that they would be willing to sacrifice their lives in this case, and very, very, really impossible to defend against. All right, Jim, please stand by, stay close. We're getting in additional material. As you can see, it's coming in constantly, leaning heavily on our sister network in India, IBN, and we're hearing from some survivors who are now describing what happened as the attackers unleashed their horror. Listen to them.
I was in the Trident Hotel on the 11th floor when I heard 2 large sounds seemed like it was coming from within the hotel. And it sounded loud enough to suspect it was a bomb or some bomb blast. And then I looked on the left, from the window on the left of my hotel room, and I could see one of the restaurants in the neighboring hotel called the Oberoi. The restaurant was in flames, and I knew something was wrong, so left the room, went down the fire exit to the basement of the hotel, and I was escorted by some hotel staff to a large banquet room where I think there were about 150, 200 people, and the lights were out, and we were told to stay there until we had any further instructions. I was there for about an hour, and at that point we also heard a couple of other bomb blasts of the same magnitude, and I believe some machine gun fire.
All right, let's now check in. Of course, anytime a news story breaks these days, we get a lot of help from people on the internet, people with cameras, picture phones right there on the scene. Abby Tatton has been watching that for us. Abby, what are you seeing unfolding on the internet?
Miles, we went to Flickr, we went to Twitter, and we saw this unfolding as we were looking and seeing what was coming in. This is from Vino Kumar Ranganathan. His neighborhood is in Colaba. This is in the southern tip of Mumbai, and right now it's absolutely strewn with debris. I just spoke to him, and he talked me through the last couple of hours what this felt like for a resident as this was unfolding. About 11 p.m. local time, he heard 2 loud blasts from his apartment. He says he's within sight of the Taj Hotel. The TV at that time was reporting that something was happening at the train station, so he headed off there, thinking it was about 4 or 5 kilometers away, but this was right outside his building, a petrol station that is right outside where he lives, a gas station which appeared to have been targeted separately. Police at the scene said there had been a grenade attack on that gas station. He didn't see too many injuries, just a couple of minor injuries. But as he was standing here, and at this point he'd heard of 2 attacks already, one at the train station, one at the gas station. At that point, they heard gunfire nearby as well. He said lots of people were collecting on the streets, nervous. They don't know what's happening next. Right now, he's back in his apartment uploading those pictures and updating all the people around the world that are following what he's doing online. Miles?
All right, Abby Tatton, you continue that effort, and I'm sure we'll be getting more information as this rather ominous picture continues to take shape as we continue to receive our exclusive video from our sister network, IBM, in India. Let's go back to the scene, to Mumbai. Andrew Stevens of CNN was there with a crew at the time. First of all, Andrew, I didn't ask you, where were you when this all unfolded?
Miles, we were coming back from an assignment, and we were just, we were in a convoy of two cars. Now, the first car just got to the Taj when they called us to say there is an incident at the Taj. We can't get in. We're being moved on by the police. It's very chaotic scenes at the moment. We advise you to go to the Oberoi Hotel, and we'll regroup there and discuss what we're going to do. So I went to the Oberoi Hotel, which is only about 5 minutes away, and just as we arrived, people came flocking out of the hotel. Probably about 30 or 40 people came running out of the main entrance of the hotel, sort of cowering behind pot plants and running up the street. And we got out to find out what was going on. The security guy told us that there were two men fighting in the lobby, but it didn't seem that a fight in the lobby would produce that sort of reaction. And we tried to get in a little bit further. We were pushed back by security and basically moved on and told to get out of the scene. And then we just kept on being moved on by police. But it was interesting, as we were coming out, there were a lot of cars coming towards us from the area of the Taj. They were driving on the wrong side of the road. There was a real sense of panic. These cars, they were just basically getting out of town and whatever way they could. And I've just been watching some amateur footage on local TV here, Miles, and it shows an SUV with a red light on the top driving past a lot of camera positions, and gunmen inside apparently opening fire on these camera positions. Now, this was down near the Taj Hotel, so that was sort of sparking the panic, the chaos in that area. Then, as we know, gunmen went into that hotel. There are still gunmen in that hotel. There are hostages in that hotel. In the Oberoi, gunmen have also been in there. They are still in there. There are still hostages in that hotel as well. Just after I spoke to you about 10 minutes ago or so, it was being reported that commandos had gone into the Oberoi Hotel. A large explosion had been heard. We haven't heard any more than that. We know, or we're being told, about three-quarters of the hotel has already been evacuated, but a huge blast at the hotel. Obviously very difficult to get to information now because so much of the city and that area obviously has been cordoned off. So we're relying on police reports to glean the information through the local channels here, Miles.
All right, Andrew, I think we've seen that piece of video. You were talking about that amateur video. We'll try to get that looped in and playing in just a moment. But in the meantime, I'm curious, here we go. There's a shot. It shows what almost appears to be a police van, I guess. It's got the red lights on it. And as it passes through here, you see people ducking for cover there. Andrew, is it your sense that they had used police vehicles, perhaps uniforms, in this attack?
Well, that's the speculation, Miles, that this vehicle may have been hijacked, it may have been just taken, the police overpowered and used for their own purposes. That's all I can tell you about that at the moment. But one piece of other information I can tell you that there has been, just in the last couple of minutes, a claim of responsibility by a group called Deccan Mujahideen. Now, I've been talking to our bureau chief, our India bureau chief in Delhi, and he doesn't know them. He hasn't heard of them. Commentary here says this is a little-known, virtually unknown group called Deccan Mujahideen. That is a claim of responsibility. That's all we can say at the moment. Obviously, we can't pin anything on them, but there has now been one claim of responsibility. But in answer to your question, I mean, this was what appears to be a very coordinated attack. At least 7 positions, 7 targets were hit pretty much simultaneously, or certainly within a few minutes of each other. So this looks like it was quite a sophisticated operation.
Andrew, we're looking at how sophisticated it was right now as we see a police van, essentially. People, of course, not having any reason to be fearful of that. And then all of a sudden it opens fire on a crowd there. Do you know where that occurred in the city? Was that very near to those hotels we've been referring to?
I understand that's actually quite close to the Taj Palace Hotel. I don't know how much of that video you've been watching, but you see quite clearly at least one person has been shot in that video, holding his hand. It looks like he's been shot through the hand. But it appears to be that video was actually down just next to the Taj Palace Hotel.
All right, and Andrew, just a quick question. You and your crew, are you in a safe place right now?
Yeah, we are in a safe place, Miles. We are attempting to get the a satellite up and going live, but we're okay at the moment. As I say, certainly this part of the city has been locked down pretty much by police. You just can't get out and about at the moment.
All right, Andrew Stevens, be safe there in Mumbai as this ongoing situation continues. 9 sites at least targeted, multiple deaths, word of Western hostages in at least one hotel, U.S. and British hostages, a situation that is very dynamic indeed. And in the course of this, we see amateur video that indicates not only was it coordinated and sophisticated, it was potentially well-funded using police vans, potentially police uniforms on the part of the terrorists to accomplish their deed. Let's bring in Pat DeMuro now. He is a former FBI assistant director, helps us out on security matters. Pat, watching that video, I don't know if you've had a chance to see it, but what it shows is people, unsuspecting people, obviously in a state of worry prior because of what's been going on in that city, but watching this van go by, and all of a sudden it just opens up on the crowd. This should tell us something about the sophistication of this group.
Well, you're right, Miles. You know, since 9/11, we've seen a lot of decentralized Islamic radical groups trying to form organizations and conduct these types of attacks. That's the one thing we know, that after the 15 to 20,000 individuals, assumed 15 to 20,000 individuals going through those training camps in Afghanistan, have formed these splinter groups with affiliations with radical fundamentalists. Now, while they're decentralized, does not mean that they're not well trained.
Yeah, so tell us about that. Who does the training in these cases? How do they coalesce? Is it through the internet? Where do they meet? This kind of thing, because this obviously takes a lot of effort to pull something like this off.
Well, there's a lot of intelligence indicating that they're trying to resurrect some of the camps in Afghanistan. There have been camps that popped up in Iraq that are training radical fundamentalists, radical Sunni extremists that wish to conduct these types of attacks. We've seen numerous groups, Ansar al-Islam, Tablighi Jamaat, you know, numerous groups coming out of those training camps in Afghanistan that have splintered since 9/11 and now are trying to conduct their own decentralized types of attacks.
You know, it's interesting, Pat, we've talked about this before, but we worry so much about al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda doesn't even really need to be in business in order, because these groups can become inspired by the cause on their own right.
That's true. They're inspired by groups like al-Qaeda, and what bin Laden was successful in doing is creating those training camps and running those training camps for a significant amount of time that thousands of individuals can go through them. Now, while al-Qaeda doesn't have to be centralized to control these attacks, these groups affiliate with radical fundamentalism.
Yeah, and it does have the hallmarks of an al-Qaeda-style attack, that coordinated synchronicity that we've seen in so many of these al-Qaeda attacks. Zane Verjee, right beside me here, has some additional information for us. Zane, what do you know?
The State Department is saying that all American consulate employees have now been accounted for. Senior State Department officials are telling us that they're actually getting all their information, Miles, about this situation at the hotels and what's unfolding on the ground from Indian officials as well as their own sources that they're working on the ground. American officials there on the ground can't even get near these hotels, Miles, simply because of the hostage situation. The whole place is in lockdown. What we're hearing now is that consulate staff are at the hospitals. They're combing the hospitals. What we've seen from the statement that from the State Department, that there are no American casualties. As of now, there's been no confirmation of any Americans being taken hostage.
All right, but the wild card is who is inside those hotels right now and who is being held. Could they be Americans? Could they be British? Could they be others?
They could, absolutely, and we're going to find that out as the hours start to unfold. The State Department has set up an operations center, a sort of crisis center, Miles, to handle phone calls from Americans seeking information about relatives. We'll try and get you, if you're worried, if you have relatives there, we'll try and get you that information and that number. We're expecting 2 Miles. It's someone at a pretty high level, possibly Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice is expected to call Indian officials officials to offer any assistance. It's really, right at this moment, it's about just being able to reach someone at a high level during this situation that's extremely fluid.
Well, you can imagine, I mean, just trying to help in a situation as chaotic as this, you know, it kind of reminds me of what it was like in this city after 9/11 and how things broke down. Communication has got to be taxed. You can imagine that just an effort at finding out this very basic information is very difficult indeed.
It is, extremely. The U.S. has said that it will try and help it at any time. You know, that they have things, Miles, like the FBI International Hostage Negotiation Team, and they have special planes that they can dispatch if asked. But that's really the key. The U.S. isn't going to get involved, and they're not going to do anything until they can get a hold of the Indians and the Indians ask them for help. But so far, it seems as though the Indians are handling this themselves. They're very competent. They have a history of being able, being under target, having numerous terror attacks like this across the country. So they have the infrastructure to be able to handle it, but this is something that's caught everyone by surprise. Our sister network, IBN, is saying that these have been coordinated, all these attacks, Miles.
All right, let's bring in Pat DeMuro once again, our security analyst, who is familiar with these kinds of groups and their techniques and their tactics. At this point, Pat, obviously the local authorities would lead the way on trying to quell this and get a handle on this. What's your sense in general about the sophistication and level of security among the Indian authorities there in Mumbai? And I'm putting you on a little bit on the spot. You may not know that specifically, but generally this is a country that has had to deal with a lot of terror in recent years.
Well, that's right, Miles. They've had numerous attacks in India, some from radical fundamentalist groups within. The Indian Mujahideen was a group that was there. The Kashmiri area in northern India was a site of many attacks that they blamed on the Pakistani government many times. But there's recent intelligence also indicating that there could be connectivity to the tribal area in Waziristan, where bin Laden is presumed to be hiding. So you're right about one thing. In these types of events, communications always break down. And I can remember being in crisis situations like this where you want to go back and say, make sure we receive the right information that's coming in, because one thing you can be assured of in a crisis situation like this, that you're going to get incorrect information at times. So that's what they're going to be in the process of doing right now. India is used to these types of attacks. They've had them many times before. They're very well trained in this area. So as this event continues, I'm sure we'll be getting much more accurate intelligence coming out of it.
Oh, yeah, and we should remind our viewers that as we watch this, there's going to be a lot of things that in the end are going to turn out to be dead ends and dark alleys. But bear with us as we try to gather information from what is admittedly a chaotic and deadly scene in Mumbai, India. Pat, let's go back to this whole the characteristics of this attack. 9 separate locations, obviously a lot of sophistication, well coordinated. The use of at least 1 police van, potentially uniforms. This feels like an al-Qaeda-style attack to me.
It seems very similar to radical fundamentalist attacks that we would investigate in East Africa and other places. We've all seen the videotapes coming out of Afghanistan where they were training these types of attacks, utilizing vehicles. We know that they have safe houses where they would prepare these vehicles, prepare the bombs. So they are very well coordinated, and that's how they were trained.
Pat DeMuro, our security expert, who's going to be sitting here with us as we walk our way through a very chaotic situation in Mumbai, India. 9 separate locations attacked, apparently by Islamic terrorists. At least that is the claim. Upwards of 48 people dead, perhaps many more. And very ominously, at least 1 location we know of where there are believed to be hostages, Western hostages, in a hotel. We're tracking it very carefully. We have people on the ground there in India, and we're watching it very closely through our sister network, IBN. We're going to take a break. We'll keep you posted on that. We'll bring you the latest on the situation in Mumbai when we return, and also we'll be a little closer to home. We'll check in on Barack Obama and hear what he had to say as he held his 3rd news conference in as many days. Situation Room continues. Stay with us.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We're following breaking news from India, a series of coordinated attacks on a major city. Mumbai, formerly known as Bombay, the financial center of India. Here's what we know right now. Witnesses say the attackers have taken hostages at 2 luxury hotels frequented by Americans and other Westerners. 9 locations, including those hotels, a hospital, a popular restaurant, a train station, attacked with automatic weapons and grenades. An official in India says at least 78 have been killed so far, and we're watching that tally go up. Witnesses interviewed by CNN's sister network in India, IBN, say the attackers were looking specifically for people with U.S. and British passports. 2 suspected militants have been gunned down, 9 suspects arrested. Reports of a firefight at least 1 hotel. There are unconfirmed reports that a little-known group calling itself the Deccan Mujahideen now has claimed responsibility. This is set against the backdrop of Islamic terrorists in India attempting to create and forge an Islamic state, obviously very anti-Western. Let's get right to the Pentagon now. Our Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr is tracking things from there. Barbara.
Well, Miles, at this point, U.S. officials are still basically struggling to confirm what details they can about this entire matter, finding it, as my colleagues have reported, very difficult to reach Indian officials at this hour as events continue to unfold. We are told, and we're cautioned, none of this is absolutely confirmed, but at this point, the U.S. military believes there were no military personnel visiting those hotels at the time of the attacks. Not clear about the number of American tourists that might have been there or potentially could have been involved. As we have been discussing, these are hotels well known, well understood to be frequented by Westerners, especially American and British citizens. So clearly a target. And we have seen hotels be a target of terrorists around the world. Just a couple of months ago, the Marriott Hotel in Islamabad. A couple of years ago, we saw several hotels in Amman, Jordan, be targeted by terrorists. But let me point out a couple of things that U.S. experts are clearly going to be looking at. In these attacks in India that we're seeing, to the best of everyone's knowledge, the attackers came out of vans with small arms, with grenades, with other handheld weapons. That's not the type of attack strategy, well coordinated though it was, that we have generally seen from Al-Qaeda. From Al-Qaeda, we generally see suicide attacks, truck bombs, suicide vest bombs, that type of thing, not these types of small arms attacks. I'm not confirming anything. I'm just observing that this is something that experts in the United States are going to be looking at to try and determine the group behind it, the group that's claiming responsibility may or may not actually have done it, the type of coordination, financing, money, training that would have gone into staging a multi-pronged coordinated attack like this. What military and FBI type forensic experts usually do is they go back, they look at it. What would it have taken to pull all of this together, to pull this strategy together? Who had the money? Who had the financing? Who had the communications and coordination to recruit, organize this, make it happen without apparently any hints that it was about to unfold? But one clear distinction, this does not appear to be a suicide attack. This appears to be small arms and the taking of hostages. That's not something we've seen from the so-called traditional Al-Qaeda attacks around the world. Miles?
All right, Barbara Starr at the Pentagon for us. Thank you very much. Zane Verjee has been watching things for us closely as well. And Zane, among the reported casualties, one of the deaths is India's anti-terror chief. We don't know much about the circumstances, so do we?
We're gaining a little more information. We're hearing that the anti-terror chief, as you say, was killed. His name is Hemant Kakare. He was apparently killed by a gunshot wound, and he was actually responding after the attacks, and he was shot in the chest and died. He's also involved in investigating some critical other deadly blasts and probes in India, so that's likely to be affected. There are something like 6 or 7 other police officials that have killed that we know of right now in this coordinated terror attack. We're learning at this moment, Miles, from our sister network IBN in India, that the terrorists have now hijacked a police jeep. Unclear on the circumstances of that or exactly where that happened. That's just coming in now. We're also getting information that there were 6 blasts just in the Taj Mahal Hotel and 1 blast at the Oberoi Hotel. Hostages have been taken at Kama. a hospital, a place for women and children. Police are advising Miles, everyone in Mumbai not to leave their house, and the situation is not over.
And I believe those pictures we were seeing there was the Taj Palace Hotel, apparently in flames after these explosions. That is also the site where we believe there's an ongoing hostage situation. So unclear how many hostages, Western, U.S., British. It's very unclear at this point whether there are commandos encircling that. I presume they have taken positions around it, but perhaps the makings of a standoff there. But having said that, if the hotel is burning, that could change the dynamic significantly.
And we understand from IBN, too, that there has been that exchange of gunfire by commandos as well as by terrorists themselves. Some police officers killed.
And I'm told by our producers, are these live pictures? These are not. These are on tape. And I'm sorry to do this to you as our viewers. You see that live bug in the right-hand corner of the screen. It's not live. Unfortunately, we're getting a lot of tape, and that bug is there. I don't want to confuse people with that, but this is recent video. That is the Taj Hotel in flames there. That is the scene of one of these attacks. And it was obviously at least one explosion there leading to the fire, and apparently there some sort of hostage taking, but the details of that remain kind of sketchy. Zane, can you fill in some blanks?
Well, I can fill in some blanks from the State Department. We're learning that all American consulate employees have been accounted for. The State Department is also saying senior officials are getting all their information about this situation unfolding now at the hotels from the Indians themselves on the ground. American officials on the ground can't even get near these hotels because of the lockdown situation happening. Consulate staff have gone to the hospitals. They're combing them, looking for any American casualties. The State Department has issued a comment saying so far they don't know of any casualties. It's a fluid situation. There may be some because, as you know, Miles, there are a lot of foreigners, a lot of Americans that do go visit Mumbai, do business in Mumbai. It's a possibility. We have not been able to confirm from the State Department. They're not saying whether there are any Americans being held hostage. The State Department has also set up an operations center, a crisis center, Miles, to handle calls from Americans looking for information on relatives that may be there.
All right, let's pick up on that point with Pat DeMuro, our security expert, former FBI, high-ranking FBI official. Pat, give us a sense, take us inside the U.S. response to a situation like this right now. Are there go teams that are literally moving in the direction of an event like this? How did things transpire from the perspective of U.S. investigators?
Sure, Miles. The FBI does have flight teams ready to respond to situations like this, whether it be forensic experts going over. We have to understand one thing. The FBI is responsible for investigating those matters which U.S. citizens are attacked abroad. But we can't respond to those situations until we're invited in by the foreign government. The FBI has no jurisdiction internationally other than what the countries grant us when we go in there to investigate these types of situations.
All right, well, broaden it out for us just a little bit then, above and beyond the FBI. In a situation like this, where it's early on, it's evident that Westerners, U.S. and British, may be the targets. What does the U.S. do?
Well, if U.S. citizens are involved in a situation like this and any U.S. citizens are killed or attacked, the FBI has the primary jurisdiction of going into the area and investigating those attacks on our citizens. So,
one second. I apologize. Our sister network, IBN, is offering up a report from the Taj Hotel. Let's listen.
In the matter of the last 5 hours, in the span of the last 5 hours that we have seen, the Taj Hotel being under siege, literally along with several other spots in Mumbai being under siege, it just really tells us the amount of ammunition. After every hour or 45 minutes, there would be loud explosions from the top stories, which was heard by several guests who were actually safely moved to a hall in the newer Taj Hotel building, which is right close by. The one that we are looking at, the visuals of the flames just bellowing out of the top floor near the dome, the architectural heritage dome of the Taj Mahal Hotel, the old building. Really, you can see the flames going up in smoke. This really shows the number of ammunition and arms, really hand grenades, which are known to be low intensity. But if about 10 to 15 meters is the span that these hand grenades can target victims. So the entire floor, the entire balcony balcony of the dome on the fifth story really going up in smoke. There's just, if I can describe to you, the fire and the flames. We can clearly see them from here.
All right, that's from IBN, our sister network, and we believe this is a live picture. Is that correct? Is this a live picture?
Yes, sir.
Could somebody in the control room let me know, please?
That's right. We can hear all of
All right, is this a live picture, please? Okay, this is a live picture of the Taj Hotel, and we've told you about a series of explosions there, a coordinated attack that the focus of one of 9 locations in Mumbai was this hotel, frequented by Westerners. There are reports that the terrorists demanded passports as it goes to some sort of animation. We apologize for that. Demanded passports looking for Westerners, U.S. and British in particular. And you can see the scene there, obviously, is not a good picture at all. Let's bring in Pat DeMuro once again. Pat, we were talking about the nature of this attack and exactly how the U.S. would respond in a situation like this to aid and assist. Obviously, all kinds of jurisdictional issues here, but this is a country that is an ally, and this is the possibility that there may be U.S. and other Westerners who are the targets. So what does the U.S. do in this situation?
Well, the State Department has teams that are ready to fly into a situation like this. The FBI has hostage negotiation teams. We have the Critical Incident Response Group, which is a highly trained SWAT group that could be responding to a situation like this if requested by the foreign government. Investigators would go over, forensic scientists would go over, and forensic agents would go over to help analyze the evidence left at a scene. Obviously, they're going to want to try to find out the safe houses where these individuals were operating out of prior to conducting these attacks, because there should be a wealth of intelligence that can be obtained from those specific areas. But none of it can happen until you're invited in by the foreign government.
All right. Pat DeMuro, who has a lot of experience with the FBI, covers security matters for us. Thank you very much. Please stay close as we continue and as this all unfolds. Let's once again go back to our affiliate in India, IBN, and listen to what they are saying.
Really, because it is a big building with several exits and entrances, this makes the task for the security agencies and the anti-terror squad more difficult, really, and tougher for them to try and get the entire manpower focused towards getting into this building without really costing them any human lives, any further human lives, because we've heard that several officers, we have been reporting over the past few hours, several officers of the ATS have lost their lives. Several policemen really have lost their lives. So right now, their priority is to try and come up with a wiser strategy that they can be one up on the terrorists, really, who seem to be knowing what they're doing. They seem to have had a plan in place.
Right, Prachi, I'm just looking through some of the details that we know about.
That was our IBN affiliate, our sister station in India, as they report on numerous fatalities involving the military as well as police authorities there in this wild scene of carnage in Mumbai. Once again, at least nine sites attacked. Obviously an ongoing situation, very dynamic. It's really unclear the full dimensions of this attack. A death toll which stands at least 78, some 200 people who have been admitted to hospitals. Sadly, one of the hospitals was targeted as well, we are told. There is a group that has claimed responsibility, a group that no one had heard of really before today. And it is a group that is an Islamic separatist group, and a group that would like to end Western influences in India, we believe. And but that's one claim right now and very early on. So take that with a grain of salt as well. Let's go back down to the scene. Our CNN's Andrew Stevens is in Mumbai, has been there, was there as this all unfolded today. Joining us now on camera. He's safe enough to get the satellite up and running. Andrew, paint the picture for me right now. This city is a combined scene of chaos and panic, and I suspect also it's a bit of a ghost town as people have fled.
Absolutely. The local media are calling it a city taken over by terrorist, Miles. I am about 10 minutes away, I guess, by car from that scene you've been watching, I believe you've been watching on our affiliate network, that scene down on the waterfront in South Mumbai of the Taj Hotel. That is an absolute historic landmark of this city, indeed, of this country. It is going up in flames by the looks of those. They are big, big flames coming from around the dome of this building. Now, this is a building, a hotel, where there are still hostages. We understand at this stage it's very difficult, Miles, as you can appreciate, no doubt, just to confirm exact details, but certainly it appears that there are still hostages in that hotel. There are still guests in that hotel. I have spoken to people in that hotel in the last 10 to 15 minutes who have been told to sit in their rooms, to turn the lights out and to wait. So there are people in that hotel, and as you can see from the pictures, that certainly the upper part of that hotel is now on fire. Now, about 5 minutes away, just up the road from that Taj Hotel, is the Oberoi Hotel, where there is also a hostage situation. We saw pictures just as I was speaking to you before, Miles. There was reports of a very loud explosion as those commandos went into the Oberoi. At this stage, we don't know what's happening in there, but we are aware that there are hostages in there. We just don't know the exact status at the moment. This is the commercial capital of India. This is the place that business people and tourists usually come to start their trips in India, Miles.
All right, so Andrew, it would be a tantamount to an attack on New York here in the United States then. This is and I guess that landmark, would that be a landmark of equal importance to the World Trade Center then?
Well, it would be a landmark and of historic significance. Anybody who's been to Mumbai would know the Taj if they've been in any shape or form a tourist in this city, because it's right next to probably the best-known landmark, which is the gateway to India. That was erected in the 1800s.
All right, Andrew, I'm sorry. Andrew, I got to interrupt.
Embarkation point.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. We're going to listen to IBN, our sister network, for just a moment as they describe the scene there at the Taj.
Is currently on, and we do believe, just like the Oberoi Hotel, it's going to be the RAF that's going to lead this operation. But you see those visuals, and perhaps any average Mumbaiker or someone who's visited that city, their hearts would sink in a sense. This is the landmark. It's built in 1903 in a sense. It has a great, unique history. You've seen everyone come and stay there. Everyone want to come and stay there. Heads of states, tycoons of corporations, captains of industry, jet setters, the average Mumbaiker, everyone would want to come, stay here, have a look at the hotel. It's got a mix of the new and the old, the modern and the old, and over the past century, as I've been describing to you, the insides of this hotel, which symbolize all the history, the paintings, the chandeliers, the carpets, etc., which are all part of our history. And today, you can see some portion of that going up in flames. This particular operation is still not over, and one would hope there would be less fallout of it in a sense in terms of casualties, etc. But this night's going to continue. Prachi Jatania, Thoral Varia, Rohit Khilnani, all at 3 different hotspots. And of course, not to forget the Kama Hospital, where there are patients, hospital staff, 4 to 5 hospital staff, as the government spokesperson told us, have already fallen prey to the terrorist bullets. We can't confirm the complete figure that's coming out from there, but a hospital, 2 different hotels, still currently the flashpoints where terrorists are holding up innocent citizens. Bhupendra Chaubey is going to take this for the next 60 minutes as we continue this round-the-clock coverage.
That comes from IBN, our sister network there in India. We're talking to Andrew Stevens. I hope we still have him with us. Andrew, we were talking, and you mentioned almost as an aside that you had spoken to somebody inside that hotel. I imagine it wasn't a very long conversation, but what struck me is they've told people to stay in their rooms. Who said that? Was that the terrorists? Was that the authorities? Where did that come from?
No, they were getting calls from the front desk. Basically, a friend of mine told me that he was in his room. It was around about 10 p.m. in the evening. He heard cracks and unusual noises downstairs. He assumed they were drums, because there has been a lot of drumming, sort of festive drumming in and around this part of Mumbai over the past few days. He went out to investigate, and as he stepped out of his hotel room, he heard a very clear reports of gunfire. So he moved back into his room immediately, followed quite soon after by a call from the front desk saying that we are in a terror situation. Please turn off your lights. We are turning off the television, and I guess they turn off the television because they don't want the people inside the hotel to know exactly the situation, how dangerous it could be, and just sit there and wait until further notice. Now, the hotel did manage to shepherd quite a few people out when the gunman first arrived. The local security there, I've been told, did get quite a few people out. But obviously at that time of night, a lot of people are in their rooms. This is quite a big hotel, Miles. This has got several hundred rooms. It's also got an adjacent high-rise wing. So there are, we don't know how many, but there are a lot of people sitting in their rooms, not knowing what's going on, hearing now, I've been told by someone else, they have been hearing what sounds like explosions, what sounds like clashes inside the hotel room, and they are sitting there literally and figuratively in the dark. It must be absolutely terrifying.
That just sounds horrifying, Andrew. So that I think you answered one of my questions, and there is no power to the hotel at this point?
I can't answer that question. They were told to turn off the lights, and they turned the television system off because they didn't want their guests sort of, I suppose, seeing just exactly how bad the situation was. I don't know. Now everything may have changed because of this fire. They may have lost power there at the moment. But what we can say, or what we understand, is that the Indian military, we think, and I must stress that this is not confirmed, the Indian military is actually inside that hotel attempting to get to hostages and also get to hostage takers. As we keep on saying, it's an incredibly fluid situation. We just don't know what's going on there.
All right, Andrew Stevens, thank you very much. Stay close by and continue to work your sources. And by all means, if you hear from anybody in that hotel, please let us know. On the line with us right now is Dr. Sanjay Gupta, our medical correspondent, who has had the opportunity to stay in this historic hotel. Sanjay, describe the building as we watch it go up in flames.
Yeah, it is remarkable to see these images. I was at that hotel just last year, not that long ago. It is one of these really grand hotels, Miles. There's sort of an older part of the hotel, which is really beautiful and very ornate. And I can't tell exactly, looking at some of the images that you're looking at, but it may be that area that is now in flames. And there's a much newer part of the hotel as well. It is a true five-star hotel. A lot of Westerners stay there, as you've mentioned a few times in the past. It is right across from the gateway of India as well, Miles, just to paint a little bit of a picture for you. And the ocean is right in front of the hotel, so it's a really beautiful sight as well. And this area of Mumbai, Bombay, is known for being the home of Bollywood, which is the big movie industry. It's sort of their equivalent of Hollywood, except this area as well is very densely populated. So you can think about it sort of as a combination of L.A. and New York. It's populated like New York, has that sort of film, movie feel like L.A., and this hotel is one of the grand hotels sort of in the middle of all this. So it is shocking to see some of these images here, Miles.
All right. A landmark hotel, now the target of terrorists, possibly a hostage situation in there. Westerners possibly taken hostage by the terrorists. We don't have details on the numbers right now, but we do have reports that as the terrorists descended upon their targets, this one in particular, they were asking for passports, specifically looking for U.S. and British and other Western nationals. Let's turn now to our CNN Justice correspondent, Kelly Arena, who's been tracking things from her post. Kelly, what do you know?
Well, Miles, I can tell you the group that allegedly claimed responsibility for these attacks, a group named Deccan Mujahideen. I've been told to be very careful. As one expert put it, that's like saying it was the Kansas Mujahideen. Deccan is a region in southern India. Intelligence analysts believe that it's probably just another new name for domestic terrorist groups that are operating there. As I told you before, Miles, this attack was very different than attacks that we have seen before in the region. It was much more coordinated, as you have mentioned, specifically targeting Westerners and economic targets. When that first came out, there was a lot of speculation that this may involve a group called Lashkar-e-Taiba. It's a Pakistani group. It's an offshoot of Al-Qaeda, just because it sort of looked like their MO. It looked like something they would do. Nothing firm, of course. I did just get a message, Miles, from MJ Gohel, who's with the Asia Pacific Foundation, one of the foremost experts in that region. He says this attack was disturbingly unique. There have been terrorist attacks before, not like this. This was aimed specifically at Westerners. I believe the cell probably had an indigenous component with international assistance. Terrorists were looking specifically for British and Americans. Very worrying situation. So, Miles, unfortunately, this is something that the terrorism experts have not seen before in this region. FBI, unfortunately, does not have any personnel on the ground in Mumbai. They do have personnel on the ground in New Delhi. But as you heard from Pat DeMoro before and my other colleagues, unless we are asked to go in and help with this investigation, you know, we stay put. The U.S. stays put. So there has not been an official request for cooperation from the FBI yet. But, of course, this is still very early, Miles.
All right. Thank you very much, Kelly Arena. We appreciate that. Let's go now to Nick Robertson. We're looking at some new pictures coming in, by the way, of the scene there. Obviously, chaotic scene. Panicked people walking the streets, not really knowing which way to go. At one point, we saw earlier some amateur video, a police vehicle going by a crowd. The crowd obviously rather unsuspecting. The police vehicle opening fire on that crowd, obviously commandeered by the terrorists. There you see the authorities as they attempt to regain control of a city that really is under the control of terrorists right now. With a focus on Westerners, the desired target being Westerners. There you see that police van I was telling you about shooting at a crowd of people. Imagine the terror they must have felt, already panic-stricken by what had gone on, seeing a police vehicle and having the police vehicle open fire on them. What do we know about this group? What do we know about what their goals might be? Probably not a lot, but we do know this. Islamic extremism is suspected here. Our Nick Robertson knows an awful lot about that subject. He joins us now from London. Nick, the fact that Westerners have been targeted here, that does set this attack apart, as Kelly Arena was reporting, does set it apart from previous attacks in India, doesn't it?
It does. There are several things here, Miles, when we analyse what's happened tonight in Mumbai that set this apart from previous attacks. We've seen a coordinated, sophisticated attack. That is an MO we've seen a lot of before in India, but in those previous attacks in India, where over 3,000 people have been killed in the past few years, in previous attacks, they've all been coordinated bombing attacks. 3 bombs in one situation, 5 bombs recently in Delhi, 16 small bombs in another attack very recently as well. So this is set apart because the gunmen went in as gunmen, using guns and grenades, just small groups of them, by the accounts of eyewitnesses, going in to these Western targets. That is the other thing, as Kelly has said, that sets this apart, that the target here at least appears to be Westerners, if not to certainly get the message out about this terror group to an international audience by targeting sites, the hotels, cafes used by international businessmen, used by international tourists in the city of Mumbai. So there are several things that make it different, but what's making it very, very tough for the police at the moment and the army now to try and deal with this situation, they need to lock down and secure this city of 19 million people because they need to stop the potential for any others coming to aid and assist in the hostage taking. They need to stop the hostage takers getting out and moving around to other locations. And their situation is made doubly complex because their head of intelligence in the city, the person who may well have led negotiations in a hostage standoff situation, has been killed in the early hours of these attacks. It appears he went in to one of the hotels to deal with a situation and was very quickly after that killed. So the situation, it is volatile. They've got an ongoing hostage situation in a hotel where it is on fire, where there are guests in other rooms. The head of intelligence would normally deal with it has been killed. There are hostage-taking situations in several locations. So as we piece all this together, it is clearly a complex and well-coordinated type of attack. It raises the question, what exactly was the target? Was it these these Westerners who we have reports that have been kidnapped, were some of the other attacks diversionary so that they could confuse the police and take these the people who have been kidnapped to another location. That, of course, is what the army and the police will be doing on the streets, to secure the streets and go to all the known locations for groups who may be believed to have been behind this, so that they can search and make sure there isn't a destination where the terror group is planning from, plotting further attacks tonight, or indeed trying to get these hostages too. That will be utmost in the police's mind tonight there, Miles.
All right, Nick Robertson, stand by there. We're going to get back with you as we continue trying to unravel all of this. CNN's Kathleen Koch joining us now from the White House has some new information. Kathleen.
Yes, Miles, just as these series of deadly attacks were breaking out there in Mumbai, President Bush was leaving the White House, heading to Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland, where he's going to be spending the Thanksgiving holiday, returning on Saturday. And I contacted Deputy Press Secretary Tony Fratto not too many minutes ago, and he said, yes, indeed, when the president arrived at his presidential retreat, he was informed of these series of attacks, and he said the president is being kept updated on the situation. Now, certainly the White House is quite concerned about these attacks happening in a major U.S. ally. Tony saying we condemn these attacks and the loss of innocent life. Back to you, Miles.
All right, Kathleen Koch at the White House. Please keep us posted as we hear further from the White House. Let's go back to our sister network, IBN, and listen to their coverage as they are in front of some of these key places that have been targeted, and in some cases are in flames. And they're talking, I believe, about, in this case, this landmark hotel, the Taj Hotel. Let's listen in.
Well, now, just look at this picture. But for those of you who may have just joined in a short while back, who may have missed out all that's happened over the last 5 hours, this is what has happened in Mumbai over these last 5 hours. This is live footage, live pictures coming from the Taj Hotel. Reports coming in that 50 people have been rescued now. We were just showing you the kind of devastation that has struck this hotel, where the top dome of the hotel was almost gone completely up in smoke. You're seeing that some attempt has been made there by the fire brigade authorities to try and control the fire, but you can see people making an attempt, trying to reach out for some help while standing in their room balconies. Now we are hearing that the cops are making all-out attempts to ensure that all those who may have been stuck on any floor in any room are brought out. There was some suspicion, some rumor that maybe there could be some terrorists who could still be holed up inside the hotel, which led to the possibility of maybe a hostage-like situation happening in the Taj Hotel also, but that's fortunately not turned out to be the case. 5 bombs. Imagine 5 bombs being exploded in one 5-star hotel. Prachi Chaitanya, you're still there. Now 50 people have been rescued. Give us a sense of just how many people are still inside this Taj Hotel.
Of the 150 that came out earlier from the new building of Taj Mahal, most of them were foreign tourists and delegates who had come from countries outside, foreign delegates really who were here for a meeting. Of the 60 people, they are saying that another set of 60 are expected to be in the danger zone, really in the old building of Taj as we speak. As the police is making every effort, including the anti-terror squad, making every effort to try and move them out to safety. The entire area has been cordoned off. 2 more vans, really rescue vans of the fire brigade, have also reached.
Right.
Really, these are tall structures. The new building is far higher, vertically higher than the old building. So it becomes a tougher task, really, a challenge for the fire brigade officials who are gearing up to try and get their ladders up to the 5th floor of the old building, right, and rescue as many people. I had just pointed out a few minutes ago, Bhupen, that there were screams of female voices crying out for help. We are being told by the police that these foreign tourists, these women tourists, have been moved to a safer area. As we speak.
All right. Our correspondent Toral Varia is also with us. She's also present. right at the spot where people are now being evacuated. Total, describe to us what you're seeing. From what we can gather on the basis of these pictures that we're currently playing is that all out attempts are being made to control this fire. But any idea about whether there are still terrorists holed up inside the hotel? How many people are still stuck inside the Taj Hotel?
Well, there is no official word on the exact number of people holed up inside the hotel and the exact number of terrorists who are possibly holding more, people in the hotel as hostages. But the scenes that I'm seeing right before my eyes is that of relieved faces of as many as 50 to 55 persons who have just been evacuated from the fire exit of the Taj Hotel. There are Germans, there are Americans.
If there's anyone around you, Toral, if there's anyone around you who might just be making an attempt to get out of the hotel, if you could quickly do a phone interview with any one of them and just give us a sense of what really has been happening inside the Taj Hotel over the last 5 hours.
We have been trying to speak to people, but they are just not willing to talk to us. They are in a state of shock. But I will make an attempt to try and get in touch with at least one person. Excuse me, would you speak to CNN, please? Just about the experiences?
I'm sorry, no experience.
Just nobody is willing to talk right now because they just want to reach home and they're being put into buses arranged by the hotel and they're being sent across. But Bhupen, we will try and speak to some of the people available here and try and get back to you as to what their experiences have been.
Sure. Sure, I understand that it must be an extremely difficult moment for anyone who must have spent these last 5 hours, which would probably be one of the most tragic ones and one of the most scary experiences. This is not the kind of experience that one would have expected to get in a plush and a luxurious hotel such as the Taj Hotel. But then, well, this entire area is always considered to be an extremely safe area. As we were pointing out, the gateway of India has been targeted by terrorists, but not so the Taj Hotel. But Toral, are you there? Are you still seeing people coming out? Are you still? Where exactly are these people being taken now?
Well, they are being taken to a safe location, Bhupen. I am with one Mr. Rane who is now relieved, and he's just said that he managed to get out of the hotel with very great difficulty. So, would you like to share your experiences? This is here.
Nothing. हम लोग जा नहीं करके हम लोग आ गए बच के बस और कुछ नहीं हम लोग बच के इतना ही हमारा भगवान से शुक्र है
Bhupen, could you
yes,
listen to him?
Yes, Toral, we could hear that. We could hear that, Toral.
But that's all about it, that they're willing to talk to us at this point in time. They are in a state of shock. They are at the same time.
That is our sister network in India, IBN, reporting live from the scene as the Taj Hotel continues to burn. An ongoing hostage situation. We believe Westerners are the target there of the terrorists, and reports of at least 50 people, some of them Westerners, who have safely gotten out of the hotel. We just heard briefly from one person who's speaking in Hindi and said, according to Zain Verji, I survived. And beyond that, we will try to get you a translation, get you a sense of what the people inside the hotel are saying right now. John McLaughlin is a former acting CIA director who looks at security matters for us. John, as you watch this unfold, put this in a little bit of context for us. The Islamic terrorists in India, what is their, in a broad sense, what is their goal?
Well, I think what we probably have going on here, Miles, is evidence of something we've seen developing slowly in recent years, and that is a growth in the connections between Islamic terrorism in India and Islamic terrorism more broadly, globally. There have been indications in recent years that al-Qaeda, for example, has tightened its relationship with Islamic terrorists who dispute the status of the province of Kashmir in northwestern India. So my guess at this point, there are about 4 different kinds of terrorist groups in India, ranging from Maoist rebels to tribal-based ethnic separatists. My guess at this point is that we're probably seeing someone from the Kashmiri Islamic militant groups. These groups are seeking the independence of Kashmir, or they want India out of Kashmir. Pakistan occupies a small part of Kashmir, and most of these groups are Pakistani or tied to Pakistanis. So I think that's probably what we're seeing here, an attempt by these guys to make their point, to radicalize things in India, to create tensions possibly between India and Pakistan. And even though we can't at this point and perhaps never say that these people are al-Qaeda, a number of your guests have said this doesn't bear the typical earmarks of an al-Qaeda operation, it would not surprise me at all to learn that whoever's carried this out is in some close contact with al-Qaeda operatives who would have a strong interest in stirring up passions in India and in stirring up conflict between India and Pakistan. For example, if you could do that, that would mean that if you got tensions going between India and Pakistan over Kashmir, that means that Indian forces would ultimately deploy up toward Kashmir. That would draw Pakistani forces away from the tribal areas along the Afghan-Pakistan border where they are harassing al-Qaeda. And that would all be seen by Kashmiri militants as a good thing. So that's one of the things going on here.
So, John, I guess the point here that you're trying to make here is whether it's al-Qaeda or not, it certainly would be in sync with al-Qaeda goals.
Very much in sync with al-Qaeda goals. Go back about a year, al-Qaeda actually, or someone claiming to be al-Qaeda, actually sent a videotape to Indian officials in Srinagar, which is up in that Kashmir region, essentially declaring war on India on behalf of al-Qaeda. So it would be very much in sync with al-Qaeda goals to have militant Islamic groups in India who, as I say, have become closer and closer to al-Qaeda in the context of this dispute over Kashmir. It would be very much in their interest to have them attack Western interests, Westerners, and so forth in Mumbai. The other thing is, if you think back to the last...
John McLaughlin, very sorry. I've got to interrupt you. I apologize. Sure. Please stand by, if you would. If you could stay on the line, we'd appreciate it. We'll get back to you shortly. And we're going to join now James Fontanella, who is a correspondent with Financial Times. He is in Mumbai. And, James, give us a sense of where you are and what you're seeing right now.
Well, at the moment, I'm outside St. George's Hospital. And I've just come from the Oberoi, where there's still two terrorists, I've been told by a senior official. There's still two terrorists in the hotel. The Oberoi, just for your information, is one of the main business and most important hotels in the southern part of the city. And basically, I've also been told that one of the terrorists has been shot and one has been captured. So that means that there were about 4 inside. There's still a lot of guests in there. There's businessmen. There's also some diplomats and also a lot of tourists, obviously. At the moment, as I said, I'm outside St. George's Hospital, where a lot of the wounded and unfortunately the killed have been brought here. I know that 10 businessmen which have been described as white men, they couldn't tell me their nationality, have been brought here, and I'm trying to figure out basically who these people are and so forth.
Tell me, let's go back and talk a little bit about the Oberoi, James. You say, as best we know, there are terrorists still inside. Do we have any sense as to how many hostages they might be holding there?
Well, it's very unclear, unfortunately. I've been told 40 by one official, but then somebody said like only 10. So I'm not comfortable to give you a precise number. We don't know. That is the only real answer I have. But yes, there are hostages in the Oberoi. I saw a few people coming out, and some from the back, some from the front with their hands up. So that's what I've seen from outside the Oberoi.
Okay, so at this point, the authorities have just, established a perimeter there? Do you have any sense of what the strategy might be?
Well, I spoke with one senior commissioner, Mr. Bhavan, and he told me, look, like, this might be longer than any other operation. We're going to stay here as long as it lasts. And I can't tell you when it's going to end. It's tricky, he told me. It's tricky. We can't do much because, these guys are holding people up there. And then he said, I can't give you any numbers. I don't know how many people are there. But, this is going to take long. It's not an easy operation.
Okay. And is it your sense, James, that the hostages there are, in fact, Westerners? Do we have any idea on that?
I think most of them are Westerners, yes. because, I mean, the Oberoi and also the Taj, which is in flames at the moment, as you know, is mainly, it's frequented by people like who come here for business deals or, who come for luxury holidays. So that mostly are foreigners, yes.
So when we say Westerners, let's just spell it out here. Do we know? Are there Americans? Are there Americans in there?
I spoke with one American. He was Oberoi. He managed to escape, and he's of Indian origin. He's called Mr. Prem Lalvani, and basically, he told me that he managed to get out from one of the back doors, and he had relatives in Mumbai, and he was going to stay with them. But I know, sorry, yeah, there's a lot of people still trapped in the hotel.
Okay, so we don't know the numbers. We presume there are Westerners.
Unfortunately, I don't have the numbers.
Yes,
I've been given all kinds of numbers, so I don't feel comfortable to be a random one.
We'd prefer you not just give a random one. That's a good idea. Could you describe for us what this city is like right now? It's obviously under siege. Obviously, tremendous military presence at this point, police presence, and a lot of people have fled the city, as I understand it. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know if people have fled. But what I can tell you, what is extraordinary is the number of army and soldiers which have been deployed. I mean, I saw about 100 soldiers being storming into the Oberoi. I've now come outside the St. George's Hospital, and there's still loads of people from the army and police, and they're really trying to respond. But many people I spoke to said that the real problem is that there wasn't enough security. They weren't prepared for an attack. And if you look, this country, India, has gone through at least 6 attacks in the last 6 months. So this is just the latest in a series. And a lot of analysts, security analysts, will say, no, Bombay is going to be next. You need to be ready because there's going to be an attack.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute, James. James, you've spent some time there. Give us your take on the security measures there. Did you feel they were perhaps a little more lax than they should have been?
Well, I'll tell you something. The bombing in Pakistan of the Marriott should have, been a kind of a clear message that big hotels, which host a lot of Western clients and businessmen and diplomats and all kinds of dignitaries, should have been alert. And I often go to the Taj, I often go to the Oberoi, and the security is not serious, frankly speaking. Anybody can get in. It's very easy, and I'm not surprised that this has happened. Then again, it's not easy, so we shouldn't blame it exclusively on the hotel security. But more could have been done. That's my take.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that. When you talk about this coordinated surprise attack using a tremendous amount of force, automatic weapons, we have reports of grenades, there may not be an adequate, reasonable level of security that would have thwarted that kind of attack.
That's true. I mean, you can never, it's very difficult to prevent these things. And you're right also in pointing out that the word gunfire and Kalashnikov, and this is really unexpected. It really surprised a lot of people. This was an unusual way of attacking the city. I mean, usually previous terrorist groups use smaller bombs, and they did go for big targets. Now, this is definitely one of the biggest and most ambitious attacks by any terrorist group in a long time.
James Fontanella, who is a correspondent with the Financial Times, he is at the Oberoi Hotel he's at a hospital. He's at the hospital, has been at the Oberoi. Thank you for your insights. We appreciate it. Let's go back to our Andrew Stevens, who's on the ground there. And Andrew, I want to pick up on that thread on the security issue. You've been there. What was your general take on the level of security in that city? This is a city that has dealt with a lot of terrorism in recent years.
Indeed, it has. It has been used to very violent outbursts. There have been several big bombs in this city over the past few years, Miles. So it's certainly not a city that is unused to this sort of violence. although this was a completely different style of attack that we have seen in this city. This coordination, this sophistication, and the targets as well. The targets, five-star hotels, hospitals, they've never been targeted before. But what is interesting about the security is I have been a guest at the Taj Hotel. In fact, the only reason I'm not there right now is because we were a little bit late wrapping up our shoot. We were on our way back to that hotel and we couldn't get through to the hotel. But what we noticed all this week was the security was pretty ordinary, I'd have to say. There was a detector that you walked through, and there was a man who did just a cursory glance inside your bag. Now, one of my colleagues who lives here, she lived in the Taj when she first got here, and it was only last week she said that they took some very sophisticated security apparatus down. Now, the Taj had put it up because of that blast of the JW Marriott in Islamabad. Deadly blast there. The response here was to put in sophisticated security into the Taj, and they just took it down just last week. So, obviously, not expecting anything, but this opens a whole new chapter in terror attacks in this city.
Oh, boy, I got to tell you, Andrew, that just sends a chill up and down my spine. Given the thought that undoubtedly this terrorist operation had been casing out the security situation and would certainly have witnessed the relaxing of security at that hotel.
Absolutely. I mean, it's pretty hard to draw any other conclusion that these people knew what they were doing. They knew exactly where to strike, too. I mean, this is a very well-heeled part of town. It's hitting the business elite. It's hitting the foreign elite, the international travellers who come here, and it's also, you know, it's hitting the train station where, you know, 2 million Mumbaikars, as they're known, people who live in Mumbai, travel on the trains in this city every day. They hit the central railway station, they hit a hospital. I mean, nothing was left safe, really. They covered a whole range of things. So this was designed to absolutely sow terror into this population, and we've just seen the reaction, the police reaction here, and the headlines in the local media. A city ruled by terrorists is what one of the 24 news channels are saying, Miles. So it's a new paradigm now that we haven't seen, and Mumbai just hasn't seen anything like this.
Takes it to a new level. Andrew Stevens, please stand by. We're getting additional information, and we're getting additional tape as well as live coverage from our sister network in India, IBN. We just heard on IBN from a witness to the scene. I believe it might have been somebody who was in the Hotel Oberoi. Let's listen. All right. All right, my apologies, obviously having some audio difficulty. We'll try to get that straightened out. We'll get that to you. Andrew, I assume you're still back with us. I want to help people understand the context of all of this. In the past, the attacks that we've seen in India, especially when the focus has been on Kashmir, the attacks have been, frankly, focused on not specifically Western interests. This takes it to a different level. Is there any sense as to what the motivation would be in doing that?
Well, it's very difficult. You get into a speculative ground here, obviously, Miles, but you know, this has hallmarks of operations we've seen before where Westerners have been very much targeted, which obviously has an economic impact, particularly in a country like India, which really has been so inward-looking for so long, and it's only the last 3 or 4 years, or perhaps say 10 years, that it really has started to look outwards and embrace the world and enter the world stage. And to have attacks aimed at the very commercial heart of this dynamic economy obviously will have some sort of an impact. But Miles, I also just want to tell you quickly, because we're just learning. I was telling you before that we knew people who were inside the Taj, who were sitting in there while there was a fire raging above them, and while there was apparently battles, or at least the authorities or military trying to get to the hostage takers. I can now tell you that the 3 people we know who are in.
All right, we lost Andrew Stevens. We'll try to get that repaired. In the meantime, the audio from the witness at the Oberoi Hotel brought to us via IBN, our sister network in India. We believe we fixed that. Let's listen.
No, Bhupen, no word from inside the hotel. As you know, the area has been cordoned off. The media is allowed to only reach the Air India building. After that, it's all cordoned off. Of course, the media is waiting here to get some information from inside, because we did see, we did speak to someone who had a narrow escape from this terrorists, and he said that he had seen 15 terrorists inside, all between age group 20 to 25 years. They were speaking in a language that he couldn't understand. They asked for his passport. So clearly, these people are inside. We did see the army go inside. So clearly all these people are inside. We have heard some blasts after that, but no news from inside. But again, I just want to show you, this is the rapid action force that's arrived just about 10 minutes back. Fleet of cars and all these officers waiting on standby, just to be instructed to go inside for any kind of operation. Completely everyone caught off guard today, Bhupen, in Mumbai.
This is one of the busiest stretches in a way, because a lot of people, particularly in the early hours of the morning, a lot of morning walkers will probably start thinking in terms of coming to the place to start their day. But this entire stretch, Rohit, from where you are near the NCPA till almost as far as Girgaon Chowpatty, this entire stretch you're pointing out has been closed now?
Entire stretch has been closed down. Absolutely nobody can come here. Only media vehicles are allowed. The ambulances, the special task force, the rapid action force. Yes, there are people asking us that when will this get over, but only when the army comes out, and only when the army gives an all clear and confirms that there are no terrorists inside, or after gunning them down. That's when this area will be slightly free. But of course there'll be a lot of security here tomorrow. As we heard that R.R. Patil also said that tomorrow also people should avoid going to such places in case they don't have any work. They should avoid going to all these places that were attacked today.
Well, already a decision has been.
That came in from IBN, our sister network in India, just a little while ago, adding a little dimension to the story there. Reports on the Associated Press right now that 4 suspects in this concerted, broad-scale, coordinated attack have been killed, 9 suspects in custody. Again, we have reports of upwards of 78 people killed, upwards of 200 injured in this attack, which has really brought this city to its knees. Terrorists, it can be accurately said, are controlling the city at this point as the authorities try to get the upper hand, try to cordon off the situation, try to contain it. But we have multiple hostage situations underway involving Westerners. We believe American citizens, perhaps British citizens, although that's very sketchy at this point. We do know that the terrorists were seeking out Westerners, Americans in particular. And on that ominous note, let's go now to Chicago, where we have our Ed Henry, who's been covering the president-elect, Barack Obama, as he prepares to take office. And we have a statement from the Obama government in waiting, I guess you'd call it. Ed, go ahead.
Absolutely, Miles. We can now report that, in fact, President-elect Barack Obama is getting briefed on the situation. We're told by an aide that he is following the situation closely. He's been getting regular updates early this evening here in Chicago from his staff about the situation. You mentioned a statement has just come out in the last couple of moments. It comes from the chief national security spokesperson for the Obama transition team. That's Brooke Anderson. She says, quote, President-elect Obama strongly condemns today's terrorist attacks in Mumbai, and his thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and the people of India. These coordinated attacks on innocent civilians demonstrate the grave and urgent threat of terrorism. The United States must continue to strengthen our partnerships with India and nations around the world to root out and destroy terrorist networks. We stand with the people of India, whose democracy will prove far more resilient than the hateful ideology that led to these attacks. That is a statement from the chief national security spokesperson from the Obama transition team. That's Brooke Anderson. We're also told again that Barack Obama himself has been getting updates from his staff. Kathleen Koch already reporting the current president, George W. Bush, getting updates at Camp David as well. We're obviously, as we've been reporting about the financial crisis, in this odd situation right now during this transition team, where, as you noted, you have a president of the United States and you have a government in waiting here in Chicago. It's fascinating as well to see these horrific images play out over the first 3 days of this week. It's been all about economic security, all about the financial crisis for President-elect President-elect Obama. This situation in India, obviously now a fresh reminder about the national security challenges that he will be facing as he takes office. And as you know, early next week, we're expecting, in fact, that Barack Obama, after unveiling his financial security team this week, will be unveiling his national security team next week, Miles.
All right. Well, they've got a new task on the front burner there. Ed Henry, thank you very much. Let's see, we've resumed contact with Andrew Stevens as we look once again at that horrifying picture of a police van that opens fire on a crowd, obviously the work of the terrorists there in Mumbai, in this city that is just under siege. Andrew, what more can you tell us from the scene there?
The Metro Theatre, where a police van, which had been hijacked.
Miles, just before our communications dropped out, I wanted to tell you that we've been discussing these people we know who are actually in the Taj. They've been in the Taj during this whole event, this siege, if you like. They were told, if you remember, to close the doors, turn off the lights and sit on the bed and wait for help. Well, they have taken matters into their own hands. They have made a decision and they have got out of that hotel. They are safe and sound. They are outside. And the reason they said that they decided to take that decision, it was just they were hearing too many indications that there was a battle going on inside. There was smoke starting to fill the hotel. So they decided they got out of it, and they're safe and sound. So that's the good news. The bad news is, though, that at this stage, nothing has changed as far as the information we are getting on the overall hostage situation in not one but two hotels, two five-star hotels. One, the Taj I just spoke about. We don't know how many people there. There are reports that maybe 15 hostages, maybe up to half of those could be foreign hostages. Again, we don't know, but there are reports that the gunmen were going through the guests who were staying at the hotel, demanding to see passports, looking for British and US passports. The story is a hostage situation also at the Oberoi Hotel, which is just up the road. Again, Miles, I can't bring you any more details. We know there's a hostage situation. We're not aware how or if it's been resolved. We have been told, and there have been reports that there was a large explosion coming from inside the hotel just after the military went in. Now, we're also getting reports that there is some sort of sporadic shooting or firing on the streets around this area in South Mumbai. Obviously, there are a lot of very, very scared people, scared residents here at the moment. This has been an unprecedented attack on targets which most people who live in Mumbai would thought had never have been targets for attack. So people are obviously very, very spooked by what's going on. There's reports of gunfire in the streets. Again, this is random and isolated. We can't bring you any more than that. But this just goes into the overall situation, the incredible tensions, the fear, and what we saw earlier, the panic in this city, Miles.
Yeah, Andrew, let's talk a little bit. You know, I sort of feel like we're looking at this with blinders on. We have a couple of glimpses of what is a broad frontal attack on a city, as many as 9 locations. What do we know about what's going on in the northern part of the city? I know one hotel in particular, I believe it was a Marriott, has been targeted there. What do we know about what is going on there?
Okay, I just need to correct you on that because that's what we were hearing first of all. The JW Marriott was a target in the north of the city, which is about an hour or so from here. It was not the Marriott, it was the Ramada Hotel, which is very close. Obviously, the Ramada Hotel is also a very well-known Western international brand. What I can, basically, the information is very thin on the ground there, and you've got to think. I mean, obviously there is a big media industry here at the moment, Miles, but even they are being hugely stretched by this crisis. There are just so many reports coming in from so many areas, and particularly down south. They are focusing down in where I am in South Mumbai. I can't bring you up to date. All we know at this stage that police were reporting there was firing in the Ramada. As soon as we try and get some details on that, we will. You'll notice just by my lack of communications with you, sometimes my communications with you drop out. That is a very common thing here in Mumbai. On the mobile phone, even landlines are not necessarily completely reliable, and certainly mobile phones, it's not uncommon if you lose your mobile, it drops out, drops out, drops out. So it is actually quite hard to get information here at the best of times, let alone when we have this sort of crisis still unfolding.
All right. Well, I tell you what, Andrew, it would help me because now I'm a little bit confused. Could you give us the lay of the land here, as best we know it, as to where these targets are? We're looking now at a map. I know you can't see it, but we're looking at the southern part of Mumbai. There we have the Taj Hotel, the Hotel Oberoi, the railway station. What else is in the southern part of the city that we need to be concerned about?
Okay, well, basically there are big commercial buildings around. Some of the big Indian companies have their headquarters in this area. General Electric used to be in this area. I'm not sure. I haven't been down that street to see if they're still there, but last time I was here, they were there. So this is the commercial heart, if you like, and this is a very well-heeled part of Mumbai. Now, it's called South Mumbai. So around the Taj is probably the key landmark you need to be aware of if you're looking at the map of Mumbai, because it is such a well-known historic building. It is one of, if not the landmark building here in Mumbai, and if that's not it, right next to it is an edifice called the Gateway to India, which is also features on virtually every postcard you can ever buy here in Mumbai. So those two areas are really the heart of this sort of this historic part, this very affluent part, and this very commercial part of South Mumbai. The Ramada Hotel is in North Mumbai. Now, travelling by car would take you about an hour or so. I mean, Mumbai is a very spread out city, Miles. You've got to sort of, I'm sure you've been here yourself many times, but it used to be originally 7 islands, and it's sort of spread pretty much at random. It's now a city of 19 million people, so it really doesn't have a sort of a firm central business district, if you like. It has a whole lot of different sort of satellites which have all merged into one. South Mumbai, though, where these attacks have been concentrated, would certainly be the wealthiest part, the most commercial part of this city. I hope that explains a little bit as to sort of geography and the importance of the various parts.
That helped immensely. Thank you, Andrew Stevens. Stay close to us, and we'll be back with you, obviously, as developments warrant. In the meantime, all kinds of consultation between what is going on the ground there and Washington. Zane Verjee has been watching that for us. Zane.
Exactly, Miles. The State Department, for anyone who has friends or family there that's panicking and doesn't know who to call or what to do, the State Department's established a consular call center for anyone that's worried about the situation on the ground and what's unfolding. The phone number that you need to call is 1-888-407-4747. 1-888-407-4747. That number shared with us from the State Department. They've set up this operations center to deal with this crisis situation there on the ground and to really handle calls from anyone in this country that has friends or family or relatives or anyone that they need to get in touch with. We also understand, too, from a State Department official that Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice has also been briefed on the situation. She knows what's going on. She's been monitoring the situation carefully. She's been reaching out to officials at the U.S. Embassy in New Delhi as well as the consulate in Mumbai. She's also going to be talking, Miles, to Indian officials there. The situation is so fluid. It's just really a question of getting a hold of them at this point. State Department official also telling us that Rice has just spoken to President Bush and briefed him on the conversations that she's been having.
Zane Verjee watching things for us as the State Department moves into action, and that phone number at the bottom of your screen, if you have some concerns about a loved one in that part of the world, we encourage you to call. If you don't, please don't, and don't clog up the line unnecessarily. We're going to take a break and then continue our coverage of this dynamic situation in Mumbai. Hostage taking still underway, 78 people dead, at least several hundred injured, a city that is absolutely brought to its knees by terror. Stay with us for more of the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome back to our continuing breaking news coverage of a city under siege. Mumbai is the target of terror. Scores of people dead, hundreds of people injured, and a group claiming association with Islamic radicals taking responsibility for this horrible synchronized attack, which still continues. with reports of hostages in some hotels frequented by Westerners, hostages that might be American, might be British. All this remains very sketchy, unfolding as we speak. Among the people with CNN on the ground there in Mumbai is our Malika Kapoor, who has further information for us about what is going on in Mumbai and specifically about a release of some hostages potentially from one of the hotels. Malika, what can you tell us?
We know that some people have been able to leave the hotels. We don't know specifically whether these people were indeed same people who were held hostage by the gunmen. But within the last hour, we have seen pictures up and we've heard of friends and people we know who've been able to leave the Taj Hotel. And they, of course, are saying the situation there is very tense, but they've managed to escape, to leave from the back exit. The situation both at the Taj Hotel and also the Oberoi Hotel, which are fairly close to each other, are still very much a live situation there. And gunmen still hold up in those two buildings. Situation very tense. We're seeing a fire, plumes of smoke coming out of the Taj Hotel, which is very symbolic and really a sign that these gunmen have brought Mumbai to a halt tonight. They've really hit at the heart of Mumbai because the Taj Mahal Hotel is really one of the most famous landmarks in the city.
Malika, tell us, we've been talking quite a bit about the level of concern and security in the city of Mumbai leading up to this. And Andrew Stevens was reporting just a few moments ago that only a week ago, security was relaxed at some of these locations. I'm curious if you had seen evidence that jived with that.
Absolutely. In fact, when I moved to Mumbai not that long ago, about 2 months ago, security at the Taj was very, very, very tight indeed. There were sniffer dogs around the building. In fact, the Taj has a very grand driveway where cars can come in and drop you off at the main entrance, but that driveway had been sealed off. It was barricaded. There were heavy barricades all around. You had to go through 2 metal detectors to get in. Your bags were searched. Children's bags were searched. So that there was extremely tight security at the Taj Hotel itself. And this was following an attack at the Marriott Hotel in Pakistan about 3 months ago. And yes, it was just a few days ago that security at the Taj was relaxed. Of course, people not having a clue that this would follow the moment they did that.
Well, it's just haunting to hear that. Do you know what led the authorities to suddenly a week ago relax security there?
Don't know specifically what led them to do that, but they probably felt that they'd had this intense and tight security for several weeks, and there had been no untoward incident reported. We don't know specifically. We haven't heard from them about why they relaxed security. There still is security, and you still do have to go through a metal detector to get inside, but security is definitely much lighter than it was, say, just a week or 10 days ago.
Well, the way you describe it, it would have been a lot harder to pull off what we've seen occur just in the last recent hours had that security perimeter remained in effect. I'm just curious your thoughts, Malika, on Westerners being singled out this time. That is a new dimension to terror in India, isn't it?
It is a new dimension. Definitely it is. Of course, we still haven't been able to confirm the nationalities of the people who are being held hostage. We do know that people are held hostage, and we're hearing reports that the people who've been held hostage are foreigners. We're hearing reports that gunmen came in and asked people with UK and US passports to be singled out, and they were taken away and held hostage, but we still haven't been able to confirm that. If that is true, as you point out, yes, that is a new aspect, because we have seen terror attacks in India before, but never have they specifically targeted people of a certain nationality.
It's got to be just chilling for this change in tactic for you to witness that, especially as somebody who lives there.
It is. It is absolutely chilling to hear about what's happened, to see developments tonight. Everyone in Mumbai, the residents, are extremely nervous. It's now 4:30 in the morning, and I can tell you the city has not slept at night. Residents have been calling each other. They're checking in with each other. Everyone somehow knows someone. I personally have friends who've been held up at restaurants all night. I got
Malika
a text
Kapoor,
message from a friend.
Malika, we have to cut you off. My apologies, because we've got to move on. But please stay close. We'll be back with you as this story unfolds. The breaking news this hour, Westerners held hostage in India after a series of brazen coordinated attacks, deadly attacks all across the nation's financial capital. Teams of heavily armed gunmen struck 9 locations, 2 luxury hotels, a popular restaurant, a hospital, a crowded train station, among others. The city, formerly known as Bombay, effectively under siege as we speak. Witnesses say the attackers were looking for people with U.S. and British passports. At least 78 people are dead, 200 wounded. The State Department says it does not know of any American casualties, but of course it's still checking, and of course it is very difficult to get information right now. A short while ago, about 50 people were rescued from one hotel targeted, the Taj Hotel, where an explosion unleashed a raging fire, which you've seen here on CNN. Troops moved into a second hotel under attack. Authorities say 2 suspected militants have been gunned down. There are unconfirmed reports that a little-known group calling itself Deccan Mujahideen has claimed responsibility. Let's bring in Zain Verji now and get some further details on what we're hearing from the State Department and others. Zain.
Well, firstly, we're getting some information from our sister network, IBN. They're reporting now that the army has entered the Oberoi Hotel. That's a hotel, Miles, extremely popular with the business elite, with politicians, celebrities, including all these Bollywood stars, you know, because Mumbai is where everyone's at. That's their version of Hollywood, where all the movies come out. So that's the hotel that many of them frequent. Police forces are also right now inside the Taj Hotel. We're learning too that schools and colleges in Mumbai are closed, and police are urging people just to stay at home and don't leave. Miles.
Zain Verji watching that for us. Thank you very much. Let's go now to the Pentagon. Barbara Starr has been getting reports there through the military as the military tries to assess what is going on in India as well. Barbara, what are you hearing?
Well, Miles, at this hour, not just the U.S. military, but the intelligence services are looking at this very closely. U.S., British, and Indian intelligence services beginning now to communicate and share what little information and details they have. One cannot really say often enough that this story is continuing to unfold. There are no totally confirmed facts at this point. People are looking at the information here at the Bush administration, here in the Pentagon, and trying to come to some judgments about what they are seeing. So here is what we are being told by our sources. One very interesting fact emerging, they are looking at the possibility that, in fact, there were 2 vehicles used in these attacks as explosive devices. Now, if this does turn out to be confirmed, it would be very interesting. Another sort of mark, if you will, of Islamic extremists. One of our counterterrorism sources saying to us, when you look at the coordination, the multiple targets, the timing, everything that appeared to go into this, it does lead you to the prospect that this was an Islamic terrorist group. Now, the Deccan Mujahideen has claimed public responsibility for it, but I have to tell you, as I believe my colleague Kelly Arena reported previously, the Bush administration, the intelligence services, looking a little deeper than that. At this hour, they are looking at the possibility of a very well-known group in the region called Lashkar-e-Toiba, one of the most militant Islamic organizations in South Asia, might have been involved in it. The LET comes out of Afghanistan, comes out of Pakistan, very militant in previous attacks against India to challenge its rule in the areas of Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, the LET already banned by Pakistan. Nothing confirmed, we have to keep saying it, but this group, Lashkar-e-Toiba, is one of the groups that the U.S. administration at this hour now looking at the possibility that they were involved. And if they find some additional evidence of that, that will certainly lead intelligence analysts to go a step further and try and come to some determination if Al-Qaeda affiliated groups or other Islamic groups, militant groups, might have been involved in the planning, recruiting, coordination, getting the weapons, the money, the organization together. This is a very, concerning attack by virtue of the fact the number of targets, the simultaneous attack on these targets, and the fact that this was carried off without anybody having any apparent clue that this was coming. no indication that the Indian intelligence services, the British or the U.S. had any signal, any sign that this was in the works. So they will be looking at all of this very closely in the coming hours and days.
Of course, the reports we've had from the scene is that just a week ago they lowered security right around that area. So clearly there was not much of a clue. This group, the LET, Barbara, what is it about this attack that leads the authorities to believe it might somehow be responsible? They haven't called up and laid claim, have they?
Not to the best of our knowledge. To be very candid, it's what we are hearing from sources that is now being discussed at some of the highest levels here in Washington tonight. They are looking at it. They have no confirmation. It's not at all clear that they will find that LET was involved. But why they are looking at it is, again, it is one of the most hardline, militant Islamic organizations in South Asia. They have a long history of engaging in attacks against Indian rule. They have been very active in Pakistan, though it's our understanding that the Musharraf government officially banned them some time back. So they will be looking to see if they are involved. Miles?
All right, Barbara Starr at the Pentagon, thank you very much. Please stay nearby. We'll be back with you as developments warrant. We've been starting to piece together a little more dimension to this story as we've been hearing from some witnesses. Joining us on the line right now is a businesswoman who happened to be in a restaurant in Mumbai and watched a lot of this transpire. Manuela Testolini is on the line with us. Ms. Testolini, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, tell me what you saw and heard in this evening and into the morning there.
Well, we are here on business and staying at the Taj, a few of us, and decided to go over to the Trident for dinner this evening. And just about 20 minutes after we had sat down, we heard some gunshots. At the time, didn't really realize that that's what it was. And then my colleague saw someone get shot just outside the glass doors of the restaurant. And obviously that prompted us to jump up and run along with the rest of the restaurant, and left everything behind, including purses and phones. So we're sort of without anything at the moment. But we ran through the kitchen and surprised the staff, and everyone ran down to a ballroom in the hotel where we sat in the dark for almost 2 hours, where we could hear gunfire and also several grenades going off. There's a lot of panic, obviously, going on from there. And then they shifted us eventually 10 at a time, women and children first, outside the hotel through a back fire escape and out into the street, where we thought we were okay because we were away from the hotel. And then again, we heard gunfire and we heard grenades, and there was a lot of panic, people running, people getting trampled. And we've been shifted a few times, and there's a lot of waiting. People are hiding in parking structures. I'm in a place now where I feel safe. I've managed to, we've all stuck together. About 17 of us are hiding here where we can still hear the gunfire. We've heard a couple grenades go off, and we're watching TV, actually, and we can see what's happening there at the Taj, where our rooms are.
Wow, I'm just floored by your story. First of all, I cannot believe how calm you sound after what you've just experienced. How are you and the group doing?
My colleagues are sleeping. The people, we're absolutely exhausted. It's after 4 o'clock in the morning here, and this has been going on now, obviously, for 7 hours or so. We're emotionally drained, but we've managed to find some water and a quiet place here where we feel much more safe than where we were. We were obviously out in the open. And a couple of the gentlemen here that I'm with went to see what was going on, and there's the army is on the street here. They blocked off the street, but they're not allowing any of us to come or go. No cars are allowed in here, so we're here for at least for the night. But obviously we don't have anywhere to return to because our hotel's on fire at the moment. But, you know, this has been interesting because we walked into this Trident hotel and there's absolutely no security. There were no metal detectors, no nothing. Whereas at the Taj, there's at least metal detectors and some security out front of the hotel.
Let's back up a little bit because your story, there's so many details that I'd like to hear a little bit more about. First of all, you heard the gunshots, didn't know what they were, and then you saw somebody get shot. Were they fatally wounded right in front of you?
My colleague did see that, and we heard after that person did die. And then I saw one of the workers in the restaurant was covered in blood, and she let me know that one of the busboys had been shot but taken to the hospital.
Okay.
And I understand, I think 4 people that are dead from the Oberoi Trident Hotel there.
Right. Did the terrorists come into the restaurant where you were at the Trident?
They did. We were running the other direction, so I didn't see them myself, but my colleague who was sitting next to me did see them
they were pursuing you at that point, in essence.
They were, and we ran, and we could hear them shooting behind us.
It's just horrifying thought. Now, you mentioned as you went to this ballroom that they were helping you. Who's they? Who was helping you out?
There's an incredible staff at this hotel. They were so calm and really were trying to keep us all situated and keep us informed of what was going on. But we were, 200 people and maybe 40 staff sitting crouched in this ballroom in the dark, just because the ballroom has one side is all windows leading to the street, facing the street, and we didn't want to alert anybody that we were actually hiding there. So we sat in the dark for a long time and managed to find someone who had a BlackBerry, and I emailed family, and we all emailed family and friends, let them know that we were okay for the moment.
Wow.
Now, yeah.
You said you're with a group of 17. You sound like you're American. Are you an American business person?
I'm actually Canadian, but I am. I have a business in the U.S. and a children's foundation, which I'm doing a partnership with an Indian children's foundation here, which is why I was here visiting. And I was leaving, actually. My flight was at 1:30 this afternoon, coming up, so I won't be making that, obviously. But,
no, you won't be making that flight for now, and I'm glad you're safe. Now, we've heard all these reports that Westerners were targeted, Americans and British in particular. Can you confirm that one way or another? Do you have any sense of it? Doesn't sound like you had much time to really get a sense of what they were after.
Well, my sense is, obviously the Taj and the Oberoi, the Trident, these are luxury hotels full of tourists, British, American, and otherwise. And these are obviously targets that would gain national or international attention, much more so than anywhere else. But they've also hit the Colaba Causeway, which is a tourist market, and I heard that it was also the hospital and the railway, or the train station.
All right. Without giving away where you are, can you give us a sense of how you feel safe right now, and if you and your party are going to be okay? And do you have a sense of what's going on outside around you?
I know that the Oberoi Hotel has been surrounded by the Army, and we sent a couple of people out, and they did confirm that. And we are far enough away to feel safe, but close enough to still hear what's going on. So we'll just lay low until at least it's daylight, and the dust starts to settle.
And are you still hearing gunshots or any signs of fighting?
Actually, yes. Just before our phone call, about 5 minutes before that, we heard gunshots, several rounds of gunshots. And from our perspective, we don't know if that's the police fighting with them or what have you, but we also heard some grenades a couple times in the last maybe 90 minutes to 2 hours.
Manuela Testolini, thank you so much for your time. I'm so glad you're safe and sound, and you have amazing presence of mind to be able to call us and talk about it so calmly. I suspect you may look back on this and you'll start trembling later, maybe, because I think adrenaline probably has a lot to do with it. But good luck, be safe, and don't move before anybody tells you to move. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right. Good luck. Our chief international correspondent, Christiane Amanpour, joining us now to talk a little bit about not just what's going on in India right now, but a little bit of the context in all this. Christiane?
Well, Miles, for hours this has been going on, and the real question is, of course, who is it and why? And there are all sorts of ideas. As you've heard from not just Ms. Testolini, but others, obviously Bombay, Mumbai, is the center of where Islamist militants, according to India, have repeatedly struck the bustling film industry, the financial center, really in varying degrees over the past 20 years. They're sort of part of a campaign to try to really strike at the heart of India's economy and obviously its reputation as a bustling gateway, and as India India is rising as one of the main financial superpowers in the world. India has often blamed these attacks in the past on Islamic militants who perhaps were based in Pakistan or Bangladesh. Obviously, Pakistan has always denied it. And very, very interestingly, this very week, the new president of Pakistan, Zardari, has made the most conciliatory remarks to India of any Pakistani president, saying that he would favor foregoing any kind of first strike nuclear attack. You know, they're the two nuclear powers there in South Asia. He's talked about the whole Kashmir situation, which causes a huge amount of problems, militant problems, both in India and in Pakistan. Many of India's Muslims, they are about 151 million of them, and they have often complained about feeling sort of overwhelmed by the Hindu majority in India, and many also object to Indian rule in Kashmir. Again, it is not clear why this has happened tonight and why some of these attacks have happened, but there are various flashpoints that could be a reason. And what about Al-Qaeda? Al-Qaeda's repeatedly threatened to attack India precisely because of the Kashmir situation, although Indian officials and police say there is no such presence. But let's just go back, for instance, to 2006, where some 180 people were killed in India. Muslim militants, Islamic militants were blamed for that. There were bombings of trains and railway stations. And back in 2001, 12 people were killed when there was an assault on the Indian parliament, again blamed on Islamic militants, and that very nearly led to war between India and Pakistan. So a huge flashpoint right there, as we still wonder who actually did this and why.
Christiane Amanpour, our senior international correspondent, thank you very much. Some of our own, as it turns out, were inside the Taj Hotel. One of them, a CNN International employee, Yasmin Wong, was there. He joins us now live, I believe, via broadband. And, excuse me, my apologies. Yasmin, if you could give us details about what you saw, what you heard as this all transpired. All right, Yasmin, we're going to try to get it. Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Can she hear me? Yeah, go, Yasmin, can you hear me?
Am I talking to Miles?
We'll get that straightened out. Obviously, we got a communication nightmare in this situation, to say the least. And as Andrew Stevens was saying a little while ago, even on a good day, it can be difficult in Mumbai. Let's go to Chicago now. Ed Henry is covering the incoming Obama administration, where we're getting some reaction to what's going on there from the president-elect. Ed, what do you have?
Well, Miles, as if we needed more signs of the seriousness of the situation, we've just gotten some new information from an Obama aide telling me that they are now getting regular updates from the Bush administration, information, updates that then they pass on to the president-elect, who's at his home here in Chicago, so that they can brief him, keep him up on the situation. We're told now that Barack Obama here in Chicago is getting regular updates on the situation, so he is in the loop. Obviously, it's an awkward situation right now during this transition period. You have one president, President Bush, at Camp David right now. You have Barack Obama here in Chicago. An official statement has come out in the last hour or so from his chief national security spokesperson, Brooke Anderson, saying, quote, President-elect Obama strongly condemns today's terrorist attacks in Mumbai, and his thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and the people of India. These coordinated attacks on innocent civilians demonstrate the grave and urgent threat of terrorism. The United States must continue to strengthen our partnerships with India and nations around the world to root out and destroy terrorist networks. The statement goes on to say, we stand with the people of India, whose democracy will prove far more resilient than the hateful ideology that led to these attacks. Again, that is a statement from the chief national security spokesperson for Barack Obama. Quite interesting. As you know, this week for Barack Obama has been dominated by economic security. He's been talking about the financial crisis, 3 press conferences in 3 days this week as he rolls out his economic team. These horrific images from India, obviously a fresh reminder, as if they needed one, that national security is still front and center as well. And there are a lot of major challenges confronting the incoming president, including terrorism. In fact, next week he'll be officially unveiling his national security team, we hear, in Chicago. Miles.
Ed, what do we know about how the team is being briefed, how frequently? What do we know about the avenues of communication to keep them in the loop, so to speak?
The staffers I've been talking to say that they're getting as much information as they can, as quickly as they can. They're monitoring it just like we are. One way they do it is by watching us, obviously, and getting those pictures, seeing that real-time information. But again, they also say that they are getting information from the Bush administration, the State Department, and other avenues. I'm told there have not been the super senior level contacts yet. Of course, that could always happen, but more at the mid-level, they're going back and forth to get the freshest, most up-to-date intelligence that they can from the Bush administration to the incoming Obama administration, that coming from Washington to here in Chicago. But don't forget, there also in Washington are various Obama transition officials. It's not just going on here in Chicago. And specifically, there are various officials like Ambassador Wendy Sherman, an Obama transition official, a former Clinton official as well, who is part of that transition team at the State Department to figure out and make sure that this goes smoothly, even before these horrific terror attacks, but just to make sure that there's coordination between both teams. So you have Obama officials there on the ground in Washington. They're able to talk to their counterparts in the Bush State Department, and then obviously there are also officials here in Chicago. We're told they're then passing that information on to the president-elect. He's at home here in Chicago getting ready for the Thanksgiving weekend with family and friends, but obviously he's now also dealing with this very critical situation, Miles.
Adding one more thing to the plate there for the new administration. All right, Ed Henry, thank you very much. We are trying to contact our CNN international employee, Yasmin Wong, who is inside the Taj Hotel. I think we've reestablished communication. Hopefully we have it. Yasmin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Miles.
Okay, right. She's on. Tell me exactly where you were and what you saw and heard.
Okay, so basically I spent the last, I would say, like sort of 5 hours just in a dark room underneath my bed. My bed was basically at the edge of an atrium where a lot of the gunshots were happening, and kind of like, I guess an hour ago, the 5th floor, there was a room that caught fire with a grenade. And at that stage, all I saw was like a lot of smoke, and I saw a guy outside my window, above me on my window, who basically had smashed through the window and was hanging out of the window. And at that stage, the CNN authorities had told us to run out of the hotel. So I ran out of the hotel. I didn't see a single person anywhere. There was smoke everywhere, and the only option I had was just to run down this atrium where I guess a lot of the gunfire had gone on, and I passed bodies and people with bullet wounds, and I guess an old man that had passed out from the flames. And then I got down to the lobby, and I think obviously it was barricaded. The lobby entrance was locked, so I ran out the pool entrance and escaped to the back of the pool, where I basically found the street and all the fire trucks and the policemen.
All right, well, let's back up for just a minute, if we could, Yasmin. What a harrowing tale that is. How did you find out it was happening, first of all?
To be honest, I sort of fell asleep, and I woke up to a lot of what like sounds like firecrackers. And to be honest, the only way I found out was I was watching the local news, and they showed breaking news of I guess they said it was gang warfare in a restaurant nearby. And basically then, I don't know, he moved on to the top.
Are you going to take her on cam?
So, I'm sorry, there's a little communication problem. You still there, Yasmin?
I'm here.
Okay, I apologize. There was a little communication snafu. So, you made the decision to stay in the room in the dark. Were you given instructions to do that?
I was given instructions by CNN to stay in the room. I was also given instructions by the hotel at one point. They hadn't called my room for at least 4 hours. But someone called me in the room just to tell me to switch my lights off and to basically, stay in the bathtub or stay in the room because there was an incident in the lobby. So basically I was just under my bed for hours.
Wow. What was going through your mind at that point?
Well, I guess, it's just like something out of a movie. I don't think you ever imagine anything like that to happen. I guess the main thing is that I thought it was going to end, and it just never ended. And then we just kept hearing that the police were coming in, the military was coming in. But to be honest, we were getting our, I guess, news sources from our BlackBerries and from people texting us, because about 1 hour into all this gunfire, I don't know who, but someone had switched off the TV and the cable. We had no television connection at all in any of the rooms.
So you're there under your bed in the dark with your BlackBerry as your only means of communication, trying to figure out what's going on. And then all of a sudden, somebody in a ladder comes outside the window. What was that all about?
No, it wasn't a ladder. It was a guy in the room above me to the left who basically was screaming out help. Because at that stage, I'd found out there was a fire on the 5th floor. And he smashed through his window to get out because I guess he couldn't breathe. And I looked out my window, and he was hanging from his window.
Whoa. Oh, okay. We're seeing the pictures, I think, right now. So is that when you decided it's time to get out of here?
Well, to be honest, I actually didn't know what to do. Some instructions I was given is to stay in the room, to put a towel against the door with the fire, and just to stay under the bed. But, I peeked out the window, and there's a lot of, I guess, collapsing debris and glass. And it's basically above my room. So there was a final decision made and an email sent for us to just get out of the hotel.
I can imagine you've had an opportunity. I know you have your BlackBerry. You've probably talked to your family, but, here they are. They're probably watching you right now. Do you want to say something to them?
I don't think this is on international, but basically I'm safe, and I'm with my CNN colleagues, and just pray for everyone else who was in the hotel and everyone else who was a part of this incident in Mumbai. So.
One other thought. I know you were in a hurry to get out of there. By the way, what floor was your room on?
I was on the 4th floor, so it was pretty close to the lobby.
Okay. And did you see any of the gunmen, any of the terrorists, and did you have a sense of how many hostages there might be, anything along those lines?
I was only told that there was, I don't know, maybe 7 to 10 hostages in the other wing, but we weren't sure where they were. Okay. But as I was walking down the stairs, I did see gunmen and bullet wounds, and I did see some police or military guys kind of hidden behind.
All right, I think
other doors and
shots. I'm not sure if they
were,
police or terrorists, so I don't know, but they had gun wounds.
All right. Yasmin Wong, thank you very much. We're glad you're safe. Glad the rest of the team is safe there, and stay safe there in Mumbai. Our justice correspondent, Kelly Arena, has been watching things very closely from her post in Washington as intelligence is coming in to the various authorities. The FBI in particular comes to mind. What are you hearing right now, Kelly, about what people are thinking about who might be responsible?
Well, Miles, first, we do know that there's this group that allegedly claimed responsibility, calling itself Deccan Mujahideen. This is not a group that is known to counterterrorism officials. It is believed that it is a domestic group that is aligned with the Kashmiri separatists there in India. But many of the experts that I spoke to believe that this group had to get some outside help. Miles, the FBI, as you know, is not on the ground in Mumbai. They do have personnel in New Delhi, but that's 700 miles away. And the FBI has not been officially asked to assist at this point. So far, there are no reports of any Americans being killed, although obviously this is still early. It's ongoing. Terrorism analysts here are really dissecting this attack, Miles. They say it's like nothing they've ever seen before in the region. It is far more coordinated, specifically aimed at Westerners, economic targets. I'm told that investigators are looking into whether there is any link, as we've also heard before, to a group called Lashkar-e-Taiba. That is a Pakistani group. It has links to al-Qaeda. Now, there's nothing firm, Miles. This is all being investigated. But some experts say that they would not be surprised at all if there was some al-Qaeda influence at work here. Al-Qaeda and some other Muslim groups in the region pretty much share the same goals, to have Kashmir under Muslim control. What's more, al-Qaeda would very much like to stir up passions in the region to divert attention from Pakistan, where we have heard from intelligence officials al-Qaeda and the Taliban are in those tribal areas. So anything that diverts Pakistan's attention away from its domestic issues and toward India would help al-Qaeda.
Kelly Arena, covering the Justice Department for us, joining us from Washington. Thank you very much. Zane Verjee has further details for me. Lots of developments on this story. Zane.
Miles, from CNN's sister network, IBN, they're saying now that 2 terrorists have just been shot dead at the Taj Hotel. The standoff there between commando and Indian security forces and terrorists continues. The Taj Hotel, we understand, is still burning. There are terrorists still in both the Oberoi Hotel and Kamar Hospital. Kamar Hospital is a place for women and children, and the hostage situation there is still underway. Terrorists, too, are holed up inside the Oberoi Hotel. We're hearing overall 11 policemen are dead, and reports, too, that terrorists might have used a sea route to come into Mumbai because there were boats with explosives that were just found near the gateway of India. Miles, it's just one interesting thing to point out, too, is that, you know, India's strategic partnership with the United States has been a reason that's really angered a lot of Muslim citizens that live in India, because they feel that the U.S. war on terror is a war on Islam, and they also feel really resentful toward the Indian police forces and anti-terror squads because they've been going into the various Muslim neighborhoods and rounding up young men and things like that, and it's angered them. And what many analysts are saying is that they feel marginalized, young Muslim men criminalized, and this is a way of lashing back.
Boy, the dimensions of this attack, when you tell me they even had perhaps a sea component, we know for a fact that there were Kalashnikov rifles, automatic weapons. We know about grenades. There are reports that there may have been vehicle-borne bombs, and we have seen direct evidence that they had a vehicle that was painted to be a police vehicle or a stolen police vehicle. This was coordinated on multiple fronts. Almost militaristic strategy and tactics in this case. Let's go now to Washington. Kathleen Koch has been tracking things from the White House. Kathleen, what can you tell us about what the Bush administration is hearing about this?
Miles, I just got some new information from Deputy Press Secretary Gordon Jondro, and he says that the White House and the National Security Council convened a meeting of officials from the State Department, from counterterrorism, and U.S. intelligence agencies this afternoon to address these events in Mumbai. Jondro goes on to say that they have reached out to our embassy in Delhi and to our consulate in Mumbai, as well as talking to Indian government officials. And he says right now the administration is gathering information, seeing what steps can be taken. Earlier this afternoon, I spoke also with Deputy Press Secretary Tony Fratto, and he said that President Bush, when he arrived at the presidential retreat at Camp David this afternoon, was informed of these deadly series of attacks, and he said the president is being kept updated. The White House also released a statement condemning the attacks. This was from Fratto saying, quote, "We condemn these attacks and the loss of innocent life. We continue to seek more information." We've certainly pressed all White House officials about what about these reports that Americans were being targeted, that British citizens were being targeted, that they may actually be being held hostage right now. And at this point, the White House cannot confirm any of those reports, but certainly they're watching these developing attacks very, very carefully. Miles, India is a major U.S. trading partner, a major military ally, and certainly the U.S. quite concerned about violent instability in such an important country.
Kathleen Koch at the White House, thank you very much. We continue to get eyewitness accounts as this tragedy unfolds in Mumbai. We have some material from our sister network, IBN, in India, a witness who was inside the Taj Hotel. Let's listen.
We didn't see anything. We were basically ahead of it, so we ran in front of it. So basically, there were about 25 people in my room, and everybody was just lying still, lying under tables, lying under furniture, and just, you know, being very quiet and just hoping it would pass.
How were you rescued from the police?
From the fire brigade. What happened was that they just smashed our windows, and we all had to come out through the ladder, and which just happened about half an hour ago.
What were you told inside? What exactly was like?
No one told us anything because nobody knew anything. I mean, we only had the Taj Hotel staff, who I must say were absolutely brilliant, and but they didn't have any more information. So you know, they just kept saying to us all, "Look, be quiet, stay calm. You know, it'll be okay." But nobody actually had any information. But we could just hear it all. We could hear it when we knew when the army were in, because we could hear the army running through the hotel, and we just heard all the gunfire and we heard all the blasts.
You're from London. Whom did you accompany her with?
I'm here with two friends of mine, actually, and so also from London, actually, and but I haven't found them yet, actually, so they're probably just around here somewhere.
Okay. 6 hours, painful hours. What do you have to say about that?
Most definitely the worst experience of my entire life, and you know, it was just horrendous. It was absolutely horrendous, and never experienced anything like it, and hope I never do again, actually. And I just think it's a credit to the hotel and to the emergency services that they got us out in the time and in the way that they did, with you know, in our group at least, with no casualties anyway.
All right. It would help me, I'm sure it would help you too, if we knew a little bit more about the lay of the land. CNN's Abby Tatton has been focusing on the reported locations of these attacks. We know of 9 so far, and has tried to pinpoint as much of this as possible using the Google Map technology to walk us through it. Abby, help us understand the lay of the land there.
Right, Miles. 9 sites attacked. Hotels, a hospital, a restaurant. This is how it unfolded around the city in the southern part of Mumbai over the last few hours, starting with the Taj Mahal Hotel, a luxury hotel. Gunmen taking over that location earlier on. 5 hours later, we saw it right here on CNN, smoke billowing from the roof of that building. Since then, reports of 50 hostages released. Nearby, the Hotel Oberoi. This is just in the same neighborhood, not far away, another luxury hotel there. Also, gunmen taking over that area. We've heard that the army is in that location. Reports that the lights are off. No word from inside at this time. Right now, those are fluid, ongoing situations. Gunmen still inside from what we're hearing, but locations elsewhere in the city are being targeted, have been targeted in the last few hours. We're going to Cafe Leopold right now. This is a place that's legendary with backpackers, Western tourists, a popular hangout. Reports there that shots were fired, little more information than that. Also, a railway station, the Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminus railway station. All we know, one police official telling us there an attack took place. We don't know any more information than that at this point. And then the hospital, the Kama Hospital. This is a hospital for women and children, has been targeted. Reports that shots were fired there. We've had reports that patients were taken hostage. That's all we know about that area there at this time. We've also heard, Miles, from people that I've talked to that have uploaded their photos onto the internet of grenade attacks taking place elsewhere in the city. We're obviously tracking that down, and we'll bring you more. Miles?
Abby Tatton, thank you very much. That helped me quite a bit understand the dimensions of all of this, but it's difficult to comprehend the horror of the whole thing. Let's talk a little bit more also about these targets, specifically these buildings, these hotels. Aisha Shashay, who is with CNN International, is familiar with Mumbai and has stayed in some of these hotels. Aisha, what can you tell us?
Hi there, Miles. We want to take you through where some of these attacks took place. Now, the Taj Mahal Hotel that we've been speaking about a great deal over the last couple of hours was among one of at least 9 sites attacked late on Wednesday. Now, the Taj Mahal, just to give you some oversight, it's a 22-story luxury 5-star hotel right there by the Arabian Sea. This is a 105-year-old, 600-room waterfront hotel, and it's been described as one of Mumbai's architectural marvels. It's been host to royalty, both domestic and foreign, and was to have been the base for the England cricket team next month after a previous stay 2 weeks ago. Now, it's also just about 40 minutes away from the airport, and it's near the bustling city centre. Now, we've been seeing, as you can see there, plumes of smoke were seen billowing out of the top floor of the hotel, and there were reports of that floor catching fire after an explosion. Some people saying it was a bomb that went off. At least 90% of the building was plunged into darkness as authorities cut off power in a precautionary measure. Now, as we understand it, 2 terrorists lost their lives there at the Taj Mahal Hotel, and the situation is still evolving. Let's tell you a little bit now about the Oberoi. Now, that is in southern Mumbai. It's centrally located in the main financial district. The Legislative Assembly and most international and national banks are headquartered all within a radius of 1 kilometer. Police said that these attacks that we've been talking about for the last couple of hours on CNN and CNN International began shortly after 10:30 p.m. They started at a railway terminus, Chhatrapati Shivaji Sonyaji is what it's actually called, CST to be short, and it's formerly known as the Victoria Terminus, and there gunmen claimed about 10 lives. Now, as we said, a number of sites targeted, also reports of shooting at Cafe Leopold, a very popular hotspot for tourists in the city. And Zain and Abby were talking about, you know, the situation at the Kama Hospital. This is a hospital for women and children. As we understand it, a hostage situation is still underway there. So, Miles, just to give you some insight into these various locations, in particular the hotels, just how prestigious they are, and just, you know, what, you know, hotspot they were for tourists and many famous people who visited and stayed there over many years. Miles?
Aisha Sasay in Atlanta, thank you very much. Let's go to Zain Verji, who's been watching international reaction, and as well as, of course, the State Department, which is her beat. Tell us what you know, Zain.
Well, I'll get to the international reaction in just a sec, because we're getting more information from our sister network, IBN. They're saying now that the terrorists went in with masks on, and they started shooting basically indiscriminately at one restaurant, Cafe Leopold, popular with foreign tourists and backpackers. There are also reports that many foreigners have been killed. We're efforting more information from the State Department to see if any U.S. citizens have been killed or injured. They're combing the hospitals to try and figure out whether that is the case, and whether or not any American tourists or business people may also have been killed or wounded. Police are also not confirming whether or not tourists have been targeted, but several witnesses, and as we've been reporting, as you know, Miles, they say that the terrorists came in and asked specifically for passports by U.S. Belonging to U.S. or British citizens.
And what word on international reaction? What are you hearing on that, too?
Well, Ban Ki-moon is saying, you know, the UN Secretary General condemns the rash of shootings and blasts in Mumbai today that killed and wounded a number of people. He says it's totally unacceptable. The British Prime Minister Gordon Brown is calling it outrageous, and that it will be met with a vigorous response, and urgent action is being taken to protect British citizens. And the British Foreign Secretary has also said that that the U.S. and India will continue their joint actions to counter terrorism. The U.S. has also condemned what's happened and is monitoring the situation.
Zain Verji, thank you very much. We're going to take a break. Our coverage of the attacks on Mumbai will continue after a short break. Stay with us.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome back. I'm Miles O'Brien. This is our continuing coverage of the attacks on Mumbai. Scores of people dead, hundreds of people injured in a coordinated terrorist attack on at least 9 targets in the financial center of India. Ongoing hostage situations, a chaotic scene and a very dangerous scene still exists in Mumbai, and we're not sure at this point how much the authorities have under control. Let's go right now to Abby Tatton, who's been watching this story unfold on the internet. Lots of pictures being shared out there. Abby, what are you seeing?
Miles, we've seen a lot on our air from around the hotels, but what I'm seeing online is other areas of the city. In the south of Mumbai, this is the area of Colaba, the southern tip. The apartment that this man lives in, Vino Kumar Ranganathan, he's within sight of the hotel there, the Taj, but when he walked out of his building, this is what he saw. He talked me through the last few hours, what it was like to be a resident there. It started off in his apartment. He heard 2 loud blasts. He looked at the television. He thought that was coming from the railway station, but when he headed out, this was the area around his building. The police saying that this petrol station had been targeted by a grenade attack. So at this point, he knows of attack of the train station, also an attack by a grenade attack on the petrol station as well. And at that point, where he was crowded around this area with other people in the streets, gunfire happened just in the vicinity around him. He said no one was hurt. He didn't see anyone get injured, saw a couple of people with minor injuries, but he said people were just taking to the streets, no idea what was happening, no idea of what was coming next. He's now back in his apartment loading these pictures to the internet. Miles? Abby Tatton, watching it from her standpoint through the power of the internet. Thank you very much. Gives us another added dimension, a little more insight on things. We've been continuing to get additional witness testimony, if you will, to what happened and what is happening in Mumbai. Let's listen to this one, which just came in.
We heard bomb blasts, we heard gunshot wounds, we heard firing, and we just locked अंदर से लॉक कर दिया हमने अपना। कितना टेरिफाइंग था ये, मतलब कितना एक्सपीरियंस, क्योंकि आप वी कैन सी कि आप इतने टेरिफाइड हो, इट्स अ पेनफुल एक्सपीरियंस। मैम आप बताएंगे।
I was just worried. I was just thinking whether I'll be able to see my daughter or not. Thank you.
Finally.
All right, joining us on the phone right now is Andrew Stevens, our CNN correspondent who's been on the ground there in Mumbai since the beginning for us. Andrew, what are you hearing and seeing now?
Miles, we are not hearing a lot of new information at the moment. As it stands, we still understand that there is a hostage situation at two hotels, the two five-star hotels, the Taj Mahal Palace and the Oberoi Hotel, which are quite close to each other. What I can tell you is that Navy commandos had got into the Taj Hotel and managed to get quite a few guests out of the hotel. Others took their own initiative and also fled the hotel in the last hour or so. We don't know at this stage whether there are still guests in there. We do know there are hostages there. It is estimated, the Associated Press, quoting local people and also the local media here, Miles, is now estimating between 7 and 15 foreign hostages in the Taj, held by what is understood to be two gunmen. But again, that information cannot be confirmed. What we have heard over the past 3 hours or so is eyewitnesses saying that when the gunmen came in, they rounded up guests where they could find them and demanded to see passports. They were looking for British and US passport holders. This was a particular target, and they were taken away. Again, we just don't know the numbers yet. The Oberoi, Miles, it's much less clear. We understand there is still hostages there. There is engagement by the military. At this stage, I can't tell you much more than that at the Oberoi.
All right, Andrew, here's a question for you. We're going on 6 hours since this all began. Check me if I'm wrong on that. Going on 6 hours, and admittedly, I know that the head of anti-terrorism has been killed in this attack. But have we heard any official statements from authorities, any sort of indication as to where things stand from their perspective?
Many instances.
Well, we heard about 45 minutes ago, Miles, and you're right, it's about 6 hours since this incident first began. About 45 minutes ago, the Chief Minister of the state in which Mumbai is said that the situation at both the Taj and the Oberoi was not under control. So that's as clear an indication as we can have that it's an ongoing hostage situation. I get the impression, though, that this has now been contained to these two incidents at these hotels. Because at one stage we were getting report after report of another target being hit, another target being hit. At one stage they're talking about 9 targets being hit. That has been scaled back now to 7. But we just didn't know where this was going to end. We now have been about 2, maybe 3 hours. We haven't heard reports of new attacks in new places. The last one we heard was the Ramada Hotel, which is actually not where the rest of the targets were, but in the north of the city. That was probably about 3.5 hours ago or so. So it looks like it now has been, the situation now has boiled down to these 2 hotels.
All right, so Andrew, so help me out here. As we look, by the way, we're looking at videotape, which would lead us to believe that there was a vehicle-borne bomb here as well. We've talked about that a little bit. But so just to be as clear as we can about this, 7 targets, but at this point only 2 would be considered active in the sense that there are terrorists holed up in 2 locations only. Is that our best understanding at this point?
Correct, Miles. That's the best understanding, that the 2 5-star hotels, and these hotels are very much favoured by foreign travellers, by foreign businessmen. The Oberoi Hotel and the Taj Mahal are the 2 active sites at the moment. Both, we understand, have military engagement within the hotels, but at this stage we just don't know what's actually going on.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew Stevens. Let's listen in to our sister network in India, IBN, for just a moment.
Inside, and we really don't know which floor they are at, where have they reached. And of course, there was a pattern in the way they were moving up. Every floor had a light being switched on and switched off. So all that is going inside. We were thinking there were blasts inside.
Okay, Rohit, I think we're having a bit of problem with your audio. So while while you just patch that up, just quick details if you can share with us on roughly how many floors does this particular hotel have, any other exit points, and you're talking about that noise of a blast coming out, roughly an indication as to which story, etc., could it have come from?
It's the tallest floors. I can see people, the media, because of the blast and is being brought up to the hotel.
Rohit, I'll have to interrupt you here once again because
I'm going to try to fill in a few gaps for you here because I know it's kind of hard to figure this out with the audio problems. But at our best understanding, we're at the Oberoi Hotel in this feed, we think. Yeah, I believe that is the Oberoi Hotel. And our understanding is that the military, the authorities, are inside that building now. And we just talked to Andrew Stevens about how it's good. We're finally getting some definitive nature as to the scope of it, of where things stand right now. And basically, we're looking at two locations. The two five-star hotels there, the Taj and the Oberoi, are the places that are active at this point, places where terrorists are still inside, presumably hostages, and where the authorities are trying to seize control. The other 5, maybe 7 locations, depending on how you count. We believe a total of 7 right now, so that would be 5 other locations, are in one way or another secure and at least not actively involving the authorities or the terrorists. So that's where it stands right now. We're going to watch very closely these feeds and let you know if we see any sort of developments there at the Oberoi involving the military, which would lead us to believe they're securing the Oberoi and affecting any kind of rescue of the hostages. In the meantime, we've been talking throughout the evening with James Fontanella, who's a correspondent with the Financial Times. When last we checked in with him, he was at the hospital. James, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still there. I've spoken to quite a few people, including the chief doctor here, Dr. Tayade. And basically, he's confirming that 81 people are dead, 7 are foreigners, and 161 are injured. There's actually 63 people dead here at St. George. I've seen a lot of the corpse here. It's absolutely devastating. It's devastating. There's no other words for that.
James, let me ask you this: when he says 81 are dead, presumably those are people who have made it one way or another to hospital, or because
that's correct. The numbers could go up, he said, but the 81 he gave me are confirmed.
Okay, because we
had a breakdown of where they are and which hospitals and so forth.
Yeah, Well, we've heard witness accounts just a little while ago. We were talking with one of our fellow CNN employees, and she was talking about as she ran out of the Taj Hotel, seeing numerous bodies in the hallways there. So presumably this number will go up, and this number of 81 would not include that.
No, absolutely not. I mean, the number I gave you is the one that was confirmed to me by the chief doctor at the St. George's Hospital, who was actually on the phone with the Home Minister, so Home Affairs Minister. So that's what I have, and then I spoke with a few of the other guys. A lot of volunteers came out to help the operation here in the hospital, and something they told me, which was even more shocking, is that a lot of people got killed in the train station. When they heard a few shots, they started basically running all out, and there was a massive stampede. So a lot of people died because they didn't manage to get out. They fell on the floor, especially children and women. So that makes it even worse.
So I'm sorry, just to be clear, there was actually a panic-driven stampede at the rail station, which caused some of the fatalities?
Correct. I'm sorry, the line is very bad.
Okay, well, I can hear you just fine, and I'll try to speak slowly. What else can you tell us about the scene there at the hospital? I imagine friends and relatives worried about their loved ones are there.
Crying, and it's absolutely dire. There's a sense of desperation, and as I arrived, after I finished talking to you, I mean, there was a man screaming like, "What have I done to deserve this? What have I done to deserve this? It's unfair." And he had just lost his wife, and he was devastated. And there were many others there crying and completely have no words, couldn't describe the pain, and it's terrible.
I should say. All right. Thank you very much.
There's very little I can add. I mean, I spoke also to a few other people, and they said, what they told me is that what is really puzzling them about this attack, it was completely unconventional. People like firing AK-47s and throwing grenades. I mean, this was completely different from any other attack they had ever seen before.
James Fontanella with Financial Times. Thank you. I believe you're nowhere near the Oberoi, right? Can you see the Oberoi Hotel from where you are?
No, I was at the Oberoi, and what I told you, I've spoken to other people there, and they told me that there's still terrorists inside. So I'm not there anymore. So I'm probably going to go back.
Okay. Well, because we're seeing some visuals which seem to indicate, check me in the control room on this, that there are people leaving the Oberoi. Is that right? Okay. 2 people have been rescued at the Oberoi, so there's obviously some sort of military operation underway there as we speak, and that is good news in the sense that it appears the military is finally gaining some degree of the upper hand here in what is obviously a very chaotic and difficult situation, which caught this city obviously flat-footed. James, just a thought, how long have you spent in Mumbai covering news there? Is this a city that is very familiar to you?
Yeah, well, I've been here now 6 months, and there's been a series of attacks. This is just the last one in a series, really, and it is actually the worst in the last 6 months. I mean, the city was expecting an attack, but nobody ever thought it was going to be as tragic as it has turned out to be.
Yeah, I suspect this day, I guess it's already November 27th there, or November 26th it began. This may become the 9/11 for India, I guess.
Well, I mean, let's not forget that in 2006 there was another very big attack in Bombay. There've been there's another very big attack in Jaipur a few months back. So, I mean, India has a terrorism problem. This is now a clear fact. I mean, we're always talking about the economic boom and the great, the great India story, but there is an underbelly to this, and it's called terrorism. There's no two ways about that.
There's no denying it today. James Fontanella. It's on a city now that is just absolutely at its knees. As we watched it progress, though, we do know this. James just confirming to us, we know of 81 fatalities, several hundred people injured. We know the number of fatalities. That number will, in fact, increase. We spoke to witnesses who've seen bodies inside the Hotel Taj. One of our CNN employees, as she fled that hotel, said she saw numerous bodies. And at this juncture, it is still a very fluid and dynamic situation with what appears to be a military operation going on at one hotel, and hostages, we believe, in both Western hostages, we believe, very possibly Americans, and as well as other Western hostages. Up next, Lou Dobbs tonight to continue this coverage. Kitty Pilgrim in for Lou. Kitty, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. Tonight, terrorists launched coordinated attacks against one of India's biggest cities, killing dozens of people. There are reports the terrorists singled out American and British citizens. We'll go live to Mumbai for the very latest. We'll also have the reaction of some of the best terrorism analysts in the world. All that, much more, straight ahead.
This is Lou Dobbs Tonight. News, debate, and opinion for Wednesday, November 26th. Live from New York, sitting in for Lou Dobbs, Kitty Pilgrim.
Good evening, everybody. Terrorists today launched coordinated attacks against the Indian city of Mumbai. It's the commercial capital of India. Government sources say the terrorists killed at least 78 people and took hostages in 2 hotels. There are reports the terrorists deliberately targeted Westerners, among them Americans. Now, police say the terrorists used grenades and automatic weapons. Joining us now on the phone from Mumbai is CNN correspondent Andrew Stevens. Andrew, tell us what happened and what is going on now.
Yeah, this was an unprecedented attack. This is a city, Mumbai, which has been victim of several terror outrages in recent years, but nothing like we've seen over the past 6 hours, and that is a coordinated attack on up to, and I say up to because it's still not exactly clear how many targets were picked by terrorists. But the latest count is 10. The real focus, though, was on 2 5-star hotels in South Mumbai. South Mumbai is the commercial heart of this city, which is the commercial capital of Mumbai. The Oberoi Hotel and the Taj Mahal Palace Hotel, they would be very familiar names with many, many business travelers right around the world. Now, we know that gunmen stormed both hotels about 6 hours ago now. Hostages have been taken in the Taj Hotel. We understand at this stage there are perhaps between 7 and 15 foreign nationals being held by the hostage takers. When the gunmen stormed the Taj, they rounded up guests and they demanded to see passports. They demanded to know who was carrying a US or a British passport. An eyewitness report said that he saw about 15 people being taken away. He did not know how many of those were British or US passport holders. Now, right now, at this moment, we understand the military is in the Taj Hotel building. Most have been evacuated, most of the guests, we believe. We can't confirm that at the moment. There are still gunmen in there. There are still hostages in there. On top of that, this building is on fire. Thick black smoke coming from the roof of this historic building. It's more than 100 years old, and obviously a significant fire taking place there. I just need to tell you what's happening about 5 minutes away from this hotel at the Oberoi Hotel. Also, we understand a hostage-taking situation. When I say understand, we've got to be very careful here because the communication is difficult here at the moment. The city has been very much cordoned off. They're trying to lock it down. It's very difficult to get from A to B. It's difficult to get information from government sources at this stage. But what we understand is there's also a hostage situation going on right now in the Oberoi Hotel. There are also military forces inside the hotel. There have been reports of explosions from both hotels over the past hour or so.
Andrew, so you're describing a very active situation still at this moment. As you point out, there were multiple targets, maybe as many as 10. Are any of those in an active situation at this time that we know of?
It's a little hard to confirm. We're getting reports that there may also be a hostage, a live hostage situation in a hospital called the Karma Hospital. We know that there was gunfire. We heard gunfire. We heard it live on local television. A reporter was there. We could clearly hear gunfire coming from this hospital. As far as the other areas, the other big target was the Central Railway Station. This is the terminus that handles majority of something like 2.5 million people who commute on the trains here in Mumbai every day. We understand, and it's being reported by the police officials, that several gunmen stormed into the railway station. There is minimal security there, I would have to say. I was down there yesterday, and opened fire with AK-47s and also through hand grenades. We don't know what the death toll or the injury toll is there. What we know at this stage is the official death toll for all of the attacks on all the target stands. Currently at 78, with perhaps up to 350 people injured.
All right. Andrew Stevens, we'll come back to you a little bit later. Andrew, thank you for that report. For more on what's happening now in Mumbai, we're joined by Manuela Testolini, who was caught up in the attacks. Manuela, thanks for talking with us. Tell us what happened to you, what you saw, and you were right in the middle of this. How did you escape?
Well, we've been caught in the midst of it because we're staying at the Taj and actually left around 8:30 in the evening to go to the Oberoi for dinner. And just maybe 30 minutes after we sat down, we heard gunfire, which at the time we didn't realize was gunfire. And my colleague actually saw someone running towards the glass doors of our restaurant, and he shot a gentleman just outside the doors. And at which time we proceeded to run. The entire restaurant ran through the kitchen. People left their purses and phones, obviously, so a lot of us are without tools to communicate. We ran through the kitchen. We've all been, and the gunmen followed, and a couple of the staff there apparently tried to stop those people, and were apparently shot as well, according to one of the other staff members that we talked to. And from then we were led to a ballroom in the hotel where one side of the room was all windows leading to the street. So they had us sitting in the dark for almost a couple hours as we tried to assess the situation and figure out what was happening. Sooner or later, they had us led, maybe 10 at a time, going out to the street away from the hotel because that was thought to be safe at the time. But again, we could hear grenades and gunfire and had to keep running, and we moved several times. We're now at a place where we feel safe, and with a group of about 15 people, and we're still within earshot of what's happening at the Oberoi. We can still hear the activity there.
What have you heard lately, Manuela?
In the last hour, we've heard gunshots. A couple hours ago, we heard grenades again going off. And the Army is out there, but we're unable to leave. No one's allowed to come into the area. Obviously unsafe.
All right. Manuela, you've been through a horrific experience. Were you able to communicate at any point with the outside world while you were basically hiding in that ballroom?
In the ballroom, we had one woman who was gracious enough to let us use her BlackBerry, and we sent out emails to family and friends and colleagues to let them know we were okay. Another young lady later on let us use her cell phone, and as we were using it to call family, there was some gunfire, and everyone ran. We've actually lost the girl, but we still have her phone. So we hope to reunite with her at some point, but we've been able to at least communicate now with the cell phone.
So, Manuela, you believe that you're in a secure location now and you will just stay there at this moment?
Yeah, we're just waiting it out now.
We are with you on that, and thank you very much for taking us through your experiences and talking to us, Manuela Testolini. Thank you. Joining us now with more on the U.S. reaction to what's going on in Mumbai is State Department correspondent Zain Verji. And Zain, what are your sources telling us about the attack?
Well, hi, Kitty. The U.S. has really condemned these attacks. They say they are monitoring the situation. The U.S. is also saying that they are unaware of any American casualties, but because this really appears to have been targeted toward foreigners, and we're hearing that there are a substantial amount of foreigners that have been killed or injured, it's quite possible, but we don't know right now. Secretary of State Rice has been in touch with U.S. diplomats on the ground in India and is being briefed. She's aware of the situation and is trying to reach Indian officials to see what they may need. But, you know, as the situation is fluid, it's just difficult to get in touch. And she's going to offer any kind of assistance that the U.S. can give. And, of course, India, though, has to request and accept that. State Department officials are telling us, too, that what they're doing is they're getting all their information about the situation at these hotels from the Indians on the ground. American officials can't get to any of these sites simply because of the lockdown situation. They can't get to the hotels. U.S. consulate staff are combing all the hotels, looking for Americans, trying to figure out what's going on and relay the information back. As of now, we also don't have any reports that any Americans are being held hostage. Consular officials in Mumbai, though, Kitty, have all been accounted for.
You know, this, we have to point out to our viewers, this has been occurring overnight in India, so this is a very difficult situation to try to get contact.
It is. It's a really difficult situation. What the State Department has done is that they have set up a crisis center. So anyone who's panicking and doesn't know how to get a hold of someone, if their families or their friends are were staying at the Taj or the Oberoi, if it was business or pleasure, what they've done is set up a hotline, and this is the number. It's 1-888-407-4747. 1-888-407-4747.
Thank you very much, Zain. We'll come back to you. Let's turn to one of the world's leading authorities on global terrorism, Rohan Gunaratne, and he's at the International Center for Political Violence and Terrorism Research in Singapore. He joins us on the phone. Rohan, thanks for joining us. First, give us your impression of this terrorist attack, and who do you think might be behind it? What are the signature marks of this attack?
It is certainly an Al-Qaeda-style attack, but conducted by the Indian Mujahideen. The Indian Mujahideen has been responsible for mounting a very significant number of attacks in the past 5-6 years. Their origin dates back to the early 1990s, where they first emerged as the Student Islamic Movement of India. But more recently, they have been deeply inspired by the ideology of Al-Qaeda, where they seek not only to attack Indian targets, but also Western icons and Western symbols. So in many ways, this is a complex attack, and it is this type of attacks that the Indian Mujahideen will continue to stage unless this group is dismantled.
Rohan, given the complexity of this attack, multiple targets, it looks like many participants, does this suggest to you a well-financed, well-planned, well-based attack from a terrorist group?
Absolutely. This kind of operation, it would have taken several months of careful planning. It also demonstrates that the group has been able to operate despite extensive efforts by the Indian government to penetrate the group and to target the group. It shows that the group has a very significant expertise in the ability to attack so many targets in this instance.
All right. Rohan, in fact, are there any groups that you are seeing a signature on in this attack, or is it really beyond the ability to tell at this point?
The only group that has the intention and the capability to mount attacks is the Indian Mujahideen that has now claimed this attack under the name of Deccan Mujahideen. There is no other group in India with this intention and this capability. And certainly this is a group that has been threatening in the past year to carry out this kind of attacks, especially in Bombay. Their main area of operation has been in Bombay.
All right, thank you very much, Rohan Gunaratne, on the very latest in Mumbai. We'll have more on the terrorist attacks in India a little bit later. Here, the Department of Homeland Security today said it has received a plausible but unsubstantiated report of a terrorist threat to the New York mass transit system. Federal authorities say this reported threat to subway trains and commuter trains is uncoordinated. They say this threat involved the possible use of suicide bombers or explosives, but again, authorities have no specific information to indicate this plot has developed beyond, quote, aspirational planning. Now, sources tell CNN there is no connection with the attack in India and this morning. Coming up next, we'll have the very latest on the terrorist attacks in Mumbai, what's happening to Americans in this city. Also, President-elect Obama says his country is facing an economic crisis of historic proportions. What's he going to do about that? We'll have more on the economy, more on Mumbai, all of that next. Stay with us. Terrorists tonight attacked multiple locations in the Indian city of Mumbai. This is India's financial center. At least 78 people were killed, another 200 wounded. Now, the terrorists reportedly targeted Westerners. President Bush strongly condemned those attacks. Kathleen Koch reports from the White House. Kathleen?
Yes, there is a new report, a new statement that is out from the press secretary, Dana Perino. The White House, the Bush administration has been responding throughout the afternoon to the crisis. And Perino says, quote, President Bush offers his condolences to the Indian people and the families of the innocent civilians killed and injured in the attacks in Mumbai, India. The United States condemns this terrorist attack, and we will continue to stand with the people of India at this time of tragedy. Now, Perino goes on in the statement to point out that both the White House, the National Security Council, convened officials with the counterterrorism and intelligence agencies, as well as the state and defense departments this afternoon to meet about the violence that has erupted in Mumbai today. She says, quote, the U.S. government continues to monitor the situation, including the safety and security of our citizens, and stands ready to assist and support the Indian government. Now, as to the president himself, Deputy Press Secretary Tony Fratto tells me that after the president left the White House this afternoon and then arrived at Camp David at the presidential retreat, he was informed of what's happening in Mumbai, and he's being kept regularly updated. The president obviously will be updated throughout the next several days on this situation. He's going to be spending the next 3 days at Camp David with friends and family celebrating Thanksgiving. Back to you, Kitty.
Thanks very much, Kathleen Koch. We will have much more on the terrorist attacks momentarily. Turning now to the political developments in this country, President-elect Obama today declared help is on the way for our battered economy, but he again refused to give any specifics on how he will help working men and women and their families. Ed Henry reports from Chicago. More now on the terrorist attacks in the Indian city of Mumbai. One of the city's most prestigious hotels, it's the Taj Mahal, is on fire after a wave of terrorist attacks. Now, officials now say 87 people were killed, another 185 wounded, and reports say the terrorists deliberately targeted Americans and other Westerners. Joining us on the phone for his assessment is Tom Sanderson. He's Deputy Director and Senior Fellow of Transnational Threats at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. And Tom, thanks for joining us this evening. With your considerable expertise, what can you tell us about the style of this attack and the number of attacks? What does this suggest to you, Tom?
Well, it suggests an awfully sophisticated approach, no doubt about it, for these individuals to attack up to what seems to be 9 targets indicates tremendous planning capability, intelligence, potentially some inside information. This was not a first-time attack for the individuals who are at least behind the planning element of this.
You know, you have pointed out in some of your writing that al-Qaeda's first message to President-elect Obama was an insult on the internet. Could this be related to an al-Qaeda type situation? How do you relate these two things, or is this independent? Is this related to other things?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily a message to President-elect Obama. Back to their insult, I think that was clearly done because having someone come in with great admiration of the world, you saw the response to his election, undermines the mission and goals and status of al-Qaeda. I don't know if this is something that they would do to try and regain that position they had. I think this is something that, while it may have al-Qaeda connections, is not aimed specifically at President-elect Obama.
Anything U.S. related? Would you? We seem to have a hostage situation. We're in a fluid situation right now. It's very dangerous. What's your assessment of that? What might we see going forward in your estimation?
Well, unfortunately, I don't think the type of attack bodes very well for what might happen, and that is, these are individuals who brought grenades and machine guns to very close-in direct action with hotel security guards, potentially with police. And I think the point of that there is they didn't intend to get out of this alive. It's not like they left bombs in a park, as happened in New Delhi in September, for remote detonation where they could get away. These are individuals who went directly into hotels, took hostages, understanding that there would be a response by Special Forces, Interior Ministry, police, and what have you. So I don't think these individuals intend to give up. I think they're counting on the publicity. I think they're counting on a number of high-profile deaths. So unfortunately, I think a negative outcome.
You know, Tom, you were actually at the Marriott in Islamabad when it was bombed, and you were also at the Taj Mahal on September 15th when a series of bombings occurred in the area. Tell us a little bit from your real experience, what is the situation that you think is on the ground now?
Well, as far as what's on the ground, this is slightly different, as there were no hostages in either of those two incidents that I was close to. In New Delhi, the bombing was not at the hotel, and we were staying at the Taj Mahal up in New Delhi. In Islamabad, the attack there was a truck-borne bomb and resulted in 53 dead. And I had just left the hotel for interviews, so I was not there for the actual explosion. The scene on the ground is incredibly chaotic, no doubt about it. This is one step above that because, of course, you have hostages. This is going to be one of the most difficult things that Indian security forces are going to face.
We understand that the Indian military is active at this point. This situation's been going on for several hours now. Give us your assessment of the potential for response. We understand also that the chief of the terrorism in India was killed in this attack. Would that put the troops in disarray in any way?
No, they would certainly have other competent officials who could come in and take command from the gentleman who died. I think it will be difficult to get anything out of the hostage takers. We'll certainly have a number of individuals on scene who are able to deal with this to the degree that they can, but much of it depends on the intentions of the individuals inside. We also don't know how many are left, what condition they're in. They could be wounded themselves, so that could be an advantage for the government forces, but it is a very sticky situation.
You know, one quick question, because of your experience in the area, this was a complete surprise, or was this, because of these minor bombings, something that was an ongoing, underlying concern all along? And if so, does it not seem that the security was weak?
Well, they are certainly aware of bombings. A number have taken place just in the last couple of months, so this is not a surprise for Indian security forces. What I think there's a surprise about is the number of attacks and the synchronized attacks we saw this evening, and I think they're also surprised at how bold and direct the action is, that these individuals came into the hotels with machine guns, asked for the passports, asked to identify Americans and British. Very much a tactically oriented operation that brought them into direct contact with security forces as opposed to the remote control bombing. So this is a much higher level attack.
In your experience, is this one of the boldest attacks we've seen so far?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And it's so bold because these individuals did not do it from a standoff distance. Again, they were directly involved in the attack and clearly understood that they would likely lose their lives, and that's what makes it so dangerous.
All right, thank you very much, Tom Sanderson. Tom Sanderson with CSIS. Thank you, Tom. Well, joining us now is Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr. And Barbara, what are your sources telling you about the attack and who might be responsible?
Well, Kitty, at this hour, intelligence services are meeting on this. They have now, U.S. services have communicated with some of their counterparts in India as well as in the U.K. What they are looking at is what your previous guest has been talking about, the sophistication, the coordination of this attack. This certainly took, this took planning, money, communications, recruiting, training, and really highly executed timing. One of the things that we've been talking about throughout the evening, by all accounts, some of the security around the hotels had been lowered in recent days and weeks. Did the people planning these attacks watch? Did they know that that was about to happen? That's going to be a key question. Now, there is this group that has claimed public responsibility for it, but I have to tell you, again, behind the scenes, the U.S. is looking at a very different prospect. They're looking, no confirmation, at the possibility this was a group actually called the LET, Lashkar al-Taiba, a very radical Islamic group in South Asia. They have staged attacks in India before. They are active throughout Pakistan and India. And the level of sophistication that they have possibly engaged in here does cause some renewed concern about their potential ties to Al-Qaeda or Al-Qaeda affiliated groups. So as the U.S. begins to look at what happened here, they're going to be going back, looking at all the clues. How could some group be so organized as to pull this off and nobody knew it was coming? Did they have inside information? Do they have a level of sophistication and planning that the U.S. did not understand?
Well, that is actually the next question, Barbara, that I have is, was there any indication in intelligence, or are your sources saying there was any indication that we might get an attack of this magnitude anywhere in the world?
At this point, no. At least publicly, that is the answer. I asked a counterterrorism official about that earlier this evening, and he said, look, if we had had the slightest indication, we would have informed the Indians absolutely immediately. No indication of that. But, you know, these hotels around the world are now these so-called soft targets. They don't have the type of military protection, the type of security protection that embassies around the world have, or military bases. These are places where people come and go. Some of them have security at the door that checks bags and packages and that sort of thing. You see this tragically. We have seen this in Pakistan. We have seen this at hotels in Jordan a couple of years ago. These countries try and ratchet up their security around hotels. But again, just in terms of the attacks that have been seen in India in the past, they have been what you would think of as internal, groups in India or Pakistan launching attacks against Indian targets, against, tragically, the people of India. This very different. This clearly calculated as an attack against Americans and British citizens, as we understand it at this hour. That is going to cause considerable concern. Kitty?
Thanks very much, Barbara Starr. And as Barbara points out, we are just only beginning to understand the magnitude of this attack. Well, large numbers of Indian troops tonight are spreading out across the city of Mumbai. They are searching for terrorists, and this after the terrorists launched a wave of attacks across the city, killing at least 87 people. Andrew Stevens joins us on the phone from Mumbai now. Andrew, we spoke to you a little bit earlier. What are you hearing now?
Well, certainly the city remains in lockdown. It's just turned 6 a.m. Still pitch black here in Mumbai, but the city is in lockdown. One of my colleagues managed to get down to near the hotel to pick up someone who had actually been in the Taj Hotel at the time and who'd managed to flee. And he said that they went through 3 checkpoints on the way down. They were stopped at one stage by a soldier pointing a loaded weapon at the car. They were all forced to get out. That's the level of security in this city at the moment. It is a city absolutely shaken by what has happened. As we've been hearing from our previous correspondents and guests, that this is an unprecedented attack. This is a level of sophistication that hasn't been seen in Mumbai. And indicates a grave new threat to security in this city, indeed, across the whole country. Just in the last 15 minutes or so, while I've been listening to I guess, there was a big explosion from the direction of South Mumbai, the hotel. I'm about 10 minutes away. This reverberated around a bay where we are at the moment. We haven't been able to get down there. So the operations are ongoing. There is still a live hostage situation in 2 hotels here. There are reports, confused reports at this stage. There may also be a live hostage situation at a hospital. The hospital we know was a target. We have heard gunfire coming from the hospital, but it seems to be that there may be a hostage situation there. This is called the Karma Hospital. It's in the same region as the other targets in South Mumbai. It is a women's and children's hospital. Reports that we're hearing is that the patients have been moved into one area of the hospital. I can't confirm if indeed there are hostages who have been taken there, but certainly that was a target. One of, now we understand, 10 targets, most of them here in South Mumbai.
Andrew, from what you're saying, are you getting a sense that there is a sort of control in the streets? Has the military stepped in enough that you feel that there is a controlled situation in the streets, or do you still think that around in Mumbai there's an uncontrolled situation and more things may turn?
No, I think there is control in the streets around the area. I mean, they have closed off a lot of the streets near the target areas around the rest of the city. You've got to remember, this is a city of 19 million people. It is an enormous city, but there is no indication of any unrest or any aftermath on the streets of Mumbai. I couldn't say the same. Obviously, the hostage situation in both of those hotels we've been talking about, the chief minister, who basically is like the governor in the US, the chief minister of the state in which Mumbai is, has gone on local television to say that the situation in both the Taj Hotel and the Oberoi Hotel are clearly not under control at this hour. That's coming to us just about 15 minutes ago. So very much the focus of the military activity is focused on those hotels and perhaps this hospital as well, Kitty.
What is your sense of the degree of military activity at this point, Andrew?
It's quite intense. There are numbers of soldiers, heavily armed soldiers, out on the streets, particularly and obviously around the affected areas. Commandos have been called in. The Navy is on alert. This is a very big naval base, Mumbai, and in South Mumbai is the headquarters of the naval operations here. So that is quite close to where these attacks took place. So obviously high alert for both the Navy and the Army. As I've said, there are commandos out there. There are heavily armed soldiers on the streets mainly around the areas where the targets have been identified. Throughout the rest of the streets, you don't see, well, certainly what I've seen and what I can see where I am, you don't see an obvious presence although you do notice that there's going to be more than the average number of police on the streets. All police have been mobilised. We've been hearing just to keep this city calm. And certainly, you could not say this city is out of control here. But as I said, it's just those flashpoints which are still very much live situations.
Mm-hmm. And you are hearing occasional disturbances, are you not?
Well, we're hearing occasional explosions. What sounds like explosions. And now we were getting texts about 2 hours ago saying there was some gunfire coming from a street which is not too far away from the Taj. It's one of the central streets that runs through Mumbai, and there are reports of random gunfire coming from there. Again, they haven't been confirmed. The incidents, what we're actually hearing, does appear to be centred on these two hotspots, if you like, Kitty, not actually out on the streets themselves.
All right. Thank you very much, Andrew Stevens, keeping us abreast of what's happening in Mumbai all through the evening. Coming up, new details on the terrorist attacks in the Indian city of Mumbai. We'll have the very latest in just a moment. Stay with us. We'll be right back. More now on the wave of terrorist attacks in Mumbai, apparently targeting Americans and other Westerners. Here's what we know right now. 87 people were killed. Zain Verji joins me right now. And Zain, what's the very latest on these attacks?
Well, the State Department has condemned these attacks. They're saying, though, that they have been able to account for all consulate employees. They don't know if any Americans have been killed or injured. Consulate staff, Kitty, right now are just combing the hotels looking to see if there are any casualties.
You know, Zain, because American nationals are involved, this puts the U.S. response on a very critical footing. What are we hearing from the administration? What might we see going forward? As this attack occurred overnight, it sort of catches everyone off base on the eve of an important American holiday.
Well, from the top level, Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice has been in touch with diplomats on the ground. She's briefed of the situation. She's also briefed President Bush on what's going on. But insofar as on the ground, the U.S. says it's ready to help. Whatever India needs, it will help. The State Department has also set up an operations center, and this is critical. If anyone has family or friends and you're really panicking about what's going on, you can call this number 1-888-407-4747, and we'll continue to put that up. But that's essentially what they're doing.
India is a major American ally. It's a financial center. Given we're in the global world of a financial crisis, we're having a financial center targeted. There are a lot of layers to this attack. Some thoughts on that, or what are we hearing from the State Department on this?
Well, there are so many layers to this attack. India is a very important, very strategic ally of the United States. There are many people in India that don't like that. They think that the U.S.-led war on terror is a war on Islam, and there are a lot of young, disaffected Muslim men that feel angry that the Indian anti-terror squads have chased them down in the slum areas, beaten them up, treated them unfairly, hauled them in, and that's ample fodder for terrorist recruitment.
But Zain, we've seen, in fact, we've had documented many cases of minor incidents, minor bombings, all the way through the years here, and a series of attacks just recently in the last year. Are we seeing a situation where there is a sort of undercurrent of unrest here on the part of Islamic militants?
It could be any number of things. It could be connected to the situation in Kashmir. A lot of these militants have some kind of affiliation directly to Kashmir or to a group known as Lashkar-e-Toiba that operates in the Kashmir region.
Which is the most militant region,
yes.
Militant group in the area.
Right, exactly.
Zain, in terms of what goes forward, what kind of activity might we see in terms of U.S. officials going to India, or are we likely to stay at a distance at this point?
Well, the U.S., as an ally of India, is more than likely going to say, we can help. We can send in rescue teams, we can send in forensic scientists, we can send international hostage units that the U.S. has that may go down there and say, if you need us to come, we'll come and help you. But they can't do any of that unless India says, we want your help. And so Secretary Rice has been working the phones, trying to speak to top Indian officials. because it's such a difficult situation on the ground. I'm not clear whether they've had conversations and offers have been made yet.
All right. Thank you very much, Zain Verji. Thanks, Zain. For more expert analysis on this attack, let's go to our London bureau. And Sajan Gohel, he joins us. He's the director of the International Security at the Asia Pacific Foundation. And Sajan, thank you very much for being here this evening. Your quick initial assessment of what you have heard of these attacks tonight.
Well, this is a very uniquely disturbing event. In fact, I have very close family friends who were in the Taj Hotel when the incident happened. They phoned me literally minutes afterwards to say that gunmen had come into the building. They were screaming out loudly that they wanted Americans and Britons. Fortunately, my family friends were escorted by hotel security to a safe part of the hotel, and it just escalated very quickly. We've seen multiple attacks on a number of different locations. This was designed to create chaos, political and economic and social consequences. The terrorists went after the transportation system, and they've gone after also the tourist industry, because of course so many foreigners now frequent India, especially Mumbai, which is the important economic hub and also the entertainment center of the country.
So John, in your experience, is this an unprecedented level of coordination in recent years?
This year, in 2008, India has faced more terrorist attacks in more parts of the country than any other previous period. What's happened up till now were rudimentary bomb-timed devices that were attached to motorcycles or bicycles that would go off at specific times. This time, this was different. You had what we call a Fedayeen mission. These individuals were not necessarily suicide bombers, but they were hoping to die in the process while shooting bullets and at security forces and tourists themselves. Unfortunately, this is the type of hallmark that we see with groups like Al-Qaeda. I don't think this was necessarily directed by Al-Qaeda Central, but certainly it was inspired by the ideology of bin Laden. Let's not forget that Ayman al-Zawahiri, the number 2 of the organization, only very recently issued an audio tape message criticizing the new Obama administration. And of course, India is a strategic ally of the US. A major nuclear deal was signed between the two countries, and India has now been identified by terrorist groups as a potential target for these type of incidents. And as India becomes more successful, as it develops closer relations with the United States, unfortunately, the more susceptible it might be to these type of terrorist acts.
Does it does any one group suggest itself to you at this point, Sajan?
Well, I have heard the name being bandied around today of the Deccan Mujahideen. I would dismiss that quite quickly. Deccan is a sub-region in southern India. This group is just something that has just suddenly materialized, a bit like the other group that was claiming responsibility for attacks previously, the Indian Mujahideen. Let's look at the type of modus operandi. This was multiple, coordinated, designed to target the tourists, designed to create maximum social impact. Similar incident happened many years ago, just after 9/11, in fact. In December 2001, terrorists attacked the Indian Parliament. And that draws similarities to this type of attack, although this time, unlike previous attacks, which was designed to stoke up communal conflict between Hindus and Muslims, this was to go after Westerners and tourists in particular. That is, of course, a very unnerving, very worrying development. And as we've seen in the past, the terrorists do want to strike at a specific time designed to exploit the security weaknesses that exist. And unfortunately, they did their planning very well. They looked at the hotels, did their reconnaissance, looked where the security was weak or minimal, and they planned it very successfully. And tragically, this may not be the only attack that India may face in the next coming months.
Well, in fact, Sajan, we do not have the luxury of being overly analytical at this point because it is an active situation. We may have potential hostage situation. What are your thoughts about the ongoing activities that may take place over the next 10, 12 hours in your expertise as a terrorism expert?
Well, India has a number of different intelligence agencies that are going to be playing a very important role now in ascertaining, firstly, who was behind this and as to how they can ensure that this doesn't happen again. And the fact is that they did arrest 2 of the terrorists tonight. So that's going to be very important, specifically in obtaining intelligence. India's domestic intelligence agency, the Intelligence Bureau, is tasked ultimately in obtaining information that could result in potential terrorist plots and activities. India's external intelligence agency, the Research and Analysis Wing, is also designed to garner information from abroad, from countries like Pakistan, where there's a belief that there could be a connection to terrorism, because as we've seen, Pakistan has become the epicenter of terrorism. But security is going to be on high alert, because within the next few weeks there are going to be major state elections taking place, which could ultimately decide what happens in the general election, which is scheduled to take place at the start of next year. And just now there's supposed to be a major cricket tournament taking place. Now, of course, for most Americans, cricket is about as interesting as watching paint dry, but for India, it's almost a religion for 1 billion people. Now, that cricket tournament could be at stake, which could have huge economic consequences. So these terrorists chose their time very well. And also, of course, there's a major U.S. holiday tomorrow. I don't think any of these things were coincidental. This was designed specifically at this time to have maximal impact, not just in India, but internationally.
Thank you very much. Sajan Gohel of Asia Pacific Foundation. Thank you very much, Sajan. Now, Tom Foreman will have much more of this at the top of the hour. Tom, what are you doing?
Thanks, Kitty. Tonight, we continue CNN breaking news coverage of these terror attacks in India. We should be getting our first daylight pictures of the scene shortly. 2 luxury hotels where Westerners stay and where witnesses say Americans were targeted. Police apparently are still in a standoff with some of the attackers. We will have the very latest on that from our correspondents on the scene. We'll also hear from eyewitnesses. Some of their accounts are absolutely terrifying. And we're in close touch with U.S. sources who are trying to figure out precisely who is responsible for this and how they might track them down. Kitty?
All right, thanks very much, Tom. Still ahead, we have more expert analysis on today's deadly terror attacks in Mumbai. Who launched the attacks? Why? We'll be right back. Indian security forces tonight are hunting surviving terrorists. That's after a wave of coordinated attacks on the city of Mumbai. Now, those attacks killed at least 87 people. Indian police say 9 terrorists were killed. Malika Kapoor joins us on the phone from Mumbai. Malika, you were right in the middle of this. Tell us what happened and what's the latest that you're hearing.
Well, we're hearing that it still is very much a live situation, a fluid situation, and that gunmen are still holding some people hostage at 3 locations, which is the Taj Hotel, the Oberoi Hotel, and the Karma Hospital. Gunmen have struck in at least 9 locations across Mumbai over the last 6 to 7 hours. We know, as you reported, that more than 80 people have been killed, almost 200 people have been injured, and the situation still continues to be very fluid. Some people have managed to escape, to leave the hotels and come away to safety, but quite a few people do remain trapped inside. Just at the Taj Hotel, we're hearing reports that there are about 7 to 15 people who are being held hostage. We haven't been able to confirm the nationality of these people, but some eyewitnesses are reporting that these people who are being held up are foreigners, that gunmen went to the hotel, went to the lobby, asking people what passports they had, asking people with UK and US passports to step aside.
What is the scene like at the Taj Hotel or the Oberoi Hotel now that the Indian military has apparently moved in?
That's right, the Indian military has moved in. The situation at the Taj is particularly difficult because of the fire that's there. If you're seeing pictures of the Taj Hotel, you will see that it's known for its dome. It's a very grand-looking building with a large dome on top, and the dome is pretty much engulfed in flames. Fire has broken out at that location, and of course officials are trying to control that. But the fact that the Taj Hotel, the area around the dome, is on fire, it's very symbolic for Mumbai, because the Taj is one of the most well-known buildings in Mumbai. It really is a very popular tourist site, and it's just one of the first buildings that you think about when you think about Mumbai. And seeing that building up in flames really is hitting at the heart, the very nerve of Mumbai.
Malika Kapoor, thank you very much for your report this evening. Best of luck this evening. Joining us also now is one of the world's leading authorities on global terrorism. Rohan Gunaratne joins us again. He's on the phone again from Singapore. Rohan, do you believe the work was a radical Islamist terrorist attack at this point? You've had time to assess some information.
The only group that has the intention and the capability to mount a complex attack of this nature is the Indian Mujahideen. The Indian Mujahideen formerly operated as the Student Islamic Movement of India, and it is responsible for about 250 deaths in the more recent past. And the group itself has threatened to conduct this type of attacks more recently.
Rohan, we understand that the situation is still fluid. Tell us how dangerous you think this is for anyone being held hostage here, and what their situation might be given the type of people that you believe are involved in this.
Certainly, members of the Indian Mujahideen are able to conduct suicide operations. They are willing to die. They are willing to kill and die. So the Indian government is currently facing a very difficult situation, because the Indians have very capable situation. But once again, they would be very cautious, because the lives of foreign nationals would be involved.
All right. Thank you very much. Rohan, we have to cut it there. Thank you very much for your analysis this evening, Rohan Gunaratne. No Bias, No Bull starts right now. Tom Foreman's in for Campbell Brown. Tom.
A series of organized, brutal attacks on one of the largest cities in the world's biggest democracy. Mumbai, India, locked down as police battle heavily armed gunmen who allegedly came hunting American and British tourists. The toll so far, more than 80 people killed, nearly 200 wounded, an unknown number of hostages apparently being held in several locations, and the fighting goes on. Thank you for joining us on this eve of Thanksgiving. I'm Tom Foreman. We lead off with these terrifying images which are filling TV screens all over the world at this moment. An undetermined number of terrorists armed with automatic weapons and grenades staged a series of coordinated, sustained attacks in Mumbai, apparently aiming their violence at Westerners. Witnesses describe a chaos of screams and gunfire when the attacks began late Wednesday night Mumbai time, and clashes between the gunmen and police have raged for about 8 hours now. This city is on India's west coast. There are 13 million residents in it, the country's financial and entertainment center. And here are the targets of these attacks: luxury hotels, a popular restaurant, the train station, all places that are frequented by tourists and visiting officials, and fighting has spread out from around these areas as well. Also hit a hospital and police forces that responded. The head of the state's anti-terrorism forces there is reported to be among the dead, and claiming responsibility for all of this is a little-known group calling itself the Deccan Mujahideen. The reaction there, of course, is chaos. We've been hearing from people living through it. Here is Yasmin Wong, a CNN employee staying at the Taj Mahal Hotel.
There's smoke everywhere, and the only option I had was just to run down this atrium where I guess a lot of the gunfire had gone on, and I passed bodies and people with bullet wounds, and I guess an old man that had passed out from the flames. And then I got down to the lobby, and I think obviously it was barricaded. The lobby entrance was locked. So I ran out the pool entrance and escaped to the back of the pool, where, you know, I basically found the street and all the fire trucks and the policemen.
We're going to bring you all the details of this developing story in the next hour, including a very close look at who this group might be and why they might have done that. CNN's Andrew Stevens was also there when it all began at the Taj Mahal Hotel as it was attacked. He's with us now by phone from Mumbai with the latest. Andrew, you're just blocks away from one of these attacks. Give us a sense of how this played out and exactly what happened.
Tom, it was around about 10 p.m., 8 hours ago, that the first attack on the Taj happened. We were actually on assignment on the outskirts of Mumbai. We were coming back to the hotel. We were actually staying at the Taj, and the car in front of us was stopped. They was told there was an incident at the hotel. It couldn't go any further. They rang us and diverted us to the Oberoi, and just as we got to the Oberoi Hotel, we were just about to turn in when someone raced out holding their hands up saying, "Do not come in," followed by 40 or 50 people, panicked guests and patrons coming out of the hotel and just taking cover where they could. We tried to get in to see what was going on, but we were basically shooed away by police, and that pretty much was the start of these attacks and these coordinated attacks across the South Mumbai area. As you've been reporting, the Taj was hit. It is still a live hostage situation. There is still a live hostage situation in the Oberoi as well. A hospital was hit, the central terminus was hit, the central railway station. This is a railway station that carries hundreds of thousands of people every day. At 10 p.m. in the evening, it's still busy. Gunmen burst in there, opened fire with AK-47s and lobbed grenades into the crowd. This is what local TV is reporting. It's very difficult, Tom, I'm sure you can understand, to get confirmed facts at the moment. The death toll stands at 87. The security forces have moved in. There are commandos around the two hotels. There are military inside the hotels. There's a very heavy police presence on the roads. There's a lockdown here in Mumbai. You can't get anywhere without having to pass several checkpoints. My colleague was coming back from trying to get close to the hotel. They were stopped at gunpoint by police and told to get out of the car and questioned. It's that's the scene here at the moment. It's a very tense city as the city wakes up this morning.
And it is just beginning to light up now, Andrew. Is there a sense that people are expecting any kind of change as morning comes here, or do you think this will be a reassessing time to see if maybe people can start moving a little bit and getting their bearings?
Well, it's just difficult at the moment because we still have these live hostage situations. We're also hearing that there could be a third hostage taking as well. This at a hospital, women's and children's hospital, we're being told, also in South Mumbai. While these incidents are live, this whole part of South Mumbai, which is the commercial hub, really, it's the commercial heart of this city. It is where the very well-heeled come, not only to socialise but to do business as well. It's where the international tourists and the international business travellers come as well. This place will stay locked down until it is resolved. Just 15 minutes ago, we heard what sounded like quite a big explosion coming from that direction. The assumption is that it is going on in the hotels. There is obviously active engagement by security forces. Very difficult to get a firm handle on exactly what's happening in there at the moment. But until these situations are sorted, this city is going to remain pretty much closed down.
Andrew Stevens in Mumbai, thanks so much for that. One of the big questions from the beginning here in the United States has been, are Americans caught in the middle of this? We know they are because we have one on the phone with us right now. Simriti Mundra is her name. She's holed up in her family's apartment in Mumbai. She and her parents are all Americans. They're close enough to the Oberoi Hotel to hear the sharp, frightening sounds of the attack as it happened there overnight. Simriti, first of all, are you and your parents all okay?
Yes, Tom, we're all safe in our apartment right now, following instructions by the police to stay at home with the doors locked and away from windows.
So you live just a few blocks away from the hotel where some of these early attacks began. What did you first see and hear? And this must have been terrifying.
Yeah, just as we were getting ready for bed last night, I heard a little bit of commotion on the street and some police sirens, and didn't really think much of it. And then my parents came in and told me that there was something going on in the neighborhood. So we watched the news and realized that essentially there was a terrorist attack happening just outside of our door. We've been indoors since. We've been hearing things from out of the window. Bombs and police sirens and all kinds of chaos, and I've been watching it on TV, and it's very hard to connect the two, that all of that is happening just outside our doors.
Do you have any communication really with anybody else in terms of like neighbors around there? Is there a sense of people knowing what's going on, or is there very much a sense, block to block, of people just being unsure where the attacks are fighting, where the fighting is happening?
Well, we haven't really been in touch with our neighbors. We've just been, locked down in our apartment. But I've been online and in touch with various friends around Bombay who are in different locations around Bombay. And it seems like, we've been getting a lot of information on TV and a lot of updates. And it's been a bit confusing. But, we have an idea of where things are happening and what's going on. But I think for the most part, we're just staying indoors and trying to play it safe until, the police and the various government agencies have control of the situation.
For our viewers out there, of course, Mumbai was formerly known as Bombay. That's why Simriti is referring to it as that. What have you heard on TV from the government about what you should be doing right now?
We're told to stay indoors, not leave our houses, stay away from windows. I know that the people who are in buildings surrounding the Oberoi have been advised to keep the lights off and keep windows and blinds closed. So we've done all of that and are just, keeping an eye on each other as a family and hoping that things will improve as day breaks.
Thanks very much, Simriti. Best of luck to you and your parents. Please stay safe if you can. Obviously, for all the Americans over there, there's deep concern in this country. But in a moment, what, if anything, do these attacks in Mumbai mean for the possibility of terror attacks here in the United States? And we will look at the potential suspects. Who could be responsible for the Mumbai attacks, and why would they do it? This is breaking news all evening. Stay with us.
We were just starting our dinner by the pool, and then we heard some gunfire, and then we heard some sporadic gunshots, and then we ran, and we just ran up the stairs, and the staff just moved us into two rooms, a sea lounge and another room. I think there are about 20-30 people in each room, and then the doors were locked very quickly, and the lights were turned off, and everybody just lay very still on the floor.
Yet another eyewitness to all that has happened over in India. We're following tonight's breaking news. Deadly terrorist attacks in Mumbai, India. At least 87 people are dead and 185 wounded. Many witnesses have described the attackers as wearing hoods or masks and carrying automatic weapons. That certainly describes the men in this photograph, which we've just received from the Associated Press. The men are carrying AK-47s and bags of some sort. Indian police say they've killed 9 attackers so far. State Department correspondent Zain Verji knows this part of the world as well as any journalist we can think of. Zain is following the search for the suspects in tonight's attack. Zain, what do we know about who might be responsible for these attacks?
Well, we don't know a whole lot. A group called Deccan Mujahideen has claimed responsibility via an email. Nobody really knows a whole lot about these guys or whether it's really a genuine claim. A lot of terrorism experts are pointing to another new group responsible for terror attacks across the country, too, called Indian Mujahideen. Experts are saying that these are the guys that are capable of carrying out an attack like this, that they are inspired by Al-Qaeda and may have some kind of connection to something like this. U.S. officials have also pointed to another group, Tom, called Lashkar-e-Toiba. They're a banned group. They're Pakistani based. They're militants that
They're
operate
a group that sort of went
in
underground
Kashmir.
after 9/11. They
Exactly.
sort of disappeared.
Musharraf, cracked down on these guys. He banned them, and they kind of went underground, and they disappeared. But they have links to Al-Qaeda, and there are a lot of questions from officials, from experts, and the intelligence communities just trying to figure out what if any connections they have. So we don't really know.
We're going to try to sort through all of this for all of you at home a little bit later on. We're going to have some maps out. We're going to show you the relationship of where these groups might be and the relationship of these countries to each other, because it's all very critical to how it ties into U.S. policy and why it made a difference. Zain, you're at the State Department. There are as many as 3,000 Americans in Mumbai. What does the State Department know about whether or not any of them have been hurt, where they are, how they are?
The State Department has been working the phones as hard as they can, trying to get as much information as they can. The situation is so fluid right now, it's difficult even for Secretary Rice to get a hold of Indian officials because it's so fluid and offer U.S. assistance or get information. She has spoken to U.S. diplomats, though, on the ground. The State Department is saying...
Our diplomats on the ground there can't move around themselves.
Well, she spoke to the Consul General in Delhi, and also but they can't. Diplomats can't move. The whole place is in lockdown.
Right.
The U.S. State Department,
so we're having to rely on
guys,
the Indian government to tell us
exactly.
things.
They can't even make it near these hotels because everything is in lockdown. What we're hearing, though, is that the U.S. does not know whether there are any American casualties, any deaths or injuries. They're combing the hospitals, trying to see if there are any, and it's unclear whether there are any U.S. hostages. There well could be.
So all of you family and friends out there who are wondering about those people, we'll stay on it here at CNN. We'll let you know as soon as we possibly can. And Zain, there is a number to help people out who are concerned about this.
If you're panicking and wondering where on earth are you going to get information, if you have friends or family that were in the Oberoi or the Taj or anywhere in Mumbai this day, the State Department's established a consular call center for anyone worried. The number is 1-888-407-4747. That's 1-888-407-4747. The U.S. stands ready to assist, Tom, but they're not going to be able to do anything unless the Indian government says, okay, bring us the help we need.
Okay, Zane's going to stay with us for the hour with more updates as they come. And if you missed that number, we will put it up again several times. It's up now, but we'll have it up more later in the show so you can make sure you have it if you want to check on family or friends over there. President Bush is monitoring the Mumbai situation from the presidential retreat at Camp David. President-elect Obama is at his home in Chicago. To show us how serious this situation is, the White House is keeping Obama's transition team briefed on all the latest developments. Let's go to White House correspondent Ed Henry, who is in Chicago tonight with the president-elect. Ed, President Bush has been watching this from Camp David. What has the White House done so far?
Well, Tom, you're absolutely right. Major repercussions for both the president-elect here in Chicago and for the president in Washington. As you mentioned, he's at Camp David. We're told he's been getting up-to-the-minute briefings there at Camp David from his national security staff about the situation on the ground in India. Also, we're told back at the White House they've convened an urgent meeting, pulled together the National Security Council staff at the White House along with officials from the State Department, intelligence officials, also counter-terror officials to get the latest information they possibly can, get a handle on the situation. White House spokesman Tony Fratto put out a statement a short time ago saying, quote, "We condemn these attacks and the loss of innocent life. We continue to seek more information." As part of that information gathering, we're told they've reached out to the U.S. Embassy in Delhi. They've also reached out to the consulate in Mumbai. They're trying to get any scrap of information they get their hands on right now, Tom.
And the Obama campaign also released a statement earlier today. It said this: President-elect Obama strongly condemns today's terrorist attacks in Mumbai, and his thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and the people of India. These coordinated attacks on innocent civilians demonstrate the grave and urgent threat of terrorism. The United States must continue to strengthen our partnerships with India and nations around the world to root out and destroy terrorist networks. We stand with the people of India, whose democracy will prove far more resilient than the hateful ideology that led to these attacks. Ed, you're hearing that the Obama transition team is keeping close contact with the White House as the situation develops. What does that mean, and what can they do in that position?
Well, absolutely, Tom. You remember in the campaign near the end, Joe Biden, the vice president-elect, said that Barack Obama would be tested in his first 6 months. Obviously, he hasn't been sworn in yet, but everyone will be watching his words very carefully. And that's why I can tell you that Obama aides tell me they are monitoring this situation very carefully. And I've just gotten some information in the last few moments, new information, an Obama aide telling me they've now set up a special team within the transition unit to try to interact with the State Department's Operations Center back in Washington, as well as interface with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. This transition team in Chicago realizes they need to stay on top of the situation. Once they're getting that information from Washington, I'm told they are giving up-to-the-minute briefings to the president-elect here in Chicago. He's at his residence. He's going to be meeting with family and friends for Thanksgiving, but he is being kept abreast of this situation in India all the way here in Chicago. Obviously, they realize they need to be on top of the situation, number one. And number two, you're right, there is coordination going on, we should point out, right now between the transition team from Obama as well as the White House. Just as they've been coordinating on the financial crisis during this transition period, they need to be coordinating on national security as well, and they are, Tom.
Many thanks, Ed. All these events are happening around on the other side of the world, of course, but the response from the White House and from the president-elect show you just how incredibly close all of this is tied to us through globalization and how much it really does matter. These pictures, by the way, that you'll see off and on of the burning, that's the Taj Mahal Hotel. It's impossible to impress upon you how important this is to the people there to see this edifice burning, because it's an important part of their landscape. There are conflicting reports on how many targets have been attacked over the past 7 hours or so. Some reports say 7, others say 9, others still say 10. We'll try to sort out the confusion in a minute, plus the background on why Mumbai is so frequently in the line of fire. It has to do with money, lots of money. Stay with us. You're looking at pictures from Mumbai, India, a city under siege right now. Late at night, teams of gunmen launched coordinated surprise attacks, killing at least 87 people and wounding hundreds. Witnesses say Westerners, including Americans, were specifically targeted. There are reports that some might still be being held hostage. One of the big unanswered questions of the hour, of course, is who is responsible for these terror attacks. Justice correspondent Kelly Arena is in constant touch with her sources at the FBI, as she has been all day, and she has the latest on who may be responsible for these attacks. Kelly, what do you know?
Well, Tom, you know, this attack is far more sophisticated and coordinated than anything that we have seen before in this region. The terrorists were specifically targeting Westerners. They hit targets that would do harm economically, and that is taking a page right out of the Al-Qaeda handbook. A group calling itself Deccan Mujahideen is claiming responsibility. Now, none of the Islamic militant groups in India have used that name before, but it doesn't mean that the group is new, Tom. Analysts believe that it's a group that may have gotten some outside help. U.S. officials tell me that they're looking into the possibility that the terror group Lashkar al-Taiba may be involved in some way. That is a terrorist organization out of Pakistan. It has a very long, violent history. It also has ties to al-Qaeda. Now, that is something they're looking into, Tom. There's nothing concrete at this point yet.
All right, Kelly, let's bring the situation back to the U.S. for just a moment. Do counterintelligence officials see any cause for concern on the domestic front right now?
Not in connection to this. Intelligence officials say there's just no connection between what happened in India and any threat in the United States. But what is a bit disconcerting is that, as far as I can tell, the intelligence community did not see this coming at all. And when something like this happens, the intelligence community really ramps up worldwide. And obviously the U.S. remains the target. I mean, you heard me earlier. An FBI bulletin went out just this morning warning of a possible attack against subways and trains in New York City. Now, the FBI says, you know, that information has not been substantiated, but says the plot is plausible. You know, such an attack could very well occur during the holiday season here in the United States. All this does is underscore that this terror threat is a global problem. You know, and all Western targets are in the same boat right now.
All right, Kelly Arena, many thanks for your hard work today. The simple truth is many of these groups are changing their nature by the day or by the month. I want to call on two experts who are joining us now who know an awful lot about the troubles in this part of the world. Meera Kamdar is an associate fellow of the Asia Society here in New York. She is the author of Planet India, The Turbulent Rise of the Largest Democracy and the Future of Our World. And Paul Cruikshank is a terrorism analyst and a fellow at the Center for Law and Security. I asked both of you a moment ago, who do you think this is? Meera?
Well, as we just heard, it's still open to speculation, but I think it's sort of a great merger between perhaps Lashkar-e-Taiba and elements associated with al-Qaeda, but also the domestic situation, which has been degrading. We had Indian Mujahideen emerge in the course of terrorist attacks that have happened this year long, and you have a banned group that was linked to the coordinated terrorist bombings of Mumbai's commuter rail system just back in July 2006 called SIMI, or the Students' Islamic Movement of India. Now, that group's leadership was arrested earlier this year, but this new group, Indian Mujahideen, has been linked back to SIMI.
Evolved out of that.
Exactly. So you kind of have, you know, this thing branching out when, you know, something's pushed down in one spot, it pops up somewhere else. But I think what's really alarming here is the merger between that domestic terrorist situation that has been evolving and what clearly seems to be, at least on the face of it at this point, a link up with the international situation.
We have a graphic which I believe we can bring up now to explain a little bit about the groups you're talking about here. And I'd like to bring up first the Deccan Mujahideen. We know very little about this group. It's possibly an offshoot of the Indian Mujahideen, or maybe, as Meera just suggested here, some kind of a merger here with Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is also known as the Army of the Pure, founded in 1989. An armed wing of the Pakistan-based religious organization. It went underground after 9/11. Paul, what do you think? Do you buy this theory that maybe these are groups combining forces and combining their ability to coordinate?
I think that's right. I think Mara's right. The suspicion is falling in the Indian Mujahideen, which is a group that emerged exactly a year ago. It's launched 5 or 6 major attacks in India over the last year. For most of it's been animated by sort of local grievances, Hindu violence against Muslims, but also increasingly has bought into bin Laden's global jihad. When they attacked Jaipur in May of this year, they said the reason they attacked targets in Jaipur was because of India's support for the United States in the war on terrorism, and that more attacks would come if India...
So there's very much a real connection to the United States and U.S. foreign policy in the impetus for these attacks.
I think that's right, and we see that they've been targeting American and British the citizens in Mumbai today, singling them out for hostages. Clearly, this is sort of linked to bin Laden's global jihad. Bin Laden has also singled out Britain and the United States as the #1 targets.
All right, well, Paul and Meera, I need you to both hang on here because you've got some great information that you're going to want to hear at home. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Chief International Correspondent Christian Amanpour will also join us with more on tonight's terror attack in Mumbai, the financial hub of India. Stay with us. Tonight's breaking news, a coordinated attack apparently aimed at Westerners in Mumbai, India, has killed at least 87 people, injured 185 more. Officials say hostages were taken at 2 hotels and a hospital. The attackers had automatic weapons and grenades. I'm Tom Foreman in for Campbell Brown tonight. An attack this large, this sophisticated, carried out with no apparent warning, could have come from inside India, maybe outside. Maybe a neighboring state could be involved. For that, we turn to our chief international correspondent, Christiane Amanpour. She's been talking to her sources, and she joins me on the telephone. Christiane, what do you hear?
Well, Tom, this is one of the worst attack in India since the last 20 years, when Islamic militants have systematically been stepping up their assaults on Mumbai, which is, as you know, not just the center of the Bollywood filmmaking, but also the economic and financial and international, really, hub of India. Obviously, India has often blamed terror attacks on Islamic militants based in Pakistan. Some, they say, are concerned about, for instance, Indian rule over Kashmir. Kashmir is ruled by India. It's a majority Muslim situation over there, and they have been very concerned about that. Al-Qaeda also has repeatedly threatened to attack India in revenge for its policies on Kashmir. But very, very interestingly, this comes at a time when the new president of Pakistan has in fact gone further than any previous Pakistani leader in saying that they want to improve relations with India, in saying that they want to jointly combat terrorism together. Pakistani president even went so far as saying that he would consider renouncing a first-use nuclear strike on India. So this is a very confused situation, although some group has claimed responsibility that hasn't been confirmed, and nobody quite knows the motive yet.
Christiane, I want to bring up a map, if we can, while we're asking this, to show everybody at home, just in case you're not recalling at the moment, the way that Pakistan and India are right side by side with each other. And Christiane, talk to me a little bit about why it would be so much in the interest of these people to sever this tie between Pakistan and India. Is it that they fear that India would join in this effort to really squeeze them out?
Well, this is the ongoing situation. Certainly, Kashmir is a flashpoint for India and Pakistan. And really back in 2006, there were Islamic militants who were blamed for recent attacks, for instance, even in Mumbai, including bombings on trains, railway stations. About 180 people were killed there. But the one that came closest to pitting India against Pakistan was in 2001, when Islamic militants attacked the Indian parliament. Only 12 people were killed. That's still a lot, but nothing compared to what's happened now. And that almost led to a war between India and Pakistan. So whatever happens in this region is so difficult and dangerous because of the incredible fault line and flashpoint that it centers on. As I say, though, it has come at a time right in the aftermath of the warmest outreach by Pakistan to India in decades.
All right, Christiane, thanks very much for that insight. Let's bring that map back up as we turn back to Mira and Paul here. Mira, you were saying something interesting about what's been happening on the other side of Pakistan there in Afghanistan that may also be playing a role. That's where our troops are. What's going on?
It's where our troops are, and also where India has been involved. And let's not forget that the Marriott Hotel was bombed in Islamabad, and the Indian consulate was also bombed there. And the Indians blamed Pakistan's inter-services intelligence outfit for being involved in that. Pakistan's not happy, the Pakistani military, I should say, as distinct from the new civilian government, to have India both on its eastern border and around its western flank in Afghanistan. And one of the possible multiple, because I think there are multiple messages here in this attack, but one of the messages or one of the purposes could be to refocus attention on Kashmir and away from Afghanistan and the Northwest Territories.
Paul, let me turn to you and ask you a very basic question that we always wonder about here. What would these people want? The people who would be staging an attack like this, what are they after fundamentally?
Well, if they are supporters of bin Laden's jihad, then it would be to decouple India from the United States. Is a very important strategic relationship here. That relationship is of great annoyance to people like bin Laden.
How would this decouple that, though? Because look at our State Department, our White House, our President-elect are all responding by saying, to the contrary, we need to tighten up with you and stand together.
Well, that's right. It may well be counterproductive, but in their eyes, launching a sort of shock and awe attack in Mumbai tonight may sort of get other young Muslims who may be animated by bin Laden's call for jihad to go and support their efforts. In their eyes, they're trying to sort of kick up a sort of a movement here in India.
Paul, who are they sending a message to with these attacks?
They're sending a message to the whole world. The whole world is watching tonight. They're sending a message to the United States, to India, the whole world.
Mira?
I think they're also, possibly sending a message to the civilian government in Pakistan, forget about warming relations in India. And they're sending a message to the international business community, investment community, and to tourism to say this is not a safe place to visit, this is not a safe city to come to, beware.
And I assume a message to the Indian government to say, be careful about the friends you keep.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, Paul and Mira, this is great to have you here. I really appreciate your insights. Good of you to come by. Terrorism was a reality today in India. We'll go back to Mumbai next, where we're getting our first daylight look at the damage. You'll want to see that. And we have so much more to help understand this situation on the other side of the world that really does affect our backyard. Stay with us. The two hotels that were attacked about 8 hours ago, around 10 p.m. in India, are the most lavish in all of Mumbai. Everyone from Bill Gates to Rupert Murdoch has stayed in the Oberoi in the heart of the business district. The Taj Mahal Palace, that was the Oberoi before, though, the Taj Mahal Palace beforehand, and tower built in 1903, has hosted kings and presidents and princes, a grand place there, very important in the skyline there. We've been talking about the message that was being sent with these attacks, or what message might have been sent. Our internet correspondent, Abby Tatton, has been online tracking down the latest information on the targets of tonight's attacks. Abby, the Taj Mahal Hotel, Hotel Oberoi, both big fancy hotels popular with Americans. Tell us more about the targets. What do we know about them?
Tom, we're talking about landmarks in the city. These are places that Westerners know. These are places that Westerners go to and spend time at. Starting out with the Taj Mahal Hotel here. We're talking about the southern area of Mumbai here. The Taj Mahal 22-story hotel, a luxury hotel right there on the waterfront. You're going to see this on the best hotels of Asia lists. We know that gunmen overtook that hotel earlier, about 8 hours ago. 5 hours later, we saw the pictures right here on CNN, the smoke billowing from the rooftop of that hotel. Moving along now to the Hotel Oberoi. This is in a neighboring district. We're talking about the financial district now. A hotel surrounded by offices of Western businesses. This is, as you said, where Western businessmen have stayed. Bill Gates, heads of state have stayed there as well. Major companies from around the world have got their offices nearby. Bank of America, British Airways. These are all within a kilometer of this hotel. And we heard reports from witnesses that gunmen were asking the hostages that they were taking to see their passports before they were taking these hostages. Those are live situations going on at those two locations, but we know of others as well. Going to the Cafe Leopold. This is a legendary spot for Western backpackers, for tourists hanging out, having a beer. We've heard there that shots were fired earlier today. A train station as well, not just any train station. Moving to the Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus. This is a huge landmark in Mumbai, simply overflowing with people at any given moment. Reports there that there was shooting. Also, we've heard reports that there was panic that followed. Then one other location to show you, the Kama Hospital, a hospital for women and children. Our sister network, CNN IBN, reporting that hostages were taken there, patients being taken hostage, and that's still apparently under siege. Now, Tom, those are just a few locations, but I've been talking throughout the day to people who are uploading their pictures from their own neighborhoods to the internet, saying that there's been grenade attacks, other incidents, debris in the streets. So there's clearly a lot more going on that we're going to be finding out in the next coming hours.
Many thanks, Abby. If you want a sense of reference, if you've ever been to New York City, one of the things you might think about is if somebody took over the Plaza and the Ritz, for example, and then stormed Times Square and Penn Station. That's what people are dealing with on the other side of the world right now. In a minute, we'll get a live update from Mumbai on the terrorist attacks that began about 8.5 hours ago, and those pictures we promised. Daylight, the first signs of the damage over there. Stay with us. There you have it, daylight in Mumbai, India. Look at what is left behind right now. Shocking pictures of a city under terrorist attack. Here's what we now know. Gun battles and explosions across Mumbai, India, have left at least 87 people dead. We have reports that hostages, many of them Westerners, are being held in multiple locations. All of this information, as you might guess, is sketchy now because the whole city is locked down. In one of those locations, a British lawyer is trapped in his hotel room. Mark Abel is a partner in a European law firm. We're hoping he'll be able to join us in a little bit and tell us a little bit more about what's been going on. But I want to turn back to Zain Verji right now. Zain, India, very much like we have in this country, has tried very hard, and certainly in Mumbai, they've tried very hard to crack down on terrorism, to get these situations under control, and yet some of the key figures involved in that fell in this conflict.
Right, they did. I mean, these were local heroes. You have the head of the anti-terror operation in Mumbai killed, another very, very key commander killed, and these were the guys responsible for really honing in on terrorist threats, terrorist groups, and they made that their life mission, and they were really viewed, as I said, as heroes by regular people.
My understanding is that
Mumbai.
They weren't necessarily targeted, but they were simply caught in the violence. It wasn't like these people came after them.
Right, they were caught in the violence, but one of the things they were doing is really honing in on young Muslim men. In Mumbai and in other parts of the country, this has been going on too. There are a lot of disaffected young men. I mean, if you look at the pictures, you see very young men carrying these guns, you know, and they don't like the U.S. relationship with India. They think that it's a war on Islam, not a U.S.-led war on terror. And some of these guys, like these police officers and anti-terror squad leaders killed today, were responsible for going into these areas, rounding up these guys, you know, and in some instances just beating them up, cracking them down, hauling them in. And they're resentful. They don't like it.
Very big Hindu population in India.
Yes,
there's been tension there for a long time.
Right, significantly so. I mean, the disaffected young Muslims create basically, you know, a space where terrorists can recruit. There has always been Hindu-Muslim tension.
You have that kind of tension
in the country.
You know, we finally got Mark Abel to join us now. I'm going to jump to him real quickly. He's a partner in a European law firm, Field Fisher Waterhouse. He's on the phone with us right now. Mark, you're actually, as I understand it, barricaded behind the door in the Trident Hotel. Can you tell us what's happening?
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. I came back from dinner last night at 9 o'clock with a colleague, came in through the lobby. It was busy. The security fences weren't operating. I went straight up to my room, closed the door, and the hotel shook with an immense blast. About 3-4 minutes later, there was another large blast. The whole building was shaking. I looked outside. I could see crowds running. There was chaos, gunshots. It looked all very, very nasty. Switched on the television. I was watching the local news, and I saw that the head of the ATF, the security services, had arrived. I looked out my window. I could see him. 20 minutes later, on the local news, I heard he'd been shot dead. So it's very, very hairy. Yeah.
Extraordinary story. How close are you to all of this happening right now?
Well, I'd rather not say exactly where I am, but much closer.
Certainly without giving specifics, but you're quite close to where everything's happening right there.
I am very, very close.
What information are you getting about the situation in the city, or are you basically just staying there with the door barricaded and waiting?
Well, my colleague and I are keeping in touch by cell phone because internal communication is dead. We're watching local news. There's lots of conflicting reports. I can see the Taj from my room, and I could see the fire there during the night.
Let me ask you another question, if I can. The notion all along has been that there's been some targeting of Westerners in this, people from England, people from the United States. Before this happened, were you aware of large numbers of Westerners in the city? You're obviously comfortable there. You would know whether or not there were a lot of people in the city who would be potential targets.
Yes, yes. There are lots. There are a couple of receptions by foreign corporations in the hotel at the exact time the bomb went off. So, yes, there are lots of potential targets.
All right, Mark Abel, thank you very much for joining us. Best of luck to you. Please stay safe. After a quick break, an update on the situation in Mumbai, where at least 87 people are dead after an overnight terror attack. We'll have that and much more still coming up, especially about the people who might be behind all of this. Stay with us, please. CNN's coverage of tonight's breaking news from India continues at the top of the hour on Larry King Live. Larry's here to tell us who he's got lined up. Larry?
Well, Tom, like yourself, we're going to continue the breaking news coverage of these terror assaults on Mumbai. We'll have live accounts from people who saw and heard it all happen. Dr. Deepak Chopra is going to be with us. He has family and friends in that city. He'll be here to tell us what he knows. Our own Dr. Deepak Chopra will be aboard. What a day. Larry King Live takes you there at the top of the hour, Tom.
Thanks so much, Larry. It'll be an interesting show. I ask all of you to please stay tuned. Important events on the other side of the world. Larry will keep you updated. We want to go down to senior international correspondent Nick Robertson. He's in India on a regular basis, and he joins us now from London. Always some great insights on things. Nick, thanks for being here. This was no doubt a highly coordinated attack. But how does it compare to the other terrorist attacks we've seen in recent years, and particularly in some of the attacks that have been going on there quite recently? What is this like?
It's very similar in one basic fundamental way. That is, it was coordinated. That is, there were a number of attacks at a number of different locations within one city. Where it differs, the attacks that have gone on in India over the past few years have been perpetrated by attackers using bombs, using multiple small bombs and coordinated attacks. This is different because the attackers went in person, gunmen with automatic weapons and grenades, it appears, prepared to stay and shoot and fight for quite a period of time, given the amount of ammunition they appeared to have or were able to use over that period of time. And the other fundamental way that this is different from what we've seen in the past is it put Westerners right front and center of this attack. The other attacks we've seen have been on transport networks, have been in markets in Delhi, for example, and have targeted Indians going about their business. This clearly targeting in the two hotels and a cafe foreigners, businessmen, tourists visiting the city. So this is different. Gunmen and targeting, focusing on Westerners, either because they're the targets here, the main targets, or because they want to internationalize the message they're trying to get out, Tom.
Nick, you've covered an awful lot of this sort of thing. How important is it that some of these gunmen appear to have been captured alive, as we understand it?
It's going to be critical for the police as they now try and make sure that there aren't other attacks waiting in this city or in other parts of the country. It was coordinated here. Could there be other coordinated attacks planned? The hostages that have been taken, were the gunmen planning to relocate them somewhere else? Are there strongholds in this city? Are there ammunition dumps in this city? Getting those attackers alive will be critical for the police in the immediate aftermath, but also in the long-term aftermath, perhaps try and develop information about the networks, who was behind them, do they spread into other cities, what's their potential, what else are they planning? Tom?
Many thanks for all that insight, Nick. You know, Nick is right there. When you find these networks, it's an important part of reaching out and finding the actual power behind these attacks. The pictures coming in from Mumbai, where it's morning now. We'll show you some more of those. Stand by for the very latest on the overnight terror attacks that have left at least 87 people dead. More in just a moment. Stay with us. Breaking news coverage now on CNN. A series of attacks blamed on terrorists have killed at least 87 people in Mumbai, India, the world's largest democracy. Witnesses say Westerners there were targeted at several locations, including Mumbai's two most luxurious hotels, one of which was set on fire during the attacks. And there you can see one of the gunmen on one of the balconies of the hotel. State Department correspondent Zain Verji has been keeping us up with the newest information, latest. Zain, what do you know at this hour?
Well, you know, what we don't know is more significant here. From the U.S. side, we don't know if there are American hostages, any American deaths, or any American casualties. The State Department is working on trying to get that information. The situation is fluid, and we're hearing of a number of foreigners being killed.
But very quickly, they do have a number for people who, if you're concerned about people over there, we're going to put it up on the screen. Tell them what the number is,
Yeah,
Zain.
the number is 1-888-407-407. 4747. If you manage to get through, they are picking it up, and they are telling Americans in Mumbai to basically call and register with the embassy. But the key message is for everyone to stay inside till further.
And continuing coverage of this tragedy in India. Larry?
That's it. Tonight, breaking news. Terror attacks ripped through the commercial center of India. Americans and other Westerners are the targets. Scores are dead, hundreds are injured. Hostages are held at gunpoint. Hotels, a hospital, and a train station, all scenes of chaos and carnage. Mumbai, city under siege. Live reports and late-breaking developments right from the scene, right now, on Larry King Live. Good evening. This is not what we planned tonight. Here's the latest from Mumbai. At least 87 people are dead in well-coordinated terror attacks at 10 locations in India's commercial capital. Teams of gunmen stormed those places with automatic weapons and grenades this morning. 2 luxury hotels were among the targets. Hostages are being held at both of those locations right now. 2 hospitals and a train station were also hit. 185 people have been injured. Now, it's believed that Americans and other Westerners are being singled out. According to reports, 9 of the terrorists have been killed. The Indian military has responded, but the situation in Mumbai remains chaotic. Let's first check in with Andrew Stevens. He's in Mumbai. He's an anchor for CNN World News Asia. What is the absolute latest, Andrew? All right, Andrew apparently has disconnected. Let's check in with Christian Amanpour, CNN's chief international correspondent. What's, in all of this world picture, Christian, what's the significance of this?
Well, Larry, this is deeply significant, obviously, because it is such a complex and coordinated attack on multitudinous targets, multitudinous locations, obviously a large number of militants or terrorists who've taken part in this, and they have engaged the Indian forces, the police and security forces. It's not like they just put bombs somewhere and allowed them to go off, and either they were suicide attackers who got killed or they were able to remotely detonate their bombs. What they've done is not just attack, take hostages, but engaged also with the security forces. So this really ratchets it up a very significant level. And it's been coming for about 20 years, these attacks, small in the last couple of decades, but in the last 10 years or so, particularly since 9/11, there have been a number of very significant attacks blamed by the Indian forces on Islamic militants. For instance, in 2006, a series of attacks around the country left 180 people dead. In 2001, an attack on the Indian parliament killed 12 people, but pitted Pakistan and India so very, very close to one of their wars. This is very, very dangerous in this part of the world. It also comes at India's, which Mumbai is India's not just gateway to the nation, it's its economic and financial hub, and it's its cultural hub as well, having the Bollywood and the other film production studios there. Nobody quite knows who it is and why they've done it. This is the thing that is very difficult and dangerous at the moment. This little-known group, if it's true that they exist, have claimed responsibility, although that has not been confirmed, so-called Deccan Mujahideen. And what is the motive? There has obviously for many, many years been a type of feeling by India's, let's say, 150 or so million Muslims who are in the minority, of feeling sort of hard done by in terms of the Hindu majority. There are also complaints by Indians, Muslims, about the way Kashmir is progressing, that enclave, and that is a huge, huge flashpoint. But what's really amazing is that often it's blamed on tensions with Pakistan, and yet this comes at a time when the president of Pakistan the new president has really made an unprecedented overture to India in terms of trying to warm up relations, trying to secure a lasting peace. And just today, Indian and Pakistani officials were having meetings, and they ended it with a joint declaration that they wanted to cooperate on ending terrorism and combating terrorism.
Christian, do you see any connection with the recent American elections and this?
Well, it's hard to tell. People would say that it takes a lot longer than a few weeks to plan something like this. It's difficult to tell. I'm sure there'll be a huge amount of analysis in the upcoming days and weeks. What's going to be vital is whatever information the Indian security forces can get from some of these terrorists, militants who've apparently some may have been captured alive. Obviously, there apparently have been some who've been killed as well. All of this will provide some of those missing pieces of the puzzle. Who are these people? What is their motive? Just today, there is an interview with the U.S. Marine Corps Commandant as basically saying that Al-Qaeda's focus now is Pakistan. There had been some thought that maybe Al-Qaeda was in the past trying to launch its attacks also in India, but the Indian secret services and the security services say that they don't have a presence there. But Pakistan is a very, very big worry. It's a failing state. Afghanistan is practically a failed state right now, even after the U.S. in 2001 sent Al-Qaeda and the Taliban packing. There is a very difficult and dangerous situation on this subcontinent that really has been the focus of a lot of attention right now. And indeed, the incoming president has said that he wants to step up the number of U.S. forces. U.S. commanders want more forces in that region as well, not just Afghanistan, but to cope with Pakistan as well. Larry?
As you've said, there have been a lot of incidents since the year 2000 in India. Why is this one getting so much particular attention? There was one with over 200 deaths.
Well, about 180 in 2006, but those were sort of on multiple bombings and trains and railway stations. But this is one night with, so far, according to our sources, at least 87 people killed, and it's a brazen attack on the most visible elements and symbols and structures of the economic, the cultural, the tourist, the international hub, as I said, the gateway to India, which is the world's largest democracy, which is not a failed state by any stretch of the imagination, which has a unified political structure, which has an army, a security forces. India is not Pakistan or Afghanistan, and yet this has been able to happen here. And why is it getting so much attention? Because so many more people than ever before have been killed in one fell swoop, and it's ongoing, and these people launch pitch battles with the security forces, and they still have hostages, and it appears they deliberately targeted Westerners.
Thank you, Christian. Christian Amanpour, CNN's chief international correspondent. We might well call on her again, and we'll be right back with more of this ongoing story. Don't go away. In a few minutes, we'll talk with Dr. Deepak Chopra, who was born in India. We're also attempting to contact Andrew Stevens, our anchor with CNN World News Asia. He is in Mumbai, and we've had a telephone breakdown. Let's first check in with Yasmin Wang. Yasmin is in Mumbai. She's a Turner Broadcasting employee and was in the Taj Hotel when it was attacked. What happened? What did you see, Yasmin?
Hey, Larry. Well, basically, I was sort of in my room in the dark for, I don't know, 6 hours under my bed. We didn't really see very much. We basically just heard a lot of gunfire and crackers and all sorts of things. And then, towards the end of the 6 hours, I heard there was a fire on the 5th floor, which is above my room. So that's basically what I heard for 6 hours.
That is a luxury hotel, is it not?
That's right. It's a very iconic and very famous hotel in India, which is basically outside the gateway of India.
How did you know to get under the bed?
Well, we had a lot of CNN security actually, sort of handling this and then calling us and texting us and walking us through what we needed to do. But we basically were told to just turn the lights off and stay under the bed or be in the bathtub, until we knew what was going on. Because unfortunately, the hotel didn't really tell us what was going on. They called us once to just, for us to stay in the room. So, in addition to that, they also turned off the TV as well, so we had no television at all.
Where are you right now?
I'm actually in an apartment of a friend of mine in Mumbai, and they came to pick me up several blocks away from the Taj. So I'm just here waiting right now, basically to see what we need to do and how I'm going to leave Mumbai. But we have to basically stay indoors for now.
You bet. Thank you, Yasmin. We'll check back with you. Let's go to Dr. Deepak Chopra, the physician, philosopher. His new book is Jesus, A Story of Enlightenment. Where were you born in India, Deepak?
I was born in Delhi, but I've been in these hotels many, many times. I've stayed there, so I know the scene, I know the restaurants. I've been trying to get in touch with my friends and relatives, some of whom I've spoken to, some of whom I can't speak to. The lines are jammed. We're texting each other. A friend of mine from Egypt was in the restaurant at the Taj Hotel when the firing started, and somehow she managed to avoid the fray, hid in a basement, and is now holed up in a room which is right next to the Taj Hotel and is waiting to be told what to do. The situation is complex, Larry, because it could inflame to proportions that we cannot even imagine. It has to be contained. We now recognize that this is a global problem with only a global effort can solve this. And, one of the things that I think is happening is that these militant terrorist groups are actually terrified that Obama's gestures to the rest of the Muslim world may actually overturn the tables on them by alienating them from the rest of the Muslim world. So they're reacting to this. This is Obama's opportunity to actually harness the help of the Muslims. There's 1.8 billion Muslims in the world. That's 25% of the population of the world. It's the fastest growing religion in the world. We cannot, if we do not appease and actually recruit the help of this Muslim world, we're going to have a problem in our hands. And we cannot go after the wrong people as we did after 9/11, because then the whole collateral damage that occurs actually aggravates the situation. In India, this is particularly inflammatory because there was a rise of Hindu fundamentalism. We saw what that did in Gujarat, where Muslims were scorched and they were killed, and there was almost a genocide of the Muslims. Now, India has 150 million Muslims. That's more Muslims in India than in Pakistan. So this is an opportunity right now for India and Pakistan to recognize this is their common problem. It's not a Muslim problem right now. It's a global problem. Yes.
We'll be getting back to you. Don't leave us.
Okay.
One quick thing. When did Bombay become Mumbai?
After the British left, Bombay was the British name, so the original name was Mumbai, and it was reclaimed.
They went back to their original name.
Yeah. Mumbai.
Okay.
Bombay is the anglicized version of Mumbai.
We'll take a break. Be right back. We'll check in with Andrew Stevens finally, our anchor on the scene. Don't go away. I'm told we can finally check in with Andrew Stevens, the anchor with CNN World News Asia, who is in Mumbai. What time is it there now?
Larry, it's just about 7:45 in the morning, and I'm actually standing outside the Taj Mahal Palace here, and I can describe the scene for you. There's about a dozen or so fire trucks. There's firemen in front of the building. There's some ladders on the building. There's some soldiers walking fairly casually, I'd have to say, past the front entrance of this building. And if you go up 6 or 7 stories to the roof, just in front of this towering dome, I can see flames and smoke still coming out of that roof at the hotel. Now, the last information I had, which was about 30 minutes ago, we were hearing, Larry, and it's very hard to confirm this at the moment, that there is still a live hostage situation in this hotel I'm looking at the moment. Reports are between 7 and 15 hostages have been taken. Some of those are European and North American. We don't know the numbers, but what we do know, what has been reported, is that the gunman, on entering this hotel, went into the lobby, rounded up the guests and demanded to see passports looking particularly for US and British passports. Now, we understand that some of those were then taken hostage, but like I said, Larry, we can't confirm any numbers at this stage.
Andrew, how do you explain the apparent calmness now?
Well, it's very difficult. I was expecting to come down here and have a total lockdown. We've been able to drive our truck pretty much into the forecourt virtually. I'm probably standing about 20 metres away from the front of the building now. There doesn't seem to be any security. There's no cordon. There's no one asked us what we were doing coming in here. There's quite a crowd gathering behind me, sort of come down to see what's going on. I can't explain why there is this apparent lack of activity going on. But from the latest we've heard, there is still a situation here.
We'll be right back with more of Andrew Stevens and others. Don't go away. On the phone with us from Mumbai is Amit Varman. He was in South Mumbai in the neighborhood of the Taj Hotel when the attacks occurred. He's blogged about his experience, by the way, at India Uncut. That's one word, IndiaUncut.com. Where were you, Amit, and what did you see?
Well, I'd gone for dinner to a place just about 200 meters from the Taj, and we were just about to enter the restaurant when we heard gunshots, and we saw people running towards us from that direction. So we quickly ducked into the restaurant, and the guys there told us not to go out. It's probably just a police encounter, nothing more than that. So we sat in the restaurant, we turned on the television, and gradually over an hour, we understood the events that were unfolding. So what initially we thought was just an encounter between a handful of cops and a handful of criminals, suddenly we realized it was, much, much, much bigger than that. And by the time an hour had passed, we were all in a state of shock.
Did you ever see the terrorists?
No, we weren't close enough to see the terrorists, but we took a room in the same hotel because the area was cordoned off and it wasn't safe to go home. And from our window, we actually heard the second of the 6 blasts at the Taj, and obviously we saw it all unfolding on television.
Where are you now?
We're still in the same hotel. We're still about a couple of 100 meters away from the Taj.
Huh. Terrible thing to live through. Thanks, Amit. Amit Varma. Now let's go to New York and Zain Verji. Zain is a CNN State Department correspondent. What are they saying?
Well, the State Department, Larry, is essentially condemning this attack and saying that it's monitoring the situation. What we don't know and what they're trying to find out, Larry, is whether there are any American casualties, any American deaths, injuries, any Americans being held hostage. They're trying to figure that out. They don't know. Consulate officials are going through all the hospitals. They're combing them and trying to see if there are any American casualties. It's a situation that's difficult. They haven't, in earlier hours, been able to go to the hotel sites and see what's going on. The situation has been in lockdown. Embassy officials have been telling everyone, all U.S. citizens, to just stay at home until further notice. Larry?
Any conjecture, Zain? Is there any conjecture as to who did this?
There is, and the fact of the matter is it's too soon for us to really know. One is Deccan Mujahideen. They claimed responsibility in an email. Nobody really knows who these guys are or how serious they are or who they may be affiliated with. It may be a new group. It may be an offshoot of an old group. Earlier attacks in India have been carried out by a group called Indian Mujahideen. Now, these guys, experts say, are a lot more organized. They have the kind of operational capability to carry out attacks and coordinate attacks like this. They say they're inspired by Al-Qaeda. U.S. officials have also, Larry, been pointing to Lashkar-e-Toiba, another group that operates in the Kashmir region and has links to Al-Qaeda of maybe being involved. So lots of question marks.
Zain, does Condoleezza Rice immediately get to meet with the presumed new Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton?
Well, she said that she was going to speak to her and brief her privately about everything that she needs to. But what we're hearing about what Condoleezza Rice has been up to right now is that she just got off the phone with President-elect Obama about the situation that's unfolding right now in Mumbai and promised basically to keep him informed about all sorts of developments. So we also know that Secretary Rice has been reaching out to Indian officials saying, look, the U.S. stands ready, we'll help you, whatever you need. the U.S. can do things like sending an international hostage negotiation team or special planes or forensic scientists, but they can't really do anything until India says, okay, we need your help, we'll accept your help. And by the way, Larry, Rice also has just briefed Bush, or did a short while ago.
Oh, does the State Department see this as a vastly global kind of thing with the United States involved, or do they see this as an interior India thing?
I think the correct way to look at it would essentially to be part of a much bigger puzzle. You know, everything that happens around the world today reaches further corners of the world than ever before. You want to look at this in relation to the global war on terror. There are many people here in India, many Muslims, that feel that the U.S.-led war on terror is really a war on Islam and a war on Muslims, and they don't like the U.S. strategic relationship with India. India is a strong ally, a democratic country. The U.S. just signed a civilian nuclear agreement with India. You need to look at this in light of a festering problem of Kashmir between India and Pakistan. You look at this in the light of what's been going on in Afghanistan. Maybe some of these guys carrying out these attacks coordinated in that border region on Waziristan, you know, where Al-Qaeda operatives and Taliban operatives are believed to be there. So all experts are saying that this is a major coordinated attack that has all the hallmarks of Al-Qaeda. Nobody really knows, but there are so many layers here and so many players and so many question marks. We'd want to look at this in an interrelated manner. Larry?
Zane Verjee, thanks so much. Zane Verjee, the CNN State Department correspondent. We'll check back in with Andrew Stevens. We'll also check with Dr. Sanjay Gupta as well, and others, when we come back. Don't go away. Let's check in with our own Dr. Sanjay Gupta. He is CNN's chief medical correspondent. Were you born in India?
No, I was born here, but I do travel back quite a bit, and I have a lot of family in that area as well.
I'm told you've stayed at the Taj Hotel?
Yeah, I have stayed at the Taj Hotel pretty recently, in fact, and it's very disturbing to see these images up of you know, the flames and everything that's going on inside the hotel. There's a picture, you know, it's a beautiful place. It's one of these grand hotels, Larry. It's a true five-star hotel in the financial district of Mumbai. Just across from that is the ocean, so the rooms have an ocean view. There's a gateway to India, which is one of the large monuments in Bombay, which is the largest city, by the way, in India, Mumbai. And this is just a really, really beautiful place.
Did you know?
Hard to imagine it.
Did you notice what the security was like?
You know, it was interesting. What I always thought was interesting was that when the cars pulled up into the front of the hotel, they would scan the cars. They would use mirrors to look underneath the cars. But they really never checked people as they were coming into the hotel for anything. So I never remember going through metal detectors when I walked into the hotel. From what I understand, the security was intermittently more stringent, intermittently more lax throughout time. But you know, when I was there, it didn't seem very particularly stringent. I remember the time that I was there. There was the cricket teams were both staying there, so it was very full. Some of the nicest restaurants in that part of the city were there, and this is a hotel that is always packed.
Now, Mumbai has physically injured and emotionally traumatized people because of these attacks, swarms of them. How prepared generally are hospitals in a city of this size, about the same size as New York City, by the way? How prepared are hospitals and doctors to deal with this? How would New York deal with this?
Well, you have some great hospitals in Mumbai, just like you do in New York City. They are, because this is a big urban center, they are used to trauma. They're used to the type of trauma that you see associated with urban centers, like gunshot wounds, knivings, lots of car accidents. Two things change the equation, though. One is pure volume. You start to get lots and lots of patients. For example, at Bombay Hospital, you hear 120 people have been taken there. Very few hospitals are capable of handling that kind of volume. We heard, you know, anonymous sources telling us that one Japanese man had died there. 9 Europeans were admitted. 3 of them were in critical condition. Volume can be a real problem. The other issue is that some of the hospitals came under attack themselves. So you talk about the emotional lability of a lot of these people, and it's scary. They don't know if they themselves are going to be attacked. There is a restaurant behind the Taj Hotel as well, which is it's a real hangout. It's called Leopold's. I spent a lot of time there. It's where a lot of expats hang out. This was a place that came under fire as well. see some of those images of blood on the floor there. This is where a lot of people congregate socially in this particular area, Larry.
Thanks, Sanjay. Right on the scene for us. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, CNN chief medical correspondent. Now to the Pentagon. And Barbara Starr, CNN's Pentagon correspondent. What's the latest United States intelligence? What do we know, Barbara?
Well, Larry, tonight it is all very disturbing. A senior U.S. official told me a few moments ago this is possibly the most highly coordinated attack they have seen in some time. U.S. officials are saying the choice of target, the sophistication of the attack is now leading them, in fact, to believe it's Islamic extremists that carried all of this out. Intelligence services are looking at this very disturbing development tonight of the specific targeting of U.S. and British citizens in this attack that was highly coordinated, well-timed. Who had the weapons? Who had the training, the coordination, the communication, the ability to recruit and carry this out without apparently the Indian government noticing? And this other disturbing development, why apparently was security dropped or lowered around some of the hotel sites? That's something that is generally understood to have happened. So what the intelligence services are doing now, U.S., British, and Indian intelligence services all talking to each other tonight here in the United States, already in the daylight hours in India, and throughout the weekend. Our sources are saying, I think Zain referred to this a little while ago, while the group Deccan Mujahideen has publicly claimed responsibility, a lot of people in the U.S. government say they don't really know who that group is, and they are looking at another group, a group that is called the Lashkar al-Taiba, one of the largest and most active Islamic organizations in South Asia. They have already carried out attacks in India in the past. Their objective is to end Indian rule in Kashmir. But think of those, Larry, all as sort of internal Indian attacks. Now, this opens up a new front. Attacks in India, a close U.S. ally, against Westerners. It raises a lot of concerns about al-Qaeda involvement. And the bottom line tonight, Larry, is the most disturbing thing. Nobody really has any facts about what has happened here.
Barbara, don't go away. I'm going to come right back to you. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back with Barbara Starr, CNN's Pentagon correspondent on the scene in Washington and Virginia. Don't go away. Back with Barbara Starr. Is the transition team being kept posted on everything, Barbara?
Well, they are, Larry. And, you know, that's the real ultimate irony, you know, as my colleague Ed Henry has been talking about. They're being kept posted on it on a day or the last couple of days when the Obama transition team was determined to focus on the economy. And, of course, the new president-elect is finding out that world events will ultimately dictate his agenda, I suppose. And just on the day when really we had set out here at CNN to report on the issue of him deciding to keep Robert Gates on as his Secretary of Defense. The Bush administration's Secretary of Defense will, by all accounts, stay and serve under Mr. Obama, at least for the first year of the Obama administration. And what was the reasoning behind that? The reasoning was that the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the war on terror, were very serious and needed the continuity of the man who'd already been serving, Mr. Gates. And so that's how the day started out for me. I had set out to report on that very ironic issue that Gates, the Republican Secretary of Defense, would be staying on in this new Democratic administration so Mr. Obama could focus on the economy and not have to worry so much about national security.
So,
it's all changed again.
So Obama looks a little like a genius. He's got the man in place already.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people are going to be saying that. You know, Mr. Gates, Dr. Gates, is a very experienced operative, a former CIA chief. He knows his intelligence counterparts around the world. He doesn't have to hit the ground running. He's already there. And I can tell you, late tonight, senior officials in the Pentagon who thought they were packing up and going home for Thanksgiving, senior officials in the intelligence community staying on the job throughout the weekend to talk to their counterparts in India about all of this.
Thanks, Barbara. As usual, right on top of things, Barbara Starr. Let's check on the phone with Saeed Kamal. He's a member of the European Parliament. He and his colleagues had just had dinner at the Taj Hotel, left soon after, got a call from one, came back to the Taj. He's in Mumbai now. What did you see, Saeed?
Well, I was very lucky. I mean, I just left the hotel
when a colleague phoned me and said, "Where are you?" And I told him I'd just left. He said, "Don't come back now. And there's a gunman that's just come in, and he's gone mad. He's shooting around, and I've just run away." He said, "Whatever you do, don't come back." So we took refuge in a restaurant. We were told not to go on the streets because we weren't sure whether there were anyone on the streets, whether any of the gunmen were on the streets. We heard the petrol station, a gas station was blown up. We heard the railway station was blown up, and so we were told to stay inside and clear the streets. And then there were people coming in from off the streets telling us different stories. One of our party came in and he said that a gunman had gone into the bar that he was in, started shooting, and he had run away and dived behind a car, and he managed to make it out okay. And then we started to see the stories coming in from the local television stations telling us that our hotel had been, there were explosions at our hotel and there were fire at our hotel.
Are all of your friends okay?
They are now. We lost contact with two of my two MEPs, and we were sending text messages to them, and one of them was barricaded in the basement of the hotel. The other one was hiding in the kitchen. Another one, as we were speaking to him, we could hear gunshots, and in the end he ran out.
You're a member of the European Parliament, so what do you make of this?
Well, I think the same as anyone else. This is, it's clearly there. This action is clearly there to demonstrate, to drive people away from Mumbai, to drive people away from coming here to visit us, and obviously to get to portray Mumbai in a very negative way. And we must not let that happen. We must stand shoulder to shoulder with our Indian friends and make sure that we defeat this terrorism.
Yeah. Thank you. Saeed Kamal on the scene in Mumbai. We'll be right back. Deepak Chopra will return. We'll have others as well on this special edition of Larry King Live. Speaking of special editions, tomorrow night at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, there'll be a special edition of this program in which we look at celebrities who are heroes. That program will precede CNN's annual Heroes program, anchored by Anderson Cooper. That's a night of heroes tomorrow night. We've had some heroes tonight, too. Don't go away. We're back with Dr. Deepak Chopra, the physician, philosopher, spiritual advisor. His new book, by the way, is terrific, Jesus, A Story of Enlightenment. Do you think that this is just the beginning, that there's a potential impact of more?
There's a potential impact of a lot more carnage, but it can be contained. And right now, one of the questions, after I heard Barbara Starr talking about how coordinated this is, that there are militant groups that cross international boundaries. Larry, who's financing this? Where's the money coming from? We have to ask very serious, honest questions. What role do we have in this? Are our petrodollars funding both sides of this war on terrorism? Why are we not asking the Saudis where their money is going that we give them? Is it going through this supply chain through Pakistan? It's not enough for Pakistan to condemn it. Pakistan should cooperate with India in uprooting this. They should be part of the surgery that's going to happen. It's not enough for Indians to blame Pakistanis. Indians should actually ask the Pakistanis to help them. And it's not enough for us to worry about Westerners being killed and Americans being killed. Every life that is precious over there. We've got to get rid of this idea that this is an American problem or a Western problem. It's a global problem, and we need a global solution, and we need the help of all the Muslims, 25% of the world's population, to help us uproot this problem.
What does India immediately do?
India, at this moment, has to contain any reactive violence from the fundamentalist Hindus, which is very likely and possible. So India has to contain that by not blaming local Muslims. They have to identify the exact groups. And the world has to be very careful that they don't go after the wrong people. Because if you go after the wrong people, you'll convert moderates into extremists. It happens every time. And retribution against innocent people, just because they have the same religion, actually aggravates and perpetuates the problem.
Are you pessimistic?
I think Mr. Obama has a real opportunity here, but a challenging opportunity, a creative opportunity. Get rid of the phrase war on terrorism. Ask for a creative solution in which we all participate.
Is it because the war on terrorism really can never be won because the terrorists...
Because it's an oxymoron. It's an oxymoron, Larry, a war on terrorism. terrorists call mechanized death from 35,000 feet above sea level with the press of a button also terror. We don't call it that because our soldiers are wearing uniforms, they don't see what's happening, and innocent people are being killed. So, you know, terror is a term that you apply to the other.
Thanks, Deepak Chopra, as always, extraordinarily enlightening. We'll be right back with more on this horrendous day. Don't go away. Erica Hill will be hosting AC 360 at the top of the hour. What's up tonight, Erica?
Larry, thanks. We're going to continue to bring you the latest tonight on 360, covering this breaking news out of Mumbai, where hours ago, terrorists launched a brazen attack, apparently targeting Americans and other Westerners. We will have the latest details for you on the investigation, also on U.S. intelligence, and just what President-elect Barack Obama is saying about it. All of that coming up at 360 right here at the top of the hour. Larry?
Thanks, Erica. That's Erica Hill, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. Let's go to New York. Paul Cruikshank stands by. He's an investigative journalist and terrorism expert. He's done extensive reporting on al-Qaeda and its affiliates. He's a fellow at the NYU Center for Law and Security. What do you make of this, Paul?
Well, Larry, you know, everything we're hearing suggests that this is the work of an established militant group. Deccan Mujahideen, which is claiming responsibility, is not an established militant group. Now, suspicion tonight falls, I think, on two groups, one of which is Indian and one of which is Pakistani. The Indian group is Indian Mujahideen, which is a group which emerged about a year ago. It's launched a number of attacks across India in the last year. It says it's not going to stop its attacks until India decouples itself from its strategic alliance with the United States. We've seen the sorts of people they're trying to target tonight, British and American citizens. The other group that is suspected, perhaps, of being involved in this attack is Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is a Pakistani Kashmiri militant group with very, very close ties to al-Qaeda. A lot of its leaders fought with bin Laden in the 1980s in Afghanistan, and over the last few years, it's become more and more close to al-Qaeda. It's brought more and more into its global jihad.
Are these groups going to be tough to tackle?
I think they're going to be very tough to tackle. Violence is sort of spiraling in India. There have been hundreds of people who have been killed in India over the last year. It's a real concern to Indian officials that this group, Indian Mujahideen, has increasingly bought into bin Laden's global jihad. There's always concern as well that Pakistani groups may want to target India. Lashkar-e-Taiba has targeted India a number of times before. For example, in 2006, it's suspected of involvement in an attack on the commuter train systems in Bombay. And there's also suspicion that they might have cooperated with this Indian group, the Indian group.
Thanks, Paul. We'll be calling on you again. Now let's stay in New York and talk to Micah Garin, a documentary filmmaker who was kidnapped, held hostage in Iraq for 10 days in August of 2004. What might you imagine these hostages are going through, Micah?
Well, Larry, it's definitely a very, very disturbing situation. The terrorists have shown that they're willing to kill, and so for anyone who is held hostage, and again, that situation's unfolding, so it's hard to know what exactly is going on. But for the people who are being held, it's very grim for them, I'm sure. I mean, in my situation, there wasn't outward violence when I was taken, but here they've probably seen people killed in front of them, and I think, you know, what's going through their minds is how they can get out of this situation immediately. But it's just very difficult to tell at this stage what's going on.
When do we hear, if educated guess, demands? What do they want?
Again, that's a very difficult thing to know. I mean, looking at the outcome of what happened today, I would say that, you know, it's anyone's guess what their demands are. It's very clear that they're trying to inflict maximum pain and injury, and hostage-taking is a very good way of doing that, as people have found out over the last few years. And unfortunately, it's on the rise all over the world. And I think this took a lot of people by surprise in India, and we can only hope that the situation will be resolved peacefully.
Do you fear they might kill some of them, since they've killed already?
You know, I can't speculate. I think in a hostage situation, a lot of times it comes down to the exact people who are holding you at that time. And there's very good negotiators who can step in, who may even know the individuals who are holding the hostages, and be able to diffuse the situation. So I think at this point it's too early to say. But, you know, as with all hostage situations, I'm hoping for a good outcome.
Thanks, Michael. Micah Guerin. When we come back, Don Clark, the retired FBI special agent in charge at Houston. His assignment areas included counterterrorism. Don't go away. Promoted it now. Before we check in with Don Clark, let's check in at the Taj Hotel in India to George Koshi. George is the CNN IBN correspondent. IBN is the Indian Broadcasting Network. You've been seeing their shots all day long. What's the latest there, George?
Hi, Larry. The situation here is really bad. Yet Taj Mahal Hotel, the landmark of Mumbai here, is still tense with fire raging there as well. It is reportedly believed that there are about 5 hostages still there, and also the same case with the Oberoi Hotel, where on the 19th floor there are a few hostages that are still held by 2 terrorists. So this is the situation that has unfolded since 10 p.m. yesterday night, India time. Several incidents, almost 10 incidents reported throughout Mumbai, 78 people dead so far and 116 people injured, which also includes 5 senior police officers of the Mumbai police force. So these are unfortunate yet incidents that are really been unfolding all through the night yesterday and still is on at this point in time.
Thanks, George. George Koshi at the Taj Hotel in Mumbai. Now let's go to Houston and Don Clark, the retired FBI special agent in charge. Now, the FBI can't get involved in this, right?
Well, yeah, they will be involved in this, Larry, as well as other individuals and law enforcement agencies and Homeland Security, because they can be used as advisors. They have good negotiating skills, hostage negotiation. That's a key part right now, because I'm listening to your program here, and there are a number of people that we think are being held hostage over there, and there's got to be some effort to get them out. So that's what an organization like the FBI and the rest of the Homeland Security agencies can help do.
Don, when do you expect to hear demands?
You know, that's shocking, and it just depends on how organized that this particular group may be. I suspect, though, is that if there really are legitimate, what they would term as legitimate demands, you're going to have to hear something within the next few hours or so, because it's been a number of hours that's going on. Because the longer that they don't say anything, then that means that the organizations have an opportunity to develop whatever they can to try and put this thing to bed.
Would it help to know who the group is?
Absolutely. They've got to try to find out who the group is, and there's been a lot of speculation as to who they may be, but also there are not going to be many law enforcement or intelligence people going to enjoy Thanksgiving in that sense tomorrow, because they're going to have to try to contact as many sources as they know, and there are sources all around the world, to include in this country, that I suspect that the agencies will be trying to contact to see who's behind this real treacherous attack.
Don, how hard is it to deal with employing counterterrorism?
It's a difficult task, but it's by no means an impossible task. What it means is cooperation and recognizing that you, when you are invited into another country, that you're simply a guest there, and the rules are not ours to make anymore. We have to go by the rules of that country and work with them. So as long as you can understand that relationship, I believe that they'll be welcome whenever they are asked to come in to help, particularly with the negotiation aspect, and I think that they can get some things accomplished.
Thanks, Don. Don Clark, the retired FBI special agent. One quick closing word with Deepak Chopra. Deepak, are you optimistic that the Indian government will be successful with this?
I think so, but they have to change their attitude. They cannot blame Pakistan. They should ask Pakistan's help. In turn, Pakistan should stop just condemning this. They should say, what are we going to do? We should be asking the Saudis what they're going to do about it. And we should all be asking the moderate Muslims, if you're still moderate, stop condemning this, but do something about this cancer in your own family.
And do you expect Barack Obama to have something to do with this or not?
I think, you know, the terrorists are actually petrified of Barack Obama, because he might overturn the tables on them by harnessing the sympathy of the Muslim world, which does not like this.
Of Larry King Live. We have continuing coverage, of course, hosting AC 360. Here's Erica Hill. Eric?
Larry, thanks. For the next 2 hours, we will be bringing you the latest on this breaking story out of Mumbai, where just hours ago, terrorists launched a brazen attack, apparently targeting Americans and other Westerners. Shortly after noon Eastern Time, teams of heavily armed gunmen stormed as many as 10 locations across Mumbai. Now, the city, you may know it better as Bombay. Well, the gunmen killed scores of people. They have wounded nearly 200 at this hour, are holding as well an unknown number of hostages. Why Mumbai? Well, one reason may be that it is India's financial and entertainment capital. It's located, as you can see on the map here, on the west coast. The map is also going to show you, as we zoom in here, the four of the locations attacked today, including 2 five-star hotels, the Hotel Oberoi and also the landmark 565-room Taj Mahal Palace. In addition, the Cafe Leopold, which is a popular hangout with Western tourists, and a busy railway station. But the terror has not ended tonight. Clashes between police and the terrorists have raged for hours now, and the city is in chaos. One Indian businessman put it this way: Mumbai is the New York of India. Imagine terrorists taking over the Waldorf and the Ritz and then going on a shooting spree in Times Square. It is a terrifying image. A little-known terrorist group called the Deccan Mujahideen has claimed responsibility for the carnage, but it is not a confirmed report. We are going to have much more on that angle, though, coming up in the show. We begin, however, with CNN's Andrew Stevens, who is staying in one of the hotels that was attacked.
Bombs, gunfire, chaos, carnage. Mumbai, popular with Americans, and the commercial capital of India, erupted in a coordinated terror attack. It began around 10 p.m. local time. Armed with grenades, automatic weapons and explosives, an unknown number of extremists killed scores, including the city's anti-terrorism chief, and wounded hundreds. At least 10 sites were targeted, including 2 luxury hotels, cafes, a hospital for women and children, a movie theatre and a train station. At the historic Taj Mahal Hotel, where a large plume of smoke rose hours after the attacks began, witnesses say gunmen were looking for US and British citizens. An untold number of people have been taken hostage. The eyewitness accounts are chilling.
My colleague saw someone get shot just outside the glass doors of the restaurant. We heard gunfire and we heard grenades, and there was a lot of panic. People running, people getting trampled.
The army has now moved into the hotel and across the city. Several terrorists have been killed or arrested. Others remain on the loose. Yasmin Wong is a CNN employee visiting Mumbai.
We heard, sort of consistent gunfire and grenades and, smashing glass and all sorts of commotion.
And I saw a guy outside my window, above me on my window, who basically had smashed through the window and was hanging out of the window.
Both President Bush and President-elect Barack Obama issued statements, each strongly condemning the attacks. Who's behind this? Local reports say a group named the Deccan Mujahideen has claimed responsibility. However, some officials say it bears all the hallmarks of Al-Qaeda. Mumbai is a mecca for Western businessmen and women, many of them from America. It's believed thousands of US citizens are in a city that is now under siege.
All right, and Andrew Stevens is joining us live now from Mumbai, where, as we can see from the shot that you have there, the sun is up, day clearly underway there, and I imagine you're seeing a much different picture at this hour of the morning.
Eric, just in the last few minutes, we've been pushed back and back and back. We were originally up where these fire engines are. We're being pushed back and back. And what I'm hearing is that there could be a new assault about to start. I can't confirm this at the moment, but this is what we've been told. There are perhaps 100 people still in this Taj Hotel here behind me. 100, they would be guests, they would be hostages, and they would also be hostage takers. I've got to, with every one of these, I just cannot confirm the actual numbers at the moment, but this is what we're being told. As you can see, they are now dousing what became a quite significant fire only about half an hour ago. Flames 20, 30 feet leaping out of those top balconies there, where you can see the jets of water now being directed. We understand that their hostage takers are still in there. Well, the earlier reports have been saying that there are between 7 and 12 hostages, 7 and 15 hostages, excuse me, both Indian, also of European and perhaps North American passport holders as well. What we've heard during the course of the last 10 hours or so when this started was excuse me, I'm just being told there are people, if you can just pan over here, you can see that there's people walking into the annex wing. This tower here is also part of the Taj as well. There were people trapped in that building all night as well. We're seeing people down there near the front gate. I can't tell you what's happening at the moment, but if we just come across to close by these fire engines, you'll see army guys in fatigues taking a position there, covering that entrance. So obviously this is reaching some sort of new level, the hostage crisis here at the Taj Hotel. As I was saying earlier, Erica, there were gunmen, when they went in, this is probably about 10 hours ago, it happened at 10 p.m. local time, and the time is now 8:30 in the morning. They went in there and they rounded people up and they asked for people with British and US passports, and these are the ones they were after. We don't know how many or if any British nationals or US nationals were taken or are hostages at this stage, but we understand that it is a possibility. We're now just waiting to see what happens, Erica. It's obviously very tense here at the moment. Erica, back to you.
Andrew, a quick question for you, because when we first came to you, said you were getting word as you were being pushed back of a possible new assault. Is that new assault one, if you know, is it aimed at the Taj Hotel specifically, or did you simply hear that there could be a new assault somewhere in Mumbai?
We think it's specifically the Taj. We think that there is the likelihood, the strong likelihood now that there may be a renewed assault, a military maneuver into the hotel in front of us there. We're not hearing any non-specific threats from any other parts of the city at this stage. Remember, 10 targets were attacked over the past 10 hours. It's been a very well-organised and many are saying now sophisticated, coordinated attack on very, very high-profile targets throughout this city, particularly the vast majority of them coming from South Mumbai, where I am now. Now, South Mumbai is the commercial heart of India's commercial city. This is a wealthy area. This is where a lot of foreign businessmen, indeed foreign travellers come. They stay at this hotel. This is a favourite. There is one more hotel, the Oberoi Hotel, which I haven't mentioned. We understand there is also a hostage crisis there. That is about 10 minutes from here by car. We're getting less information on that. And there could also, Erica, be gunmen still in a hospital, a women and children's hospital. Again, not far from here, there are also women and children in that hospital. It's a very, very fluid situation. Hard facts at this stage are hard to come by. I can tell you that the official death toll now stands at 87 people. Those 10 attacks included those 2 hotels. They included the hospital. They also included the main railway station, which is an enormous hub for rail passengers in the city of Mumbai. This is a city of 19 million people. It's been reported that gunmen burst into the railway station, opened fire with assault weapons, and also let off hand grenades. This is being reported in the Times of India newspaper, as well as a couple of others. There are pictures on front pages of papers showing both the carnage on the floor inside the railway station and also pictures showing what looked like to be the terrorists. And as you can see there, let's just take you back to the scene behind us here, Erica. Still waiting to see what happened. We're seeing ambulances arrive as well. So we're obviously staying right on top of this. Erica, meanwhile, though, back to you.
All right, we will take it, Andrew. We'll be continuing to check in with you throughout the show as well for the latest developments. Andrew Stevens, thanks. Now, on this Thanksgiving Eve here in the U.S., both the outgoing and the incoming presidents are closely monitoring the crisis in Mumbai. President Bush doing that from Camp David, President-elect Obama from his home in Chicago. Obama has designated certain members of his transition team to be in regular contact with the State Department and with the Office of National Intelligence. He is getting updates from them as well. And among the new details that we are learning, this chilling picture. This comes to us from Sky News. It shows an armed man who is believed to possibly be one of the assailants, but it's unclear, again, exactly who it is. We're looking into this picture. Also unclear just how many terrorists took part in today's attacks. And even though we have heard these reports of the obscure terrorist group Deccan Mujahideen claiming responsibility, U.S. officials have not confirmed that claim. CNN's Barbara Starr joins us now. Barbara, give us an idea. What kind of intel is the U.S. government looking at right now?
Well, you know, Erica, as we continue to look at these pictures unfold, even at this hour from Mumbai, intelligence services around the world are looking at this as a possible game changer, if you will, in the war on terror. A senior U.S. official telling me just a few moments ago, this is possibly the most well-coordinated attack they have seen in some time. And it's these kinds of clues about the coordination, how it was financed, how it was carried out, the level of training, communication, how they got the weapons into the city of Mumbai without anyone noticing. What was the level of organization behind this attack against so many civilian targets? They're going to go, the U.S. intelligence community, the Indians, the British, intelligence services around the world will now look at this and try and work their way backwards. What would it have taken to pull this off? And who and what groups have that kind of capability to be able to do it? Now, this group that has claimed public responsibility, Deccan Mujahideen, that's one that the U.S. is so far not too clear about who is really behind that group. Nothing is confirmed, of course, tonight, so they are looking at other possibilities. Erica?
All right, we know you'll continue to follow that intel coming out as well. Barbara Starr, thanks. The story, as you have heard from the reports from both Barbara Starr and Andrew Stevens, is changing by the minute as we get new information in. We are going to have all the latest developments for you just ahead. Also, Paul Cruikshank and CNN's Andrew Stevens back with us. In addition, so many questions tonight about al-Qaeda, whether it could have played a role in today's terror attacks. We will get some answers. Also, plenty to talk about on the blog. To join that conversation, log on to ac360.com. Also ahead, the status of those hostages in Mumbai. How many Americans could be among them? And what will it take to free them? Plus, how is the U.S. responding to this crisis at such a sensitive time, with the incoming and outgoing presidents both keeping a close watch? The breaking developments when 360 continues. I'll bring you pictures now. This is actually tape that we just got in from our sister network in India, CNN, IBN. These are pictures, as I understand it, of the Oberoi Hotel, which, of course, was another one of the targets in these attacks. Also, a very well-known hotel in Mumbai, a very luxurious hotel. And we're hearing now, I believe if I'm hearing this correctly, more shots fired. And was that at this hotel? At the Oberoi, so we're hearing more shots fired at this hotel now. We had just heard moments ago at the top of the hour from our correspondent Andrew Stevens, who is standing by in Mumbai. He was at the Taj Hotel, the other target of some of these attacks, one of the other targets, who had said he was hearing word there may be a new assault coming. We don't know if that was related at all to the shots we're hearing that were fired at the Oberoi. These are live pictures coming to us from the Taj Hotel, and it looks like, as you can see, people running here. I'm not sure if those people just came out of the hotel, but we are hearing reports of gunfire as well at the Taj Hotel, again in Mumbai. Both of these hotels well-known to foreigners, well-known to businessmen and women who come here, luxurious, well-known hotels dealing with some of the well-to-do, and two big targets today. Andrew Stevens is standing by for us, still, as I understand it, outside the Taj Hotel, and I'm sure in a safe spot. Andrew, describe the scene for us. What now, right now, what's happening?
Well, first of all, we're hearing several gunshots. We've just heard several gunshots, rounds of gunshots, about 7 gunshots. And as you see now, they're calling in ambulances, which are just by our position here. They're calling in ambulances. You can see behind you there are several dozen, looks like it, you actually won't be able to see this, Scott's on the ambulances at the moment, but as I look towards the entrance of the tower wing of the hotel, I can see what appears to be dozens of people standing there. This after several rounds of gunfire just echoed out across this square we're at. Now, we just heard from a local media station which had the police commissioner for Mumbai on, Mr. A.N. Roy, who said probably only about 10 minutes ago, Erica, that this operation will be concluded within minutes. When we talk about this operation, we're talking about a hostage rescue operation, or at least getting those who aren't hostages but were still in the hotel out. Now, he also said they have now all been evacuated safely. We are talking about those people inside the hotel It apparently includes the hostages. There are no mention of the hostage takers. Obviously, this is a very confusing situation at the moment, but the police commissioner of Mumbai, Mr. A.N. Roy, saying that all people inside the Taj have been now evacuated safely. No mention of the actual hostage takers. So that's the situation as we see it. Erica, you'll see the ambulances now pulling up there outside the tower wing of the Taj Hotel. And I can see, no doubt you can see as well, people now climbing into the back of one of those ambulances. They appear to be walking unaided. And from where we're standing, from what we can see, I can't see any injuries, any injured people there, although there are plenty of ambulances here lining up, ready to go and pick those people up. So just in the last 5 minutes, several gunshots ringing out from the Taj Hotel, then a call for ambulances and the people standing on the steps there coming out from inside the hotel. We can assume they are guests in that hotel who've been caught up in this nightmare for the last 10 or so hours. At 10 o'clock, around about 10 o'clock last night, gunmen burst into this hotel, one of the great landmarks of Mumbai, and quickly rounded up people looking for British and US passport holders. They have taken people hostage. There have been several we assume battles during the intervening hours. There have been several explosions reported. The building, I should point out, is still actually on fire. There is still smoke coming, sort of streaming from the ceiling, from the roof, the front roof of this building. That fire has now been going for about 2 or 3 hours now. It flared up just after we got here about half an hour ago. You'll see a fire crane there. It's been dousing the flames. It now seems to have be winning the battle on that on the fire in the front of the hotel. And as we understand at the moment, Erica, hostages the hostages and the guests who are still in the hotel have been freed. Again, I hesitate to say this is an absolute confirmation. We're quoting the police commissioner, but communications have been pretty strained throughout the past 10 hours or so on exactly what has been happening. And I need also to point out, Erica, that this is not the only hostage situation in Mumbai at this hour. About 5 minutes away from here, the Oberoi Hotel is also reported to have a hostage crisis in progress. Gunfire has also been heard at that hotel in the past 10 minutes or so. This is news we're getting from local television. I can't tell you any more than that, but there is a hostage crisis there. This one in front we're looking at now may now have been resolved. We just can't tell at the moment, but certainly the signs are looking good. The people standing out there on the balcony, on the steps of the entrance there, and an ambulance just backing up there. There doesn't seem to be any great urgency, which tends to suggest that the situation certainly, at least there, would appear to be under control. Erica.
All right, Andrew, thanks. We want to bring in now Paul Cruikshank, who's a terrorism analyst and fellow at the New York University Center on Law and Security. Also joining us, John McLaughlin, who's former acting director of the CIA and a senior fellow at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Gentlemen, good to have you both with us. Paul, I want to start with you. As we're listening to these latest details from Andrew Stevens, that possibly the hostage situation, which we thought may have been underway at the Taj Hotel, may now be over. Reports of gunshots fired. When you hear these details and you see the way the people are exiting the building, what does it tell you?
Well, it's all too soon to really tell what's going on over there. But in terms of responsibility, you've got to look at capability and track record. And two groups really spring to mind here, both affiliated with Al-Qaeda. One group is Indian, one is Pakistani. The Indian group is called the Indian Mujahideen. It's a group which over the last year has been responsible for a series of major attacks across the country which have killed hundreds. The Pakistani group is the Lashkar-e-Taiba group, which has launched a number of attacks in the last several years in India as well. In 2001, it launched an attack on the Indian Parliament. It's suspected to have had a role in 2006 in an attack on Bombay commuter services. What you've seen happening within India is some of these indigenous groups increasingly buying into bin Laden's global jihad. And so this may be sort of part of it, particularly the sort of targeting of British and Americans, maybe part of that sort of idea.
So even if, and John, I'll bring you in on this one, whether or not it does turn out that in fact these groups are related to al-Qaeda, or if al-Qaeda is involved, could al-Qaeda, though, stand to benefit either way from this situation?
Oh, absolutely, Erica. Anything that creates additional chaos in India will benefit al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda seeks to destabilize all of these countries in the region. And, you know, we think of them as countries, but al-Qaeda thinks of this part of the world as a network. It's a network that extends from Afghanistan to Pakistan to India and Bangladesh. And as Paul indicated, many of the groups in it may not be card-carrying al-Qaeda members or wearing al-Qaeda T-shirts, but they're all benefiting from the same sort of logistical apparatus, network of safe houses and so forth. So it stands to gain from it. And in many respects, I think this is India's 9/11.
That's a pretty strong statement right there, John. I want to bring in Ken Robinson, who's joining us now, CNN security analyst and former military intelligence officer. Ken, we have talked a number of times when dealing with hostage situations. As you watch these pictures, I know you've been watching them as the people are coming out. We just lost that signal there, but we will get it back for you. What do you see? How are they handling this?
Well, what I've been looking for is incident command. I've been looking for some type of structured command and control where you're dealing with the people who have evacuated the building, you're dealing with any wounded people who've been released, and first responders acting in an assertive and an affirmative way. And when you look at the live video, for the last 8 hours really, you haven't seen a lot of evidence of that. The forces are really caught on their heels. The important thing that John just said is really what takes advantage of this is a distributed network of ideologically aligned people, and the strike here is an economic strike. And even though we're focused on the explosion and we're focused on the fire, the real issue here is the measure of effectiveness that they want, that the terrorist wants. And it's going to be a big economic hit, and it's going to geopolitically strain relations between India and Pakistan. And retribution on this will have to be carefully done, and the hostage rescue will have to really be carefully done when you look at the distributed nature of where all these hostages are being held with people who clearly came here prepared to die.
And we're going to talk more about how that preparation has come together, what you're seeing in these attacks. Ken Robinson, Paul Cruikshank, John McLaughlin, stay with us. We'll continue to take a look at what is happening live on the scene in Mumbai. Also discuss with our panelists what this could mean for both India and for the United States. Stay with us. You're watching Anderson Cooper 360, this breaking news edition coming to you on India. And you're looking at live pictures now, I believe coming from our sister network, CNN, IBN, coming to us out of Mumbai. These are pictures of the exterior of the Taj Hotel, one of as many as 10 targets targeted by terrorists today in Mumbai. It happened early, actually late last night, local time. It is now just about 8:30 in the morning there. You're looking at a door of the Taj Hotel where we are told, our correspondent on the ground has been told by the Mumbai police commissioner that the hostages that were believed to be being held inside have been released. That police commissioner telling our correspondent Andrew Stevens there that all of those hostages have been released. We are trying to confirm that. Also following developments at the Oberoi Hotel, which is another hotel that was targeted in Mumbai. At both the Taj and the Oberoi Hotel, we have heard in just the last 5 or 10 minutes that there have been reports of additional gunshots. So we are looking into that. Again, it's a very fluid situation, but we are bringing you the details as they come into us, as they happen. We'll continue to follow it for you. I want to get back now to our panel. Joining us, Paul Cruikshank is a terrorism analyst and fellow at the New York University Center on Law and Security. John McLaughlin, former acting director of the CIA and a senior fellow at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. And Ken Robinson is a security analyst and former military intelligence officer. Paul, I want to pick up with you on something actually that Ken said before the break. He was saying the real issue with these attacks is the effectiveness. And earlier when we heard from Barbara Starr, you were shaking her head as she was saying intelligence officials are looking at how these attacks were so well coordinated and so well planned. The effectiveness, the coordination, what do those tell you about who could be behind this?
Well, it tells me that it's probably some sort of established jihadist group like I was talking about just before, maybe the Indian Mujahideen or maybe even a Pakistani militant group, a Kashmiri group with close ties to al-Qaeda. What they're doing here is they're trying to send a message. And really, they've almost already succeeded. They've got the world's attention. If there's a prolonged hostage situation, then they'll have more world attention for the issues they really wanted to focus on. They may want to do two things here. They may want to try and decouple India from its strategic alliance with the United States, but also in the people they're going after, the hostages they're trying to take, to sort of punish the United States and Britain and other countries for going into war in Iraq and other issues. It was just last week that Ayman al-Zawahiri called on mujahideen around the world to continue to inflict harm on Americans.
So that's one thing we're looking at, but you bring up an interesting point about the United States and those attacks going after, because as we heard, there were reports that gunmen came into these hotels saying, we want to see the U.S., those with U.S. and British passports. John, there's been a lot of talk recently, as the focus from Islamist terrorists is on the Western world, is on the U.S., that India is perhaps becoming a breeding ground for extreme Islamist terrorists. Do you agree with that?
I think that's possibly true, Erica, because up till now, India has been a place where we've seen a lot of indigenous terrorism. But in truth, today, in the internet age, there is really no such thing as indigenous terrorism that's purely indigenous. These guys benefit from all of the things that are at their fingertips on the internet that probably are available to them through contacts with al-Qaeda, even if they aren't al-Qaeda, but through contacts with al-Qaeda and affiliated groups. And so I think what's really happening here is that India is just today joining the club of countries that have experienced terrorism that has a domestic base, but connections to events and people and training and such beyond its borders. And I would be very surprised if it turns out to be anything other than that. I would add, if I could, just one or two thoughts to the motives that Paul laid out. Certainly, it may be possible here that they're trying to drive a wedge between the United States and India, but we also have to remember that India is, though the Muslim population there is a minority, it is still the largest Muslim population in the world. It's 150 million people. And government studies in India have shown that they are kind of at the bottom of the social pyramid. So there may be grievances here that they're working out for the Muslim population.
Well, those are the kind of things we're going to continue to discuss and follow with all of you. Stay with us. We'll be checking in with you throughout the show. CNN's Andrew Stephen also is live in front of the Taj Hotel there in Mumbai. He is going to join us just ahead. New details he's getting in about the Taj Mahal Palace Hotel there in Mumbai and what's happening there. Recent gunshots, possible hostages, I should say, released. Also, if the terrorists do have a message for President-elect Obama, what should his response be? The political fallout of these attacks, as well as the options, coming up when we talk with David Gergen next. And a bit later, an eyewitness to horror, the first-hand accounts from Mumbai. All that coming up on AC360. Stay with us. And we are looking now at live pictures coming to us from our sister network in Mumbai, CNN, IBM. These are pictures from right outside the Taj Hotel, where in just the last, I would say, 10 to 15, possibly 20 minutes, we have heard reports of soldiers, possibly soldiers rushing in. There have also been reports of gunfire. And our correspondent on the scene, Andrew Stevens, showing us the pictures, telling us what was happening as people were coming out of the hotel. There have been reports that those people were perhaps hostages. We had heard that there was a hostage situation. Difficult to confirm the numbers of people who were possibly being held hostage, also where they were from, because we had heard that the terrorists were looking for people with both U.S. and British passports. But the Mumbai police commissioner telling our correspondent on the ground there that, in fact, all those inside the hotel had now evacuated, and as they were coming out, they were walking unaided, did not appear to be injured, leaving that hotel, going into waiting ambulances. Again, this from the Taj Hotel. Live pictures there. You can see some of the soldiers. We had heard recent reports of gunfire. That probably in about the last 20 minutes. We're going to continue to update you throughout the night on that. Again, 12 hours now since those initial attacks. And for 5 terrifying hours today in Mumbai, Yasmin Wong, one of our CNN colleagues, hid under her bed in the Taj Mahal Hotel as she listened to the sound of gunfire ringing around her. Now, thankfully, she made it out of the hotel. She is able to join us now on the phone with more details of this harrowing experience, gripping day that you had. Yasmin, first of all, you actually were sleeping when it started. Was it the gunfire that woke you up?
Yeah, basically, I thought it was fireworks or firecrackers in the lobby, and I just woke up and called my boss straight away because he was staying at the other wing, and I asked him what was going on, and we were just then convinced it must have been gunfire. And then we turned on the local news, and they'd reported some gangster shooting. So, you know, that's what we were told.
So you thought it was just some sort of gang-related activity. Were you concerned for your own safety at that point?
Yeah. Well, I was kind of, I guess I was nervous, but then we thought gang-related probably would be over in an hour, no big deal. And then, you know, as the hours went by and it got more serious, there's more gunfire and there's just more unknown factors. And, you know, to make it even worse, they turned off the television as well. So basically we had no idea what was going on.
I believe we're showing a picture of the exterior of your room. When was it that you finally learned what was going on? Because as I understand it, you were stuck in your hotel room for 5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, we found out what was going on through CNN colleagues, actually, and other colleagues who were texting us, who were watching the local news from, you know, whether it was Delhi or, other places in India, and they were telling us what was going on, and that's how we knew. But otherwise, we had no idea. All we heard was just, you know, like a constant, the sounds of gunfire and grenades and glass and all sorts of activity just going, like, sort of, you know, I guess lingering in and out for the duration.
And as you're hearing all that, at what point did you decide, I need to get out of here?
Well, to be honest, you know, we were, CNN has a lot of security measures, and we were basically, you know, I had hit a point where there was actually a fire in the room above my room that was actually started by a grenade or a bomb, and it was sort of increasingly, you know, built into my room and outside my corridor, my bathroom, and basically, you know, CNN had to make a call whether we would leave the room or stay in the room, and at that point, we just had to even run out of the hotel before the fire actually, you know, came into my room. So that was when we decided to leave.
So were portions of your room actually on fire at that point, Yasmin?
Well, it wasn't my portions, but the bathroom was all smoked up, and pretty much the outside, like my neighbor's door. And my neighbor, like on the window next to me, also was on fire. My neighbor was smashed through the window and was hanging out of his balcony. So, you know, like I said, at that stage, it wasn't actually in my room, but, you know, I think there was maybe a 3-minute window where you just had to get out there.
So how did you escape then? Because you actually got out of the hotel. As I understand it, you're now staying with a friend. But what was that like as you're not only trying to get out of the hotel, but how did you get anywhere else with all the chaos?
Well, the thing is, you know, when I walked out of the room, it was silent. It was like this eerie silence. There was not a person around. It was very smoky. And I was next to the lobby atrium, and I didn't want to go down the main lobby. They have a spiral staircase. And so I tried to kind of go to one end of the wing, and it was all dark and smoky, and I couldn't find anyone. So I ended up going down the main lobby. And, you know, as I was going down, I saw actually a few casualties here and there, unfortunately. And I also saw some, I guess they were police, like hidden in some of the rooms and stuff, and they just told me to get out. And I tried to go to the front door, that was locked, and then I ended up going to the back poolside, which had been smashed to pieces, and just basically ran through the pool and out the back entrance. And I still didn't see anybody at that time, so.
It's quite a tale, and amazing that you are so calm as you tell it to us. Yasmin Wong, we're so happy that you are safe tonight, and we will be hearing more from you. Thank you. Just ahead, we are going to get back to our reporter who is on the ground right now in Mumbai. The situation there continues to develop by the minute. Also, responding to terror, President-elect Obama is closely monitoring this crisis in Mumbai. We will speak next with David Gergen about the political fallout of the attacks and the options there. All that just ahead as 360 continues. A massacre in the heart of Mumbai. The terror there began nearly 12 hours ago, and it appears to be far from over. According to witness reports, the terrorists appear to have been looking for Americans. Some U.S. citizens may have been taken hostage, but frankly, we don't know at this hour. That is one of the things we are trying to confirm. We do know that President Bush and President-elect Obama are keeping a very close eye on this deadly assault. But going forward, what steps does President-elect Obama and what steps does Washington need to take in the wake of this attack? Joining us now, CNN senior political analyst and former presidential advisor David Gergen, also CNN's Ed Henry, who is following Obama in Chicago and following the transition. David, I want to start with you because you have worked in the White House during similar overseas crises. President Bush being briefed, President-elect Obama getting that same information. The teams are coordinating. But what does Barack Obama need to do now to both A, support President Bush, and B, show the American people and the world that he can handle a terrorist situation with a major ally?
Well, the obvious point, Erica, is that even as Barack Obama is inheriting the worst economic mess in nearly 80 years, he's also inheriting an extraordinarily dangerous world. So he spent the last 5 or 6 days trying to shore up public confidence, not only in the current economy, but what he's going to do, the team he's going to put in place. He named Paul Volcker, as you know, to be head of an advisory board, White House advisory board today, another very splendid appointment for him. But early next week, on Monday, Tuesday, he's expected to name his national security team, and we'll get a chance for the first time to know for sure who's going to be surrounding him, because it's very clear in the first year of his presidency, he's going to be focusing on the American economy and economic recovery, and he's going to have to delegate to a very significant degree responsibility for overseeing terrorism in this part of the world, as well as many other foreign policy problems, perhaps Hillary Clinton and Bob Gates and Jim Jones and others. And we may know who his national intelligence officials are going to be, leaders are going to be. But there's a second really important point here, and I think it goes back to what John McLaughlin was saying earlier. These terrorist groups do not respect borders, and they see this as an arc of crisis. And what must be troubling to the Obama team tonight is the idea that perhaps these 3 countries are now starting to bleed together in terms of the terrorist threat. We've thought about Afghanistan and Pakistan being separate problems. They have gradually become one problem, what Richard Holbrooke calls the FPAC problem. But now there is evidence that this may be spilling over and bleeding into India too. There was an attack on the Indian embassy in Afghanistan in Kabul just not long ago, which seemed to be carried out by the Taliban. If India gets drawn into this vortex, so that you have India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan as areas of instability, that would be an enormous challenge for the United States. India is such an important friend, ally, and a growing international economic partner. So it's possible that things have taken a new and very dangerous turn now in international affairs. I think that's what John McLaughlin was trying to underscore. And that's what has to be right front and center as the Obama team sits down. After they're announced next week, they've got to start mapping out their plans, just as the Summers, Geithner,
have started doing that. I want to bring Ed Henry now, because I imagine, though, that even though it may not be officially out there, Ed Henry, behind closed doors, that is exactly what the Obama team is doing right now. What are you hearing from that camp tonight?
That they are reaching out to every official they can within the Bush administration to try to make sure that the Obama team has as much information as possible. In fact, new this hour, just in the last hour, Barack Obama has spoken by telephone with Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. We've learned that information, and she is now promising privately that she will keep him in the loop on all the information that he needs. And as David has been pointing out, there really has been a lot of coordination and cooperation on the financial crisis, and now we're seeing it in the first national security crisis, perhaps, of this transition period. There's always been a lot of concern by the Bush White House that during this transfer of power, that terrorists could try to take advantage of that, either on U.S. soil or somewhere else. We saw that in Spain. We saw that in Scotland during previous transfers of power. And that was one of the reasons why Barack Obama went to the White House so quickly after the election, within a week, to meet with President Bush face to face. Spoke about a lot of issues, but mostly national security. And so what they're trying to do here in Chicago is keep Barack Obama up on the situation right up into the minute. He's at his home right now. He's going to be there with family and friends for Thanksgiving, but we're told he's getting briefings by his national security officials who are in touch with the Bush team. And so, at least on the surface, both sides are trying to keep each other in the loop, because let's face it, this is really the first test for Barack Obama. Even though he has not been sworn in yet, the world is going to be watching his every word and his every move.
They will indeed. David, as we look at the situation, though, as a whole, just stepping back for a minute, if it's true that Americans were, in fact, targeted here, what can and what should the U.S. government do?
Well, first of all, the Bush administration is the presidency and the administration in charge. It's not Obama. But they've got to do everything they can to protect the American lives of people in India, especially in Mumbai. But secondly, they need to work much more closely with the Indian intelligence officials, and some of those conversations have already started. This fall, Indian and U.S. intelligence officials were conferring about terrorist threats. Erica, it's really important in this situation to figure out who are these people, what are their motivations? How are they tied to al-Qaeda? Are they inspired by, are they fed by, are they financed by al-Qaeda? You know, where is this an independent group? Is this have something much more to do with the Muslim versus Hindu tensions in India? Or is this part of a larger international effort? And if so, it's much more dangerous. And those, obviously intelligence always looks at those things, but you've now got to put an intense focus on this. If it's true, as John McLaughlin said, that this is the 9/11 for India, that's a big darn deal. And you've got to really understand that and work. By the way, the Europeans have got a strong interest in this too. So it's not just a question of working only with India. It's a question of bringing international intelligence organizations together, and possibly, you know, counterterrorism efforts have to be launched. You may need to use various kinds of forces to put this down.
All right, David Gergen, Ed Henry, we will be checking in with you a little bit later. Stay with us. We continue to follow these breaking developments out of Mumbai. Our CNN correspondents on the ground there in India going to join us live. They will share with us what they saw as these attacks were taking place, also what they have learned at this hour about just who is behind this attack, these multiple attacks rather, all that just ahead as 360 continues. Live pictures coming to us now. Actually, no, these have got to be on tape because it is clearly daylight at this time. I believe it should be in Mumbai based on all other shots, but this is some tape, as you can see, in the aftermath of the attacks which struck Mumbai. At least 10 different locations, we're learning. This happened just over 12 hours ago in Mumbai. Basically the financial capital of India. Also attacks at two very luxurious hotels popular with Western, specifically American businessmen and women, the Taj Hotel, the Oberoi Hotel. And we're going to get the latest now on what is happening in Mumbai at this hour from our correspondents who are on the ground there, Andrew Stevens and Malika Kapoor, who have been following this for you. Again, just to recap, terrorists launched a series of deadly attacks there today, and we know at least 87 people have been killed, nearly 200 others injured. It is believed that American citizens and interests were targeted specifically by the killers. Just moments ago, there were new gunshots at the Taj Mahal Hotel, also the Oberoi Hotel. The hostages there at the Taj Hotel were told were free. They were loaded onto buses. For the latest now, our CNN reporters who are there on the ground, Andrew Stevens and Malika Kapoor, both joining us from Mumbai. Andrew, I want to get the latest from you. Update us. The hostage situation, I know you had heard that all of the hostages, in fact, everybody who was in the hotel had been evacuated. Did that include both hostages and guests thought to still be in the hotel and employees?
At this stage, Erica, we think it does. What I was told about 40-odd minutes ago was that there were an estimated 100 people, guests and hostages, still in the hotel. About 10 minutes after that, we started hearing what appeared to be gunshots. There were 7 or 8 rounds of gunshots, and then the hostages started coming out of the main entrance here behind me. You can see there's an archway through there. Just to the left of that, you'll see behind those ambulances, that is where the hostages came out. Obviously, we're at quite a distance from them, but there did seem to be several dozen people come out of that. They have all now gone. They've been taken in buses, we assume, to local hospitals to be checked up. But from what we could see here and what we could see through the camera lens, there didn't seem to be any injuries amongst those hostages. We also heard from the police commissioner that a rescue had been successfully concluded and all the hostages had been safe. We're just waiting for double confirmation of that. But certainly, if you look behind me here, Erica, the scene that the tensions have ratcheted down significantly. This building is still on fire. Part of the roof behind me is on fire, but there is certainly not the same level of tension here there was, say, 30 minutes ago. It does seem to have been a conclusion to this operation.
Well, we can certainly hope for the best there. Malika, I know that you are, both of you actually, are quite familiar with this hotel. And earlier I heard you talking about the security at the hotel and what it was like a couple of weeks ago before certain measures were reduced and what it's like now. Give us an idea. How secure is the Taj Hotel, both right before the attacks happened and a couple of weeks ago when there were more measures in place?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, security was really, really tight at the hotel. Let me just give you an example. The Taj Hotel, it's a very grand old building. It's a beautiful building with a very big, fancy driveway, but cars couldn't even get onto the porch. They couldn't enter the driveway of the hotel because it was completely barricaded off. It looked almost like the entrance to a fortress. When you drove and you felt, you wondered if you were Prime Minister or President. Security was that tight. It was fortified so much. You had to go through 2 metal detectors. There were sniff dogs all around the place. Bags were thoroughly searched. Even children's bags were thoroughly searched. Just about 10 days ago, they really relaxed this, and the barricades are gone. The cars can drive up to the porch. The sniffer dogs, you just see 1 or 2 of them around. And that's been a pretty drastic change in security just over the last week or 10 days.
Which really puts this in a whole new light. What about the reports that we've heard that gunmen came in and were asking for people with either U.S. or British passports? Malika, has there been any more confirmation on that and what may have happened to some of those people?
No confirmation on that. We do know that about 15 hostages were held up at the Taj. Now, some local channels have been reporting that the gunmen came and asked people to differentiated the groups according to nationalities, asked people whether they were UK or US passport holders. But we independently at CNN, we have not been able to verify whether that's true. If that is true, then that is significant because that's the first time an attack on Indian soil would have differentiated people or attacked people, singled people out on the basis of nationalities. That has not happened in India before.
Sadly, though, India has had a history of attacks and specifically terror attacks and unfortunately has had to deal with this several times in the past. Andrew, when you were speaking with authorities just a little while ago, earlier this hour, are they confident at this point that there will not be any additional attacks in the short term, or is there still some concern there?
Well, there's still obvious concerns because as far as we are aware and as far as the information we're getting, indeed, the media here in Mumbai is getting, there is still an ongoing hostage situation in another hotel about 10 minutes from here, the Oberoi Hotel, obviously another very well-known brand, an international hotel, a hotel that attracts international business travellers as well as international tourists as well. We have few details on what is going on at the Oberoi Hotel. There has been gunfire. We understand there are hostages there. There is also the military, we have been told, is inside the building. Okay. This information has been coming to us for the past 2 hours or so. We haven't actually heard yet any outcome.
Okay. Andrew, we know you continue to follow it for us. Andrew Stevens, Malika Kapoor, thank you both. Just ahead at the top of the hour, we have the latest for you on this breaking news out of Mumbai. New details for you, new facts at the top of the hour about the deadly terror attack aimed at Americans and other Westerners and the hostages, who may still be being held there in Mumbai. Stay with us as we continue right here on CNN. More now for you on our breaking story out of Mumbai, where hours ago terrorists launched a brazen attack, apparently targeting Americans and other Westerners. Here's the timeline for you. Shortly after noon Eastern Time, teams of heavily armed gunmen stormed as many as 10 locations across the Indian city of Mumbai, a city you may know better as Bombay. The gunmen killed scores of people, wounded nearly 200. Mumbai, why was it a target? Well, here are a few reasons it could have been. It is India's financial and entertainment capital, as you can see there from the map, located on the west coast of the country. This map is going to show you as well. These are 4 of the locations which were attacked today. They include 2 5-star hotels, the ones you just saw, the Hotel Oberoi and also the landmark Taj Mahal Palace. Also attacked a popular cafe and a busy railway station. And the terror there has not ended. Clashes between police and the terrorists have been raging for hours. The city at this point, as you can imagine, is in chaos. In just the past hour, gunshots were reported at both the Taj and the Oberoi hotels. The hostages at the Taj Hotel were evacuated. A little-known terrorist group, which refers to itself as the Deccan Mujahideen, is said to have claimed responsibility for that carnage, but that is not a confirmed report. We're going to take a much closer look at that angle coming up, but we want to begin for you tonight with CNN's Andrew Stevens, who is actually staying at the Taj Mahal Hotel. He joins us now live from outside that hotel. Andrew, and give us an idea, what is happening at this moment there on the ground? You mentioned a little earlier it was somewhat more subdued outside the hotel, but I imagine the city itself is still in utter chaos.
Absolutely. It's still an incredibly tense situation around this city, but here at the Taj, it does seem to appear that tensions have diminished somewhat. The police chief has said that all hostages have been evacuated safely. All guests in the hotel have been evacuated safely from this hotel behind me, Erica. It is still on fire. There's parts of the northwest corner of this hotel still on fire, but it has been a shocking night for the people here. Indeed, it's been Mumbai's night of terror. Bombs, gunfire, chaos, carnage. Mumbai, popular with Americans, and the commercial capital of India, erupted in a coordinated terror attack. It began around 10 p.m. local time. Armed with grenades, automatic weapons and explosives, an unknown number of extremists killed scores, including the city's anti-terrorism chief, and wounded hundreds. At least 10 sites were targeted, including 2 luxury hotels, cafes, a hospital for women and children, a movie theatre and a train station. At the historic Taj Mahal Hotel, where a large plume of smoke rose hours after the attacks began, witnesses say gunmen were looking for US and British citizens. An untold number of people have been taken hostage. The eyewitness accounts are chilling.
My colleague saw someone get shot just outside the glass doors of the restaurant. We heard gunfire and we heard grenades and there was a lot of panic. People running, people getting trampled.
The army has now moved into the hotel and across the city. Several terrorists have been killed or arrested, others remain on the loose. Yasmin Wong is a CNN employee visiting Mumbai.
We heard, sort of consistent gunfire and grenades and, smashing glass and all sorts of commotion.
And I saw a guy outside my window, above me on my window, who basically had smashed through the window and was hanging out of the window.
Both President Bush and President-elect Barack Obama issued statements, each strongly condemning the attacks. Who's behind this? Local reports say a group named the Deccan Mujahideen has claimed responsibility. However, some officials say it bears all the hallmarks of Al-Qaeda. Mumbai is a mecca for Western businessmen and women, many of them from America. It's believed thousands of US citizens are in a city that is now under siege. And you're looking at live pictures there of firefighters here at the Taj trying to put out the vestiges of that fire. At one stage, about 5 hours or so ago, Erica, there were huge flames and huge plumes of smoke leaping out from the roof. They are still dousing, and when we arrived here, just at the crack of dawn, there were still long tongues of flame flicking out of that roof area, that balcony area. In fact, right along that northeast road to the dome at the far end, you can see a lot of burnt-out areas. Certainly, that fire is getting under control at the moment, but still, certainly not doused at this stage, Erica.
But just to confirm again, those the hostages that you mentioned that we have said have now been released. Seeing them come out, were you able to count them at all? Do you have any idea how many people actually came out, or is it not clear at this hour?
We haven't been able to get anywhere near it. When we first came down here, there was virtually no security cordon here at all. It was actually quite bizarre. I got actually very close to the front of the building to talk to officials down there to find out what was going on. And then about 10 minutes before we heard these gunshots, they desperately started shepherding the media, and there's a lot of onlookers here as well, right back across this forecourt here. And we haven't been able to get close to the guests who are coming out of there. But we did see them, and we didn't see any visible signs of injury, and we saw a lot of people obviously in evening dress, in dinner jackets. They were in the hotel dining when the gunmen broke in, and they were taken hostage. They were kept inside the building for several hours. It must have been an absolutely terrifying experience. They came out. I haven't been able to get an accurate number, but it did seem to be several dozen at least.
All right, Andrew Stevens, we'll be checking in with you throughout the hour. Thanks. The big question for so many tonight is just who is behind these attacks. Well, among the new details we are getting in is this chilling picture. This comes to us from Sky News. It shows an armed man who is believed to be one of the assailants, and frankly, the look on this young man's face is chilling. It is unclear how many terrorists took part in today's attacks, and even though that obscure terrorist group Deccan Mujahideen has claimed responsibility, U.S. officials have not confirmed that claim. CNN's Barbara Starr joins us now. Barbara, what kind of intelligence is the U.S. government looking at right at this hour?
Well, you know, Erica, the U.S. government, U.S. intelligence services around the world looking at this, very concerned because they frankly do not know what has really transpired here and who may really be behind it. Deccan Mujahideen is the group claiming responsibility, but there is another group, I must say, that they are looking at, a group called Lashkar al-Taiba. They are a South Asian Islamic fundamentalist group. They have carried out attacks before, but here is the possible game changer. Were these attacks really targeting American and British citizens? That has not happened in India before. That would be a big concern right now beyond everything else that has happened. How will they begin to determine this? They will look at the weapons, the training, the coordination, the communication. Who had the ability to launch such a well-coordinated attack against so many targets without anyone in the Indian government apparently realizing that all of this was about to go down? Erica?
Some chilling details that, as you said, Barbara, they will be pouring over. Barbara Starr, thanks. We want to bring in now Paul Cruikshank, who's a terrorism analyst and fellow at the New York University Center on Law and Security, and Ken Robinson also joining us. He's a security analyst and former military intelligence officer. Ken, I want to ask you a question, something David Gergen brought up in the last hour of our show, talking about three countries bleeding together: Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iraq. If India is drawn in here, the question was, can the Western world, can the U.S. get out of this? How do you deal with that when you could potentially be facing this enormous problem centered in one area that is so difficult to control and understand?
Well, I think there is an opportunity today for the United States that it hasn't had in the last 8 years, and that is the reaction that we saw throughout the world to the United States elections was one of optimism. And the optimism was that there was a potential policy change. That policy change might include shaping the behavior of our allies to cooperate more heavily with us. The issue is reaching out to these disenfranchised groups, these populations within the countries you just mentioned. Because without disenfranchised groups and without hopelessness, it's very hard for terrorists to recruit and retain and convince someone like that young man with that crazed look on his face to carry out a terrorist attack. We always have to differentiate between the person carrying out the attack and the sponsor of the attack.
So the question, I was going to say, the question that becomes, of course, who is the sponsor of that attack? And I want to bring Paul in on this question because Ken makes a good point about the optimism, and then there was so much positivity, but also there have been threats since Barack Obama won the election that there will be an attack prior to his assuming the presidency. So who potentially could be supporting these attacks? Is it in fact al-Qaeda?
Well, it could be. Certainly it could be a group affiliated to al-Qaeda. No one's really heard of the Deccan Mujahideen. I think it's unlikely that this group carried out this attack. John McLaughlin in the last segment called this India's 9/11. I was speaking to somebody who saw some of these attacks earlier today, and he said if this attack happened in New York City, it would be like going to the Ritz-Carlton, the terrorists coming to the Ritz-Carlton, going to the Sheraton, and then going on the rampage in Times Square and then up into the Upper East Side. This was a very large, well-planned attack. There are two groups which I think people are going to be talking about in the next 24 hours. One is an indigenous Indian group called the Indian Mujahideen, which has been responsible for a wave of attacks across India in the last year. They've said in statements they will not stop this violence until India decouples itself from the United States, their strategic relationship. But it could also be a Pakistani militant group, maybe a Kashmiri group. Barbara Starr was mentioning Lashkar al-Taiba. This is a very well-organized group with a footprint across Pakistan with very, very close ties to al-Qaeda. And those ties have become much closer in the last several years.
Those ties are there, but also I want to bring you back to something you just said about what this businessman that you spoke to talked about, basically the range of attacks, sort of geographically, how widespread they were, but yet how well coordinated they were, which we've been talking about. The fact that no one saw this coming, we keep hearing that. And also we've learned that security was just recently sort of lessened at the Taj Hotel. We've also learned that 2, perhaps 3 of the top anti-terrorism folks in Mumbai were killed. Could this, or does this perhaps point to an inside job of some sort, someone who may have been involved who could keep it from being known?
Well, there are lots of rumors flying around, you know, that some of these police cars that were going around and people were opening fire on civilians from the police cars. That's adding to the rumor mill at the moment in Mumbai. I think it's very, very early to tell. There'll be an investigation into all of this. Sort of a look at, has there been other claims of responsibility? This group, Indian Mujahideen, in the past has often actually emailed reporters just before the attack, so there'll be an investigation into that.
Ken, Andrew Stevens mentioned recently, actually just off the top of the hour, a reporter on the ground there in Mumbai, that when he got to the Taj Hotel, there was really no security cordoned off. In fact, it wasn't until just probably a little over an hour ago that they actually started moving people back. There were plenty of onlookers. When you hear details like that, does it concern you at all in terms of whether or not some intelligence, some evidence there may have been compromised?
Certainly. The problem that you have is there's two things that happen simultaneously: the crisis and then the consequence management. And what you saw on the ground was the crisis management didn't look like it had a leader. And that makes sense when you consider that the CT, the counterterrorism chief, had been killed 12 hours prior. But also, they're not as well trained as counterterrorist forces and police forces in the West. They don't react with the same level of aggressiveness. We didn't see that in any of the B-roll.
Ken, when you look at the attacks today and the targets, we have the Taj Hotel, the Oberoi Hotel, a major railway station, major terrorist attacks happening around the world. Does the U.S. need to reassess our own security and look closer at so-called soft targets like hotels, perhaps like even railway stations?
This is a great question because it goes to the heart of the objective. You know, the terrorist attack is not necessarily killing people. Their objective is for people to change their way of life, to have a lack of governance. Because if they force us to protect everything, then we're not protecting anything. That's why the strategy of the next government needs to be to attack hopelessness. Deepak Chopra on Larry King earlier tonight said something that was amazing. He said, you know, we need to go back and look at who sponsors the radical Islam and where does that come from, how does that financing take place, and how do these countries engage each other instead of engaging in the blame game. That this name, Deccan, is a part of the plateau in southern India, and it might be picked and chosen as a name for that Mujahideen group simply to be a veil away from what's really happening, which is likely the global Islamic grid of like-minded ideological organizations, which we call Al-Qaeda and others. They're franchises that are doing this for a different measure of effectiveness, economically affecting the West as well as India, our largest democracy that we're a partner with.
We're going to have to leave it there, Paul. I see you shaking your head, though, in agreement, and so I know you're right there with Ken on that. We'll continue to talk about this as we continue with the show. Paul Cruikshank, Ken Robinson, appreciate your insight tonight. As we continue, things continue to change, details changing minute by minute. As we get this information in, we are bringing you the very latest developments. All this happening throughout the next hour. We are also trying to answer some of the tough questions tonight, one of them concerning Al-Qaeda and whether or not the terrorist group could have played a role in these attacks. So many of you are talking about this crisis on our blog. Please continue to join the conversation. You can find it, of course, at ac360.com. Also ahead tonight, the status of those hostages in Mumbai. Some of them rescued in the past hour. Are any of them Americans? And is anyone else still being held hostage? We are working our sources to find that out for you. Also ahead, how the U.S. is responding to this crisis at such a sensitive time, dealing with both the incoming and outgoing presidents, keeping them both updated, both of them keeping a close watch. All of the breaking developments right here as 360 continues. More now on our breaking news. The crisis in Mumbai, India, far from over at this hour. A little-known group calling itself Deccan Mujahideen is said to have claimed responsibility for the carnage. U.S. officials, however, have not confirmed those reports. And one question on so many minds tonight, could Al-Qaeda have possibly been involved? CNN's Kelly Arena is tracking down that angle. She joins us now. Kelly, are there any similarities between this attack and those led and fostered by Al-Qaeda?
Well, there are. I mean, here are the things that stand out about this attack. It's far more sophisticated and coordinated than anything we've ever seen before in the region. The terrorists were specifically targeting Westerners, and they hit targets that would harm the country's economy, basically the tourism industry. So, yes, it is similar to an Al-Qaeda attack. And as you said, there is a group calling itself Deccan Mujahideen that is claiming responsibility. None of the Islamic militant groups in India have used that name before, but officials say, you know, labels at this point, not important. What is more significant is that analysts believe that these terrorists may have gotten outside help. And U.S. officials tell me that investigators are looking into that group that we heard about before, Lashkar al-Taiba. It's called LET. It's a terrorist organization that originated in Pakistan. It has a very long, violent history, and it does have ties to al-Qaeda. All of this very much in motion right now, Erica.
So then what is the benefit, though, if al-Qaeda is involved here, to being involved in an attack like this? Is it simply expanding that web of terror?
Well, that's part of it. You know, al-Qaeda and its affiliated groups, though, would really love nothing more than to distract the Pakistani military and intelligence forces. So let's say, for example, it is LET. That would draw Pakistan into the mix. And so it diverts attention, which is exactly what al-Qaeda would love, because that's where al-Qaeda has been rebuilding, in those tribal areas of Pakistan. So Pakistani forces get off their backs and onto someone else's.
So the plot then, should there be any concern that this plot could in fact extend eventually into the United States because Americans and may have been a target here?
Well, you know, at this point, there is no intelligence to suggest that there's any U.S. connection. But when something like this happens, obviously intelligence forces around the world ramp up. I mean, and the U.S. does remain a target. I mean, just this morning, there was an FBI bulletin that went out, warning of a possible attack against subways and trains in New York City. Now, apparently some information came in back in September indicating that al-Qaeda terrorists had talked about attacking. Now, that information hasn't been substantiated, important to say, but the FBI warned its law enforcement partners here in the United States about it and was especially concerned about the holiday season. So obviously, this is a global problem.
All right, but we're happy to hear that it is at this point unsubstantiated when it does come to that threat. All right, Kelly Arena, thanks. Just ahead, speaking out against terrorism, how the U.S. State Department now is responding to the attacks in Mumbai. Also, November 26th, of course, now a day that will never be forgotten. That is because this is the day they became eyewitnesses to terror. We will have dramatic eyewitness reports from those who have lived through these attacks earlier today. That's just ahead. I want to get you the latest now. Breaking news to us coming out of Afghanistan at this hour. The Associated Press reporting a suicide car bomb in Kabul has exploded 300 yards outside of the U.S. Embassy. That information, again, coming from the Associated Press. They are getting this from Kabul police. All we know right now, again, is that there are reports of a suicide car bomb exploding 300 yards outside of the U.S. Embassy in Kabul. We are working our sources on this one. We'll bring you those details as they come in. We do want to get you back now, though, to the terror attacks in Mumbai today. Zain Verji, CNN State Department correspondent, joining us now with the latest. And so many people concerned because there had been reports that Americans were targeted, and so many Americans believed to be in Mumbai at this point.
Exactly. It's not clear whether any Americans were or are taken hostage, anyone is injured or killed. It's just not clear right now. The State Department is saying they're trying to figure out what exactly the situation is on the ground. They've got consulate officials at hospitals combing the situation there and trying to see if there are any Americans injured.
And combing as well, I would imagine, the hotel records,
the scenes,
and to get an idea of how many people there. I had heard a number earlier, some 3,000 people Americans believed to be was it in the city of Mumbai or in India itself?
It could well have been in India itself, and a substantial number of those in Mumbai. I mean, Mumbai is a very popular city. You know, it's an economic giant. It's sort of the movie-making capital, you know, of the Indian world. Bollywood is there, you know, and the places that were targeted, you know, would be frequented by businessmen, tourists, as well as celebrities.
And when it comes to specifically how the State Department is handling this, I know that you were briefed not long ago, Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice coming out and briefing the press. What has she been doing? Who has she been speaking with tonight?
Well, what Secretary Rice has been doing today is essentially working the phones. She's been in touch with U.S. diplomats on the ground in India to try and get a lay of the land. She's been working the phones here, talking to the Indian Ambassador Sen in Washington, D.C. She spoke to President-elect Obama and said that she promises to keep him fully posted and in the loop on the situation as it's developing. She briefed President Bush and, you know, has likely offered India help if India requests it. The U.S., when the U.S. makes offers like that, India has to say, yes, we want it for the U.S. to
Which would
to
be
go
the same
full
thing,
force.
obviously, on U.S. soil. No one would come in and help
Exactly.
without being welcomed
Right.
in and asked to contribute. Paul Cruikshank, I want to bring you back in here. When we look at the way things are unfolding there, details we're learning from Zain and also what we're learning from Secretary of State Rice, what does the U.S. need to be doing right now to help this situation, to help the investigation without stepping on toes?
Well, it seems to be targeted against Americans, so there may be an involvement of the FBI at some point. Other agencies may be sent to go and help. They'll certainly offer that help to a very close ally. But there's also a very careful diplomatic game that may have to take shape over the next few days. But certainly if India thinks that Pakistani groups are involved in some way, there could be a lot of tension brewing in the coming weeks between those two countries.
And was that addressed at all in the briefing that you received from the State Department? Did they bring up the fact that there are, of course, as we all know, tensions between India and Pakistan, and the littlest thing, of course, can make those tensions escalate?
Well, yes. I mean, that's a very big concern of anybody who knows this region well. There are Hindu-Muslim tensions. There are Hindu extremists. There are Muslim militants. There's the always explosive and dangerous situation of Kashmir that India and Pakistan have fought 2 wars over. There are militants in Afghanistan, you know, groups operating from the Pakistani tribal areas. So the State Department and the diplomatic world will be looking at this all as part of a really a much bigger scenario. One thing we're learning, though, Erica, is the U.S. consulate in Mumbai is saying that any U.S. citizens who've lost their passports and need to travel, need an emergency passport, can go to the consulate that will be open on Thanksgiving.
Okay, and I know there's also an emergency number that we have been putting on the screen for folks if they're concerned about loved ones.
Yes, I remember offhand. It is 1-888-407-4747.
Such an important number for so many people right now. Paul, one last quick question for you. Zain brought up the point of this really being such a larger problem because of, and you talked about it as well, India and Pakistan, Afghanistan as well, bringing that into the picture. We talked about earlier with Ken Robinson, this really being sort of now a larger area. You can put these 3 countries into one. How significantly does that how much more significant then is the difficulty, if you will, of dealing with these terrorist groups when you're looking at such a large region?
Well, that's exactly right. Bin Laden's global jihad, which I think we're talking about at the moment, doesn't sort of obey borders. It's happening in all sorts of countries in the Arab world, in the Middle East, and in South Asia. And certainly there are deep connections between these conflicts in Pakistan and the tribal areas, also in Afghanistan. And now this violence is sort of coming to India. I'd be surprised if there isn't some sort of connection between the attacks today in the tribal areas of Pakistan. Some of these indigenous Indian groups send a lot of their people over there to get training.
And just to pick up on that, the reason it's also such a dangerous moment is that you know, the India and Pakistan relations have gotten slightly better. Right. You know, Asif Ali Zardari, the president of Pakistan, has been making certain overtures to India that are almost historic.
And the last thing you want to do is start backing away from that process at all. Absolutely.
If the Pakistan connection is there.
Zain Verjee, State Department correspondent, Paul Cruikshank, terrorism analyst from NYU Center on Law and Security. Thank you both. We do want to update you now, too. We are just getting in new numbers in terms of the death toll in Mumbai. The Associated Press now reporting 101 people confirmed killed in this series of at least 10 attacks today. We will bring you the latest from Mumbai. CNN's Andrew Stevens standing by for us live after this break. Also ahead, a test for President-elect Obama. What should he do in this situation? We will check in with former presidential David Gergen for his thoughts next. And still ahead, escaping with their lives. Eyewitnesses describe the terror when 360 continues. They allegedly apparently targeted Americans. They may be holding U.S. citizens hostage. And just a short time ago, some captives were let out of the Taj Mahal Hotel. Others, though, we're told, may still be held captive at the Oberoi Hotel at this hour. We are continuing to monitor the latest developments for you coming out of Mumbai. We will bring you those developments and that news as it happens. President Bush and President-elect Obama tonight both being briefed on these terror attacks. We are also told the White House is sharing information about the attacks with the Obama camp. Basically, they will be on the same page for all of this. Their teams are in coordination. Joining us now, CNN senior political analyst and former presidential advisor David Gergen. David, having spent so much time in the White House during similar crises overseas, we know, as we just mentioned, President Bush, President-elect Obama, both getting the same information. Their teams are coordinating. President Bush, though, is still the president, but so much attention on Barack Obama. What does he need to do right now to both support President Bush and also show the American people and the world that he can handle a terrorist situation like the one we're looking at now?
Sure, Erica. Well, what he can't do, of course, is make policy, and that really is up to the president of today, George W. Bush. But what he can, should, and is doing are three things. Get his national security team in place, make sure it's a formidable team. We'll hear their names early next week, and by all indications, it is going to be a very strong team. Secondly, he has to send a message publicly to terrorists in India and elsewhere that just as George W. Bush has been tough on terrorism, he will be too. That there's going to be a seamless transition in that sense. I'm not sure he will see this in quite the same terms. He puts much more emphasis upon diplomacy than does President Bush as a way to deal with this on soft power as well as hard power, if you like. But thirdly, very importantly, is to reach out and talk to individuals so we know. And there's been an unprecedented, I find it's very impressive the way that both the Bush administration and the Obama team are handling this transition, how much interplay, as you've just reported, is going on. You know, he's been talking regularly on the economic front to Secretary Paulson and to the Fed Chairman Ben Bernanke. Now, you know, he's talking to Condi Rice, the Secretary of State. He's been talking, we've learned, to the Indian ambassador. We know that he's been talking on background or on periodic basis to people like Brent Scowcroft. Now, Brent Scowcroft was Bush Sr.'s national security advisor, highly esteemed within the Republican Party and indeed internationally. The fact that he's reaching out to him and people like Brent Scowcroft to get an understanding of the world, I think speaks volumes about how productively he's using this quiet time away from cameras to try to get himself up to speed on these very difficult issues. He does not bring a wealth of experience, but he's learning very fast.
Although he is, as we're learning, as he's assembling his team, surrounding himself with a lot of that experience, which he's actually been slightly criticized for, not even slightly, has been criticized for. But I want to ask you this. Looking at this, though, as he is involved in this process, away from the cameras, as you said, could what's happening in India, not only could it, but how could this change any of the decisions that he's making going forward in terms of putting those teams together and the way he's approaching his presidency?
Well, I think that one thing has been apparent, and that is that as he's recognized the gravity of what he is facing as president, both domestically and internationally, he has really raised the bar for the kind of people he wants around him. He's putting heavyweights in place. And I'm not sure that would have been the case had there been a more complacent view toward what he was facing, or this hadn't suddenly ratcheted up both on the economic front and now on the international front. You know, so I think it's I think he's putting the very most talented people he can. He's not playing the normal traditional political games of finding one of this and one of that and pleasing this interest group and that interest group. That happens especially in the Democratic Party. So I think that altogether what we see is very impressive. Now, how he will execute this once he's in office, you know, here's the danger for him, Eric, if I just may take one more brief moment on this. The danger for him is that we've always understood there was an arc of instability and crisis in the world that stretched from essentially to Israel and Lebanon on the Mediterranean over into Pakistan and Afghanistan. And the question is going to become, is that arc of instability going to stretch now into India? If that's the case, it's much more dangerous.
Much more dangerous and a much more daunting task. David Gergen, always a pleasure. We appreciate
Thank
the insight.
you, Erica.
Just ahead, eyewitness to terror. A woman caught in the chaos joins us with her story.
We're told to stay indoors, not leave our houses, stay away from windows. I know that the people who are in buildings surrounding the Oberoi have been advised to keep the lights off and keep windows and blinds closed.
We are continuing tonight to follow this breaking news out of India, where at least 10 locations were targeted by gunmen just over 12 hours ago. We know at least 87 people have been killed. A New York City filmmaker, Simriti Mundra, is in Mumbai tonight. She says she could hear the bomb blast and the sirens from her apartment, and she is with us now on the phone. Simriti, thanks for being with us. As I understand it, you actually heard some sort of a commotion as you were getting ready for bed. Take us through the scene. What happened to you next?
Well, we were, we were all sort of getting ready for bed as a family and heard some noises and police sirens out in the street, and turned the news on and realized what was happening. sort of on the streets around our building. And since then, we've just been glued to the news and trying to be as safe as possible. Taking all the precautions that have been recommended by the police.
And was it initially, I know you said you were watching the local news, did they initially know the scope of the attacks and that this did in fact appear to be a terrorist attack? I had heard reports earlier that they may have thought it was gang-related.
Yeah, I think the details started emerging as as the attacks expanded into other parts of Bombay and the hostage situation started. So yeah, I think at the very beginning when I tuned in, people didn't realize exactly what was going on. I think to some extent they still don't. There's still not a lot of coverage about who's behind these attacks and why, and how they're going to bring an end to these hostage situations.
So many of those questions we're all trying to answer, I think, tonight. There have been a number of reports that, understandably, just as it happened here in New York after 9/11, that the phone systems were just overloaded. Have you been able to account for your friends and your loved ones throughout Mumbai?
Yeah, I have. Thankfully, my internet access is up and running, so I've been emailing all of my friends and actually been able to call some people, and my family and friends so far seem all to be accounted for, thankfully.
But you've had to stay in your house, as I understand it, until further notice. I know a number of things, school canceled, understandably, in Mumbai today. Have you stayed there, or have you tried to venture out in the neighborhood at all, see a little bit more now that the sun is up?
No, I mean, the only thing that I've done that, I wasn't doing last night was I sort of opened the window blinds and have been poking my head outside to see what's been going on in the street below. But, we're under pretty strong advisement, especially considering my family and I are all American citizens, and American citizens and British citizens with passports are particularly being targeted. So we're trying to be as precautious as possible and just stay indoors and not really try to venture out for any reason.
Are you fearful at this hour?
I hate to say that I am, because I don't like to partake in sort of all of the hysteria, but to be perfectly honest, I am a little bit. I don't plan on going anywhere, at least until this situation has been resolved, in the hotels neighboring my building. And even beyond that, I certainly don't think I'll be able to walk as freely around, this neighborhood as I did yesterday morning, for example. So I don't know. I'm just going to sort of wait right now and see what happens. But right now, I have no intention of leaving the flat.
Yeah, and I think that's probably understandable to everybody watching. Simriti Mundra, we're happy to hear, though, that you and your family and your loved ones are safe tonight. And thank you for taking some time to speak with us and paint that picture for us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Just ahead, our CNN correspondents on the ground in Mumbai join us live. They will tell us what they saw, also get us caught up on the latest developments, including on those hostage situations in Mumbai. All that when 360 continues. As we continue to follow breaking news for you out of India, you're looking at some of the pictures from this night of horror for folks in Mumbai. As many as 100 people are reported dead at this hour, at least 200 others injured after a series of brazen attacks across Mumbai. CNN reporter Andrew Stevens has just made it over to the Oberoi Hotel, where there were new attacks this morning. He is joining us on the phone, and joining us from the Taj Hotel, another attack focus is CNN's Malika Kapoor. Good to have you both up. Andrew, I want to start with you. You're back over at the Oberoi Hotel. You just made your way over there, where we had heard reports of gunfire possibly coming out of there just a little over an hour ago. Have you been able to learn what happened in those attacks at the Oberoi?
I haven't. I have been able to confirm that there was gunfire here about an hour ago. There is quite a heavy crowd here, and the roads around the hotel are actually partitioned off. I'm about 200 metres away, I guess. There are hostages inside. This is a hostage crisis, and the military is here, but it does seem to be, or seems to look like a standoff. There is no activity. There's no attempts that certainly we can see here of military trying to move in. So it just looks at this stage like a standoff. But we do know there are international, or there are foreigners in the hotel who I've just been speaking to an embassy official at one of the Western countries, and he said there were 3 nationals from his country in there. We can't get full numbers at the moment. The police on the ground here aren't saying anything. They're saying It's a very delicate situation, and they're not going to threaten here at the moment.
Andrew,
so
are they
waiting to see what happens?
Andrew, are they confirming whether or not the people in the hotel are hostages, or whether or not they're being told to stay in their rooms for their own safety?
It is a hostage situation. There are in there. I don't know many though.
And as we mentioned, Malika Kapoor is over at the Taj Hotel, which earlier was the site of what we understand was a hostage situation. Thankfully there, Malika, those folks have been evacuated from the hotel, and as I understand it, anybody else who was inside. What's the latest on that situation?
That's right. The police commissioner of Maharashtra, he did tell CNN earlier that the hostage situation at the Taj Hotel behind me has been resolved and that people who were being held inside have been released. And earlier, in fact, the CNN team did see some people leaving the Taj Hotel, people who were dressed in evening clothes, people who were possibly here for dinner last night. They've obviously had a horrible, terrifying night in the hotel, but they have been able to leave the hotel this morning. The focus at the Taj over the last hour or so that we've been here, of course, is on getting that fire out. As you can see behind me, you can see thick smoke still coming out, but you can probably also see cranes and lots of fire engines and people still really working to get the fire out. So that is the latest situation at the Taj, but the hostage situation, we are told, at the Taj Hotel has been resolved. Erica?
Malika, what about in terms of the city of Mumbai as a whole? We just spoke with a woman who is in her apartment there, has been told not to leave. What are residents being told? What is the city like this morning, that morning after?
Residents are being told not to leave, and they are listening to authorities, because when we came here this morning, the streets were absolutely deserted. In fact, I have to say, there was a sense of a very eerie quiet and calmness in the city this morning. Very eerie indeed. You know, this area, Taj, we're not very far from the office district, and this area on a weekday morning is just heaving with people. There's barely place to walk. When you're driving down from other residential parts of Mumbai, the traffic is insane. This morning, there are barely any cars on the road, very few buses, and the buses even, you know, there's barely enough room to stand, and today there were seats, plenty of seats available. Schools and colleges have been shut. The stock market has been shut today. So definitely people scared, people staying indoors, people not really sure what might happen next.
Andrew, with the authorities, that I know you've been speaking to authorities as well, are they confident that they do, at this point, have the attacks under control and that there will not be any further attacks in Mumbai? We may have lost Andrew Stevens, but Malika, maybe I could pose that question to you. And the authorities that you've spoken with, how confident are they that they have this series of attacks under control?
Well, they're not really coming out and saying that they have the situation under control. They're not really saying that they don't have the situation under control, which, of course, is understandable at a time like this because it's such a delicate situation. The authorities really don't want to scare people further. They don't want to create a panic situation. What they are saying is that the priority right now is to keep the city safe, to keep people safe, mainly to get people out of these hotels. And after that, they're going to, make sure that there aren't any further attacks. After that, they'll wonder who did it, what happens next, whether there could be any more attacks. But of course, in the meantime, security is very, very, very tight throughout Mumbai. You know, cars are being stopped at every couple of blocks. Security is very tight in an effort to not let this happen again.
Malika Kapoor and Andrew Stevens, thank you both, and stay safe. Up next, our other breaking story, a report of a blast outside the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, Afghanistan. We have the latest on that for you just ahead. Plus, more from Mumbai. The Associated Press now reporting 101 people have been killed, and a standoff continues at one hotel. As we just heard from Andrew Stevens, we'll have more on that. The details when 360 continues. The latest in the terror attacks in Mumbai, India coming up. The Associated Press also reporting now at least 101 people have been killed. First, though, Gary Tuckman joining us now with some of the day's other news in this 360 Bulletin. Hi, Gary.
Erica, hello to you. More now breaking news out of Afghanistan. The Associated Press is reporting a suicide bomb has exploded outside the U.S. Embassy in Kabul. The city's police chief tells the AP one person has been killed, 6 others wounded. The embassy is hosting a Thanksgiving running race. It's 9:25 in the morning in Kabul, and many Americans were entering the compound at the time of the blast. A Los Angeles jury returned a guilty verdict on 3 misdemeanor counts today in the MySpace suicide case. Lori Drew is accused of posing as a teenage boy online to harass her daughter's 13-year-old friend, Megan Meyer, who committed suicide. The jury declared a mistrial on the 4th charge against Drew, who now faces up to 3 years in prison. Barbara Bush is recovering tonight in a Houston hospital following surgery for a perforated ulcer. The 83-year-old former First Lady was admitted yesterday with stomach pains. The surgery was described as routine. Mrs. Bush is expected to go home early next week. And investors have something to be thankful for. The Dow surged for the 4th day in a row. That hasn't happened since mid-August, over 3 months. Blue chips soared 247 points to close at 8,726. The NASDAQ and S&P also finished in positive territory. Some decent news today, Erica.
And we'll take that, Gary. Thanks, and have a happy Thanksgiving. Just ahead, we have an update for you on the Mumbai attack. Stay with us on 360. A quick recap for you of our breaking story tonight out of Mumbai, India. At this hour, Mumbai is in lockdown. The stock market, the schools are closed. Residents told to stay inside their homes. Police are randomly checking cars. All of this because just about 12 hours ago, teams of gunmen stormed as many as 10 locations across the city. That wave of attacks apparently targeting Americans and other Westerners. The Associated Press puts the death toll at more than 100. More than 200, or at least 200, we should say, people have been wounded. The terrorists also took hostages at 3 locations. Some of them have been released at this hour, but it is unclear how many captives remain. There have also been reports an obscure terrorist group called Deccan Mujahideen has claimed responsibility. U.S. officials, however, have not confirmed that claim.